Chapter 1, Awakening System Hunting Space. Liu Zhong, a very ordinary, 18-year-old youth. But now, he was staying on the boundless eastern waters of the Red Earth continent. Liu Zhong was shocked. About 3 or 4 days later, he suddenly accepted himself and he had already traveled to the anime he knew well. Good fellow. Liu Zhong raised his head and let out a surprise. This is considered to be that he has accepted his fate of coming to the East China Sea on the Red Soil continent. At this moment, he is on a large passenger ship. Yesterday, this large passenger ship had only sailors and crew members. Today, there are many more people wearing dresses and long skirts. Temperament of men and women. Liu Zhong traveled through this world, and somehow became the sailor of a passenger ship in this world. Liu Zhong. A few tall men with ugly expressions walked forward and slammed Liu Zhong severely. Liu Zhong was hit and sat on the deck, raising his head, extremely angry. Looking at the guys who bullied him in front of him, these people have been bullying themselves madly in the process of being stupid these days. Bullying yourself again today, right? Liu Zhong stood up angrily, patted the dust on his body, turned and left. Just at this moment the tall man grabbed Liu Zhong's shoulder in front of him. Liu Zhong felt a person pinch his shoulders, and heard the voice of the man behind him, and passed it forward, only to see him say to Liu Zhong in front of him, "Boy, I saw us, why not? Say hello to us?" Respecting the elders on this boat is the etiquette that a younger generation should have. Several people around were also grinning, looking at the short guy coldly. The short guy didn't know what the boat was against, but they were not afraid. They just wanted to bully this guy and let this guy know. A humble boy like you can only be bullied at sea. It's better to roll back to the land and live a life of peace and stability. Liu Zhong turned his head and looked at the guys in front of him, then suddenly grabbed a man's hand and bit it hard. The man has sharp teeth. Others have 3 tiger teeth, and the man has the 2 front teeth in the middle. There was a tiger tooth in the battle, and the 10-point sharpness of the tiger tooth suddenly pierced the man's artery. Liu Zhong touched the blood on the corner of his mouth, turned around and ran forward quickly, leaving only one who kept covering his arm and yelling, the man and several faces showing panic. Seeing the man's arteries cut off, his spurting arm, and the man who was alive and kicking, said anxiously to get me a bandage. Liu Zhong turned around and ran, running faster than the rabbit, and finally the man ran into a certain storage room and sat there quietly. Liu Zhong frowned and raised his head angrily. This group of guys is nothing but bullying him all day. As a result, he is forced to go back now. After biting this house, he will definitely go back there. It will be even worse if he is bullied. The man knows that his little trick can only pit those guys once and the next time. It is estimated that he will simply be beaten. Liu Zhong didn't want to go back a bit, and even developed a cowardly mind. He wanted to jump directly into the sea and drown himself. After all, to live is a humble life. To live is to be bullied and live. Later, he offended those few on this boat. Bullies can't survive at all. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang. Congratulations to the host Awakening Hunting Space System. Liu Zhong was stunned for an instant, and stood up immediately. The next second, Liu Zhong stood up, the narrow environment in front of him suddenly lit up, the man covered his eyes, and then looked forward and found that he was all right. Being in a forest. You have awakened hunting system, you have unlocked the first scene, giant forest. Liu Zhong, I was stunned for an instant when I heard this, and then looked at the endless forest in front of me, my mouth trembled, what's the matter? I crossed it again. No, it was not until the man fumbled for about an hour that he realized that he seemed to have the legendary system. This is good, but his system seems a little strange. First of all, this hunting space system can instantly teleport yourself into a space, and then let yourself kill those monsters in the space, absorb the monsters in the space, and all kinds of useful things that fall from the body, such as said that the man killed a wolf. This wolf dropped a hook claw, and after the man absorbed the hook claw, it was as if he had absorbed spirit bone in another book called Dolo that the man had read. The hook claw would give the protagonist an ability. Then you can use the basic ability of the hook, that is, you can arbitrarily all items within 12 meters without difference. But what about this? I am a person who has no power to bind chickens. Even if I work hard in this hunting space, I will be easily killed by a wolf. So this hunting space is good for me. It is not very useful to me, it is impossible to increase my strength so quickly. Liu Zhong sighed softly as he said this, a little frustrated. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came, and the man was stunned, then turned his head. He saw a pair of eyes suddenly opened deep in the forest, and then he heard only one swish, the sound of breaking through the air. And then a paw suddenly padded over, with a swish sound. Start the first wave of beasts. There was a scratch on Liu Zhong's neck, and countless blood dripped. The man covered his neck. Because his neck was leaking, there was a gurgling sound in the man's neck. The man looked at him in shock and suffocation. Ahead, the wolf that assaulted itself. Am I just going to die like this? Liu Zhong knelt on the ground and said in disbelief, and finally fell completely with a plop and completely lost consciousness. The wolf also sneered at the corpse on the ground, pounced on and began to bite. Just as the wolf started to bite, the ray of light formed a human figure, forming a puzzled Liu Zhong. Liu Zhong looked shocked at the wolf in front of him who was biting a piece of wood. The wolf was also stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the piece of wood he was biting, and then suddenly raised his head. Why is this human being still alive? This is what the wolf thought in his heart at this moment. The wolf was already shocked and shocked. Liu Zhong also looked at his hand in surprise. You can resurrect indefinitely in this hunting space. In this giant forest, you can choose all locations to resurrect at will. It can be said that you can only use your own strength in this hunting space. You are invincible. Won't die. Liu Zhong was stunned for an instant when he heard this, and then he sneered. The wolf also had fierce eyes, and his body was tight. Oh, it turned out to be so, then you should be a good cheat. In this case, I can kill this wolf in any way. Chapter 2, Weapon Wolf Bone Knife. The wolf pounced again. The expression on Liu Zhong's face instantly proved that Jian Fang rushed over with that and the two were constantly rolling on the ground. Liu Zhong wanted to grab the wolf's neck in the next second. Liu Zhong's eyes widened in an instant, because the wolf had already bit his neck. That huge force penetrated his neck in an instant, and countless blood dripped down, and countless air entered the man's throat every time a man breathed. In the process, consciousness gradually blurred. The wolf let go of his mouth weirdly, looking at the dead body in front of him, but in the next second, the body slowly turned into a piece of wood. The wolf was surprised. A voice came over in the next second. Unexpectedly, the Lord is back again. Liu Zhong grabbed a stick and hit the wolf's nose in front of him severely. He only heard a bang. The nose was directly interrupted instantly. The wolf was shoulder to shoulder with blood, and the wolf instantly died and fell to the ground, and the stick was also bent. Liu Zhong sat on the ground and looked at the dead wolf next to him, panting, and saw a light shine on the wolf's thigh. Liu Zhong limped over. What is this? Liu Zhong said, but he couldn't penetrate it with his hands. Does the wolf's fur in front of him have to be bitten with his teeth? Liu Zhong lowered his head, opened his mouth and bit towards the wolf's thigh fiercely. A burst of tearing sounds came over, and blood was smeared on Liu Zhong's face. After a few minutes, he put down the wolf's head and the wolf's corpse, and tossed them aside. Liu Zhong held a bone shaped like a spine in his hands. His face was full of blood, but a look of curiosity appeared in his eyes. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the weapon wolf bone knife. After Liu Zhong heard this, he saw the bone as if it had a life, and instantly burrowed into his skin. This was abruptly burrowing into the skin of his palm, and then with Lu the heavy arms merged together. Although the man didn't feel the pain, he looked at his arm and deformed because of the abrupt entry of a bone. It was really surprised. In the end, it finally stopped. Lu Zhong looked at a tattoo on his arm. The tattoo was very long, in the shape of a machete. When the man thought about it, a sharp machete suddenly appeared in his hand. The man felt a surge of power, which was conveyed from this scimitar to his left hand, and then he looked at the original left hand without muscles. At this moment, the muscles became bulging. The man gained extraordinary power, and suddenly shook the knife in his hand and slammed it forward. The airwave suddenly blasted forward, so he could kill the sword aura? So strong! This strength that bestows me is so strong. I got a weapon. Lu Zhong said in surprise. A roar came over. Lu Zhong was stunned, and looked in all directions, only to see in all directions, waves of wolves howling came from the dark forest. Could it be said that this wave of monsters has not ended yet? Lu Zhong's scalp was numb with this scimitar in his hand, and he turned around and he should run straight away. After leaving these wolves, he didn't want to be attacked by death again, although he could resurrect indefinitely in this space. But it hurts to die once. The moment Lu Zhong turned around to escape, his figure instantly disappeared from this giant forest. Then he appeared on the passenger ship above the East China Sea on the lowest continent. A puzzled expression appeared on Lu Zhong's face, sitting on a certain bench when he was sitting with debris. Isn't all this a dream? Haha, it shouldn't be a dream. Everything that went through the world of One Piece has happened, what else can't happen? Lu Zhong said this, slowly standing up. Sure enough. With a wave of the man's hand and a thought in his heart, the wolf bone knife appeared in the man's hand. The handle of this knife is bronze, and the blade is pure silver without any lines. It is pure silver and looks very fierce, shining with a cold light. Lu Zhong lifted his head and said, after that, I won't have to be bullied by those people. Lu Zhong was very excited when he thought of this place. It was so long that he had been bullied by those people for so long. The outbreak of this time made the man go to a dead end. He didn't expect Lu Anhua to be in another village. Since then, he will have this one. The knife and the power contained in the body. Are you still afraid of bullying by these people? Lu Zhong hurriedly straightened his back, smiling slightly, just standing still and giggling. Lu Zhong is a person who knows how to be satisfied. At this moment, the door slammed and was kicked open instantly. The figure of a woman rushed forward anxiously, gasping for breath. After Lu Zhong saw the figure of this woman, his scalp numb immediately. Shouldn't there be no one here 30 seconds ago? Damn! Don't expose me! The woman raised her head and said, this is a very beautiful girl with brown eyes. But it is weird that he is wearing a men's sailor uniform, and his face is still very anxious. After saying this, the woman jumped forward, rushed into a cabinet, closed the cabinet directly, and lost her breath. Lu Zhong retracted the knife in his hand in that instant, and silently glanced at the cabinet where the woman was. He didn't say anything, just stood there quietly. The sound of footsteps came over, and a group of brawny men dressed in sailors showed a touch of anxiety on their faces. They looked towards the storage room with incomparable anger, and saw Lu Zhong standing there. Why is that woman missing? Who knows? At this moment, the leading burly man was taken aback for a moment, and then angrily pointed to Lu Zhong. Dumplings, hee, today is the Lao Tzu you bit, right? You bit Lao Tzu's artery and almost killed Lao Tzu. I am going to cut your artery today. Let you see what it feels like to witness yourself a little bit of death. The brawny man said this and walked forward. After hearing this, several of his younger brothers laughed and surrounded Lu Zhong arrogantly. These people were obviously here to chase the woman in sailor clothes. Lu Zhong looked at these guys indifferently. At the same time, these people are also the sailors who often bully themselves, and the men's eyes are fierce. Can't you not bully me? Liu Zhong said, I never provoke you. A person shook his head, it's late, now you provoke us. We are going to kill you. Feed you the sharks. Liu Zhong sighed, then at the end, I want to ask you. Why are you bullying me? Why are you bullying me? What's the reason? Ha 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 ha, blame you for being too weak. If you are not weak, will we bully you? Why don't we bully others? There is a saying called flies do not bite seamless eggs. You are like this now, just blame yourself. We didn't make any mistakes at all. The man said so, reaching out his hand to grab Liu Zhong's neck. Chapter 3, Clark Pirates. With a scream, a palm fell on the ground. The man covered his hand, his neck let out a loud noise, and another roar, blood splashed on Liu Zhong's face, and there was no sympathy in Liu Zhong's eyes. Go! Liu Zhong looked very fierce with the wolf bone knife. In an instant, those people turned and ran away. Liu Zhong! It's a monster, it's a monster. Be sure to tell the captain. This guy can't stay on the boat. My hands, asshole, I want revenge. Listening to the noise, Liu Zhong sat on a bench for himself. The wolf bone knife was twisted for a while and returned to Liu Zhong's arm as a tattoo. Be quiet. Boom 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 boom. Liu Zhong lifted his head and looked towards the cabinet, and saw the orange-haired woman in a sailor suit got out of the cabinet. As he got out, he looked at the palm of his hand that fell on the ground. You. Liu Zhong looked at the woman in front of him, feeling familiar. Nami. Liu Zhong said tentatively. Nami also nodded, got out of the cabinet completely, and finally fell to the ground with a bang. What? How do you know my real name? Liu Zhong smiled offensively when he heard this. Nami stood up from the ground and looked at the silent man in front of her speechlessly. It seemed that the man who had refused to speak didn't know what to say, so she turned and walked outside. As a result, the ship bumped. There was a look of confusion on Liu Zhong's face. Nami grabbed the door frame next to her, so she didn't have to fall to the ground and look towards the corridor outside. Then Nami stretched her head back, slammed the door severely, and then locked it. My scalp is numb. My boat, my boat. Nami showed panic on her face. Liu Zhong looked puzzled after hearing this. A very, very big pirate ship has come to us. Nami raised her head angrily and said, just crush my boat, what should I do? Liu Zhong slowly stood up and coughed dryly. How big is the pirate ship? There are probably 3 such boats as big, and not only one, there are countless. There are overwhelming. There is also a pirate banner on it, then it is clearly the Clark Pirates. Liu Zhong frowned tightly. With turbulence, a man in armor jumped down from the big ship and landed on the deck, looking at a group of sailors holding swords indifferently. Next to him was a young man wearing a sailor suit and holding a swinging stick in his hand. The two of them walked forward, followed by countless mobs. The men with sailor suits in their hands saw these people walking forward and kept warning, but their hind legs lost a little bit from the momentum, and their warnings had no deterrent effect at all. Several people in the captain's room rushed forward and slammed open the door. The captain looked back and saw that these guys who came to the captain's room from outside the door were puzzled. Master Captain, someone hurt the warrior on your boat. A man covered his arm. After the captain saw this scene, his eyes widened slightly. Who did it? The boatman. The captain thought about it all the time. It should be these people who bullied the boatman, and then the boatman got frustrated. But since he did such an excessive thing, he must let him feed the fish. All these people are here. The guardians of the ships that have made great achievements among the ships must not let these people chill. The captain felt angrily at the thought of this. You are all warriors on my ship, you have guarded the safety of my ship, so I will follow the ship's rules and honestly let the person who made you like this directly get rid of," the captain said, angrily. Several people around looked at each other and kept nodding their heads. "Captain, the ups and downs of the past few years, you really didn't treat us wrongly." The captain just smiled and walked forward. "Liu Zhong is very honest, it is definitely these bad guys who go to provoke that child every day, and make that child intolerable to do such a cruel thing. To be honest, the captain himself felt that the kid did this kind of thing is not excessive, but first of all, this kid has no use value. If this kid makes the young and middle-aged in front of him chill out at sea, it is estimated that a lot of things will happen. Don't blame me, Liu Zhong. These people are useful in front of the sea, so go and die." The captain just wanted to hold up the man whose palm had been cut off. At this moment, the bell rang loudly, and the captain raised his head. Suddenly a look of horror appeared in his eyes. "A bunch of pirates are here." After the captain said this, he ran forward with the man with the broken palm. Several people were forced to come onto the deck and saw a group of men lying on the ground. And several crew members and passengers in the passenger ship who have been like hairy crabs. The captain was stupid, and then turned around and looked at the three strong men behind him. "These three can definitely protect themselves. All you need to do is to come into the cabin and find a small boat, and the three of them can leave here sneakily." The captain thought this way, but the expressions on the faces of the three brawny men behind all changed. Seeing the man with purple hair in golden armor, his face showed great fear, and he lowered his head. With a sudden push, the captain knelt directly in front of the man in the golden armor, and Clark smiled slightly. The captain turned around and looked at the three people in a daze. "What are you guys doing?" "Captain, let's surrender, the famous pirate in the East China Sea." "Clark?" Then the three people also knelt on the ground with expressions of surrender. The captain was astonished. "Aren't you soldiers guarding this ship?" "Why? I can't figure out why. I asked you if you can get rid of an innocent crew member. Why don't you fight at this time?" "I surrendered directly." The captain's tears slipped. "And now I know these mighty sailors. The courage is actually not as big as a mouse." The captain was still thinking, if the bullied Liu Zhong would fight to the end in blood here, these sailors didn't even have any blood at all. The captain turned his head, and then Clark lifted his legs and slammed the captain's head under his feet. Although it did not explode, he was dizzy and painful when he stepped on the captain's head. "Take the supplies away and burn this ship. Kill all these living people before burning. Ask the three sailors if they want to be pirates. I admire the scumbag temperament of these three sailors." Chapter 4, Showdown with Ajin Knife and Stick. "What on earth should we do?" Some tears kept sliding in the captain's eyes. The three crew members nodded to Clark in front of him, bowed, and showed a flattering expression on their faces. Clark looked at the three crew members indifferently, and then waved and said, "I will ask the three of you to check if there is any on this boat. If there are other hidden guys, kill them directly. Understand?" It turned out to be like this. The three of them looked at each other, and then suddenly nodded, with extremely excited expressions on their faces. This Clark was really the savior of the three of them, and the three of them felt warm in an instant. There are at least a man and a woman hidden in this ship. We will definitely find these two people, Lord Clark, but we must be with a strong man, because that man is also very strong. If there are only three of us, if you go to him together, he will most likely be killed." The man with the severed hand raised his head and nodded flatteringly. After Clark heard this, he shook his head silently and sighed, "Okay. Go." When the scumbag man in a sailor suit heard this, he silently nodded and walked forward, and the three people followed the scumbag man, rubbing their hands constantly, a villain's face. "Sir, what's your name?" a man said flatteringly, for fear of angering the man in a sailor suit in front of him. After hearing this, the man stopped, and the three of them took a few steps back nervously. "Ajin. Ajin said as he turned his head. The walking stick in his hand slammed forward and banged in front of him. The three on the foreheads of these three people were dizzy and dizzy. It fell to the ground with a plop. Ajin said indifferently, "It turned out to be a betrayer? Haha, don't worry, I will target you, because I hate betrayers the most. You guys who lack a shameless junior, hurry up and lead the way, less nonsense." A group of people dispelled the desire to please the indifferent man in front of him, and obediently led the way with the indifferent man. The door slammed directly to the ground. Ajin, the three of them stood on the corridor with a confused expression on their faces. Then Ajin said, "The three of you go and see what's going on." Upon hearing this, the other three opened their mouths in surprise and couldn't believe it. "Grown-ups." Ajin shook his head and said coldly, "Don't you dare." The three nodded non-stop, "We dare, we dare." The three of them reluctantly walked forward, and the corners of their mouths trembled. Ajin coldly let out a suffocating breath, and a walking stick in his hand swayed continuously, turning round and round. The three people walked forward tremblingly until they reached the front of the door. Liu Zhong rushed forward and kicked the three of them directly to the ground. His knees pressed against the wolf bone knife in the hand of the man who had broken his hand. A light flashed in an instant, and then he slashed forward. A white crescent-shaped wave of air rushed forward, and Ajin saw that the walking stick in the hand of the air wave suddenly swept forward. The wave of air was cut into two parts, and one was hit hard. On the wall next to Jin Lian, the other one was severely cold in the water. Liu Zhong looked at Ajin coldly. "If I was not careful just now, you might just cut off my neck." Ajin said that the crutch in his hand kept shaking, and then the long end of the crutch suddenly stopped when Ajin was holding the crutch. In front of the bar, a huge iron tuft appeared at the front end of the walking stick. Liu Zhong said, "Actually, you are also very good. You should be Ajin from the Clark Pirates." "Right." Ajin's eyes widened slightly. "Oh, is your hearing very good? You can actually hear the conversation I just had?" Ajin said with a fierce look in his eyes. Then he leaped forward and rushed forward. Liu Zhong looked coldly at the man in front of him who was rushing over. Under this high speed, he couldn't see the man's figure at all. He could only continuously wave white waves of air. These waves were round. The moon shape, whenever he wanted to hit the body of the man in front of him, he would be waved in half by the iron tuft on the crutches in the man's hand, half hitting the wall, and the other hitting in the sea. Liu Zhong's scalp was numb, and seeing this guy already came in front of him, seeing him lifted the crutch in his hand, seeing that he was about to die without a place to bury him, the man wanted to stand up. But at this moment, the three people who were pressed on the ground stretched out their hands and grabbed Liu Zhong like iron tongs. "Liu Zhong! We want you to die!" The few people grabbed Liu Zhong's leg and laughed. It seems that they really want Liu Zhong to die. Ajin raised his head and waved his iron tuo. "You should be the man," they said. "Where is that woman? Obediently recruit it." After Liu Zhong heard this, he smiled coldly, did not speak, just waved the cartilage knife in his hand and killed it forward. I heard a sigh. Liu Zongmenjiahu's blade was once again caught by the crutch in Ajin's hand. The child was cut into two paragraphs. Hit the wall again. The walking stick in Ajin's hand hit Liu Zhong's left shoulder severely. Luckily, Liu Zhong was hiding fast, otherwise the iron tuo would be smashed on his head fiercely. He was imprisoned now, unable to move at all. Liu Zhong was hit like this, and Ajin smiled slightly. Liu Zhong also smiled quietly. "You lost the bastard," Ajin said, pushing Liu Zhong. Liu Zhong fell fiercely on the corridor in front of Ajin, and the man couldn't move at all, his face hurt and grim. "Jin, what do you want to say?" With only a bang, Ajin's face was puzzled, and his body trembled. Looking back, he saw that the wall behind him was completely cut off by himself, and then he saw what was behind this wall. It's a boiler room. In the boiler room, there are some iron tanks, and one of them is spraying gas out. Ajin's eyes widened, and then his scalp became numb. Damn, this kid, unexpectedly. The fire of the gas stove started suddenly. Boom! Ajin was blown into the sea instantly. Immediately after Ajin was blown up, the man saw countless weird sea kings raising his head to look at Ajin who had fallen, and opened his mouth. These sea kings were all attracted by Liu Zhong's sword light swinging into the sea. Damn it! This guy uses familiar terrain. Calculate me. Chapter 5, Wave 2, Hunting Space. Liu Zhong stood there for a long time, then lowered his head and indifferently faced the three people who still grabbed his legs, but opened his mouth wide, and looked at him speechlessly in shock. You want to die? The three of them stood up immediately, kneeling one by one on the ground, and kept kowtow. They were so scared that they didn't even have the strength to speak. Liu Zhong looked at the three guys, pointed forward and said, "Tell the pirate leader that Ajin has defeated me, so he doesn't have to worry about it, and he won't use it to get here. Do you know what I want to express? Hold on." For a moment, these three people were stunned, and then their scalp was hairy. This guy actually wants to let us go? Ha 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 ha, there is no way out of the sky, we live. As soon as this guy let us go, we are going to report to his child. In the end, let him send more people. Killing this guy is damned. Ha ha ha, is he stupid? After letting us go, the sky is high and the birds are flying, and the sea is leaping by fish. What qualifications does he have to restrain us at that time? We must retaliate, after he let us go, we must retaliate. This is the thought of a few people. Thank you, sir. The adults don't care about the villains, thank you the adults, for spare our fate, we are absolutely grateful to Dade, we absolutely obey the instructions of the adults to us at this moment. A group of people showed their loyalty there, and then turned around. Walking forward, one of them took a step forward, and then was stunned, his scalp numb, and the other two were also stunned. Liu Chong stood quietly behind these people and pointed the wolf bone knife in his hand at the three people in front of him. There was a strong murderous intent in his eyes, and the three people were stunned. Go ahead, keep going before I tell you to stop, or you will be finished. The three of them understood in an instant that their lives had been manipulated, they were dead at the moment, they were already dead, and then they screamed and rushed forward, but they hadn't waited for the roar from their throats to come out. The voices of the three of them were cut off. 3 bodies falling to the ground and 3 objects falling into the sea. Liu Zhong took the one in his hand, squatted down with the wolf bone knife, vomiting frantically. To be honest, this feeling is really bad, the first murder. I'm right, it's not my fault. If I let them go, they will expose me without saying a word, and then I will die. Liu Zhong wiped the unidentified liquid from the corner of his mouth, slowly stand up slowly. Nami was stunned, looking at the man with the blood-stained knife in her hand, her eyes slowly dilated. It's okay. I won't kill you. Hurry up and enter this storage room with me now, otherwise you will be killed by those pirates. Liu Zhong and Nami hurriedly entered the storage room. Close the door. Nami looked at the severely injured man in front of her at a loss. Liu Zhong now covered her shoulder with an expression of pain on her face, sitting on a chair, and then raised her head again. Don't worry, I'm fine, if I want to survive, I must find a way. I must become stronger now. Liu Zhong said, slowly raising his head. Nami was stunned, it was already such a critical situation. How can this guy become stronger? Liu Zhong raised his head, you just need to stay here and reinforce the door in front of you. Before I come back, you have to save your life. Nami. Please. Believe me once. Nami was stunned for an instant, looking at the man in front of her, she didn't know what to say, just clenched her fists tightly. Well, if you don't believe you, I might also be killed by those pirates. Trust you once. Nami said so and walked forward. She went over to pick up a box and put it next to the door. She was so tired and panting. The woman turned her head back a little speechlessly, wanting the man to help her move things to reinforce the door. But suddenly found out. Liu Zhong suddenly disappeared in place. Nami was stunned, and the corners of her mouth trembled. You guy is so mysterious. I just said that when I come back, that's what I meant. Liu Zhong walked forward in the giant forest. Attention, the moment you enter the giant forest, the first wave of monsters is ready, you will encounter many terrible monsters, you must survive the first wave. You can also choose to escape the hunting space, and then after you are ready to enter the hunting space again, do you choose to escape now? Liu Zhong's eyes were like torches. I want to ask what is the ratio of the flow of time in this hunting space to the time in the real world? The heavy voice came over, and it seemed to have already known it. The man in front of him would ask this sentence and immediately replied, the real world flows for 3 minutes, and 10 hours will pass here. Liu focused his head, he had plenty of time. Okay, start hunting. Liu Zhong said and proceeded, and suddenly the wolf bone knife in his hand lit up with a light, and then, in the forest, countless beasts opened their eyes. Some of the eyes are red, some are yellow, as terrible as a lantern. Liu Zhong looked at the densely packed monsters, clearly knowing that he would not die, but could not restrain the fear in his heart, shaking his legs, shaking his hands, but holding up his head. Nami! Wait for me! Swipe it! The brilliance suddenly lit up, and the knife in Liu Zhong's hand was cut like mud, and it hit a wolf's neck fiercely. The wolf's neck was instantly clamped, and the next second the man was taken away by another head. The wolf attacking behind him slammed down to the ground, and the wolf directly bit the man's arm. Liu Zhong gritted his teeth and saw countless wolves rushing towards him, with a touch of decisive expression on his face, and suddenly he would only hear a brush. Liu Zhong's left hand was instantly cut off, and was cut off by his own knife. Liu Zhong's decisive figure headed out into the forest in front of him. Countless wolves swallowed the arm, turned around after eating the arm, and rushed towards the forest looking for the smell. Liu Zhong stood on a certain tree, coldly watching the wolf walking forward under the tree covering the wound on his left hand. He really didn't have any strength to lean on the tree trunk and gritted his teeth. Go down! The knife in his hand suddenly slashed to the front, and with a brush, a wave rushed forward, directly cutting off a wolf's neck. Liu Zhong fell weakly on the body of another wolf and raised his knife, piercing down fiercely. The wolf let out a roar and turned his head weakly. Opened his mouth, suddenly bit his body and fell off, Liu Zhong next to him. But the man died in the process of falling. Chapter 6, Obtain Dark Fruit. Liu Zhong opened his eyes again, and the man gritted his teeth and continued to rush towards the group of wolves, still holding the knife in his hand. After about 4 hours, Liu Chong lay on the ground with bruises and bruises. The man who was already at this moment sighed. To be honest, he can be resurrected indefinitely and will not die in this hunting space. It is indeed a good thing. But after the infinite death, Liu Zhong really felt more and more afraid of death. This feeling was really bad. Liu Zhong threw a wolf's head on the ground, wiped off the blood on his knife, and walked forward. Congratulations to the host weapon wolf bone knife for double the enhancement. Does the host start the third wave? Liu focused on nodding his head and said, start the third wave of hunting. The man walked forward into the dark forest. When he walked out of the forest again, the man had already set foot on a lake. With a scream, a huge white dragon jumped out of the water, watching Liu Zhong indifferently. Liu Zhong looked at the long dragon, his mouth opened wide in surprise, and the dragon opened his mouth and rushed forward. Liu Zhong's scalp was numb, and he was instantly swallowed by the dragon, not only that, but also the earth and rocks on the ground where he was standing. Manlong King. Level 3 Monster. He often lives on the surface of the water, because the dragon will be stronger at the full moon, and the wireless resurrection state will be turned on until dawn, so it is also called the Dragon King of the full moon. At this moment, the Dragon King of full moon, quietly looking at the sky, his mouth trembling slightly, and then slowly opened. Liu Zhong bit the handle of the wolf bone knife and raised his head. The Manlong King let out a violent roar in surprise. The man was shocked and his eardrums were sore. Although he couldn't use his strength, the man still raised his head, otherwise he slashed the wolf bone knife and chopped out a moon-shaped blade. He rushed in all directions with a scream. The front end of King Manlong's mouth was cut off abruptly, and Liu Zhong stood at the front end of King Manlong's cut-off mouth and jumped and grabbed Manlong King's dragon scales. The Manlong King was cut off from his mouth. The pain was almost unbearable. The dragon plunged directly into the water and let out a roar. Liu Zhong also closed his mouth and nose, and entered the water together with the dragon. The airflow in the water was so strong that the man could not grasp the dragon scales at all, and could only hang on the dragon's body, which was almost not enough. 1 point, let's see if you can hold on or I can hold on. Liu Zhong felt his body lighter, raised his head again, and saw the Manlong King suddenly jumped up, rushed towards the sky, let out a violent roar, and then the shocking scene appeared in the original white day, which instantly turned into dusk, and then instantly turned into darkness within a few seconds, with the full moon hanging high. Liu Zhong's eyes widened slightly. This dragon could not resurrect indefinitely on the night of the full moon, but it could summon the first moon. After summoning the first moon, it could resurrect infinitely. Liu Zhong looked at the front of the dragon's mouth with an incomparable brilliance, and at the shocking scene, he opened his mouth in an instant, and then the dragon turned his head and looked at himself in secret. Just like looking at a clown, most men can feel the dragon's contempt and disdain for him, and then he flicks his tail suddenly. Liu Zhong rushed towards the forest in an instant, smashed to the ground fiercely, his neck was twisted and he died instantly. Opening his eyes again, Liu Zhong grasped the knife and slowly stood up from the ground, raising his head indifferently, looking at the Dragon King flying above the sky. "You can't kill, can you?" The Dragon King opened his mouth and roared a few times. "Then let's consume it. See who hangs up first." Nami was fidgeting in the house. To be honest, she was in danger at the moment. Outside the house was a group of patrolling pirates. The group of pirates had discovered that the pirate who was playing with the stick had suddenly disappeared, so the sound of his footsteps was here. Passing around in the narrow corridor, in every room. In the end, he stopped in front of Nami's door. Nami's scalp is tingling. She didn't dare to speak. At this moment, the woman couldn't wait to stop her heart beating so that she might as well make extra noise. "What sound do I seem to hear?" "I heard it too." The two pirates looked at each other with doubts on their faces, looking at the ruins that were being produced by the explosion in front of them. Nami's scalp is tingling. "The boss heard the explosion, let's check it out." "Boss Akin doesn't seem to be here, maybe he went to other places and caught the two hidden bugs in the pirate ship, but the door is closed, why?" "Feel." "Yes, I also have a feeling, I feel that there are people hidden here." The two looked at each other and then nodded to each other. Then they opened the door and checked. "Anyway, they won't lose a piece of meat, right?" The two wanted to stretch out their hands, wanting to press on the door panel. A look of horror appeared on Nami's face, her scalp was numb. "If they press on the door panel, then they will definitely find that I'm blocking the door. How long will it take for these rude guys to open the door?" Nami didn't dare to think about it, the woman was desperate at this moment, and she took a few steps back. At this critical moment, a voice shouted. "What are you two doing here in a daze? How tired it is to find one door after another, just burn this boat for him, and burn all the people here who don't want to be slaves." Listening to two people looking at each other after hearing this, and then nodding their heads is not efficient for them. It's better to burn this ship directly. The two pirates are gone. Nami was in the storage room alone, her heart beating wildly, and a look of horror slipped across her eyes. What's the matter? What's the matter? Nami opened her mouth in desperation, and wanted to burn the entire ship. Then Nami would be dead. No! Liu Zhong screamed frantically and rushed forward. Man Long King has a pair of spiritual eyes, and countless bloodshot eyes have appeared at this moment. This dragon probably died more than 1,000 times, in this night, a full 10 hours. An indifferent smile appeared on Liu Zhong's face. The man died countless times. Now that he has hallucinations, his will slowly becomes weaker. This is a big problem. In case he is dying infinitely, he lost all his consciousness, lost his reason and became a lunatic, then he would be finished in his life. Liu Zhong leaped forward and lay directly on the jungle full of Dragon King's neck. He raised the knife in his hand and thrust it forward. He had already brushed the sky and lit up in an instant. Liu Zhong raised his head and looked at the sky and the Man Long King, who was slowly turning to ashes. At this moment, the dragon let out a low and desperate roar. It was directly consumed by Liu Zhong. I won! Congratulations to the host for passing the third wave and getting dark fruit. Chapter 7, Kill Clark. Nami was standing in the room amidst the flames, coughing non-stop, with a painful look on her face. Tears flowed from the eyes of this smoky woman. The woman is also wondering at this moment, can she wait for that guy? If she does this, if that guy disappears suddenly, will she be directly burned to death if she leaves herself in this flame? I felt very wronged in my heart, tears that had flowed. At this moment, the flow was even more, dripping on the deck, countless flames raged, and instantly rushed forward, forming a circle. Nami looked at the circles of the siege of flames, her face was extremely surprised, and her scalp was numb. What to do if she took a few steps back? These flames have been sealed, and all my retreat, the original threat of smoke has made women worse off. Now this flame. On the Clark pirate ship, Clark raised his head indifferently, looking at the burning passenger ship in front of him, then turned his head indifferently, looking at the group of people on the passenger ship, and the man who was kneeling on the ground. At this moment, he was heartbroken and almost fainted with anger. The old captain showed a grim smile on his face. Damn it, why don't you kill me now? If you don't kill you, it's not that you don't want to kill you. It's that you can write to your family and ask your family to give me the ransom, so you can save your life. Kill you first, at least a little less ransom doesn't matter. Clark said indifferently. Hearing this, the old man trembled, then raised his head and quibbled, You conscientious fellow, let me tell you, you stay. The person on this ship is a very remarkable person. He can kill all the scum on your ship, do you believe it? Clark said this, and the people around who were also captured had numb scalp. They quickly waved their arms and said angrily, Don't talk about old things, and the master captain, let me tell you. Stay here. The one on the ship is just a little sailor, and it does not pose any threat to you at all. In your eyes, the sailor is nothing but an ant. After hearing this, Clark smiled sinisterly, That's right. The old captain also closed his eyes on the deck, lying on his stomach like a dead dog, sighing softly. That fellow Liu Zhong just suddenly appeared to him a few days ago. The people on the boat, because of their compassion, put this guy on the boat and give this guy a job. How unbearable and weak this guy is, the captain said such things, but he was furious. Just watching Clark burn the warship he had run for his whole life, and finally turned into ashes in the sky, and closed his eyes. Maybe he was really confused. Shut your mouth quickly. Don't hurt your passengers and others. Sailor out. But at this desperate moment, a voice suddenly rushed towards the sky, cutting through countless flames, covering the whole person with a layer of black mist, swallowing those flames, holding a comatose woman and falling to the ground. On Clark's deck, all the pirates immediately drew their swords. The clanging voices kept thinking about it for a while, and Clark frowned, suddenly stunned. What was going on? Liu Chong stood quietly on the spot, with his upper body naked, holding a keel knife in his left hand and Nami with one hand in his right hand. Nami opened her eyes and saw the man in front of him covered with a layer of black. Liu Zhong came back, with the dark fruit. Clark frowned. Who is this guy? He glanced at the captain and turned around. A passenger raised his head and said in surprise, "This guy is the weak person the captain just said." There was a smile on Clark's face, full of provocative meaning. This guy is so weak in the description of this group, it must be really weak. Clark thought this way, even more contemptuous of this person. In order to save their lives, everyone also raised their heads when the man who seemed to be saving them appeared. "Asshole, leave this ship quickly and tell you that if you don't leave this ship, Lord Clark will tear you to pieces. Don't you know how many caddies you have? Master Clark can reach out and grab you directly, and then crush it instantly. I remember the previous few times you were beaten by those mighty sailors on the deck, ha ha ha, you can't even beat those trash sailors, how can you fight Lord Clark?" Everyone's ridicule was repeated. Liu Zhong looked indifferently at the guys in front of him who were clearly here to save them, but now these people started to mock himself frantically. Liu Zhong walked forward, stretched out his hand and held the wolf bone knife in his hand. With a sudden sound, countless people rushed towards the sky, and black blood spurted out. Clark was sprayed, and Clark was stunned. Why is this kid so bloodthirsty? And the captain was also stunned, his scalp was numb, and he roared angrily, "Boy, they just said you in a word, for the sake of my face, can you stop killing them? Now you are so cruel. I should have pinched you in a comatose state to death when the crew salvaged you. I didn't expect you to be so cruel. A scum." Clark looked at the blood on his face, frowning, and there were fewer people paying the ransom. Clark said coldly, "Liu Zhong, right. I will immediately notify the world government of his scumbag after the matter is over. Let the world government want him, desperately, kill him, take his head down." The captain raised his head in an instant, tears streaming down. "Liu Zhong. You. This guy is a bastard." Liu Zhong sighed silently. The old man in front of him saved his life. Although Liu Zhong was cruel at the moment, he did not destroy his humanity. To the extent that he could easily kill the old man, the man just walked forward lightly. "You set the ship on fire, right?" Liu Zhong glanced at Clark. Clark nodded, shouted coldly, tore his clothes to pieces, and then revealed the golden armor inside. Clark showed a hideous expression on his face and shouted, "Liu Zhong! Go to death!" Liu Zhong also stretched out his hand in an instant and placed his hand on Clark's forehead. With a scream from behind, a black stinger suddenly protruded from Clark's abdomen, and Clark was stunned. Looking back, I saw my own shadow, the shadow reflected by the sun, and my hand had turned into that poisonous thorn. I helped it out from the ground and stabbed myself. That was the shadow that hurt myself. How is it possible? That is my shadow. Clark fell to the ground and died in desperation. Chapter 8, Statement. It's an extraordinary period. I have a cough and a little fever. I have to cure this thing to see if it's the disease. So I can't update it these days because my heart is too flustered. I'm scared, I feel small life is not guaranteed. I will come back to update you as soon as I cured. I hope you all have a happy Chinese New Year. Chapter 9, Singled Out Eagle Eye. In an instant, everyone in the audience stopped talking. The air was still boiling in the last second, and it was completely dead in this second. How could this guy? Everyone exclaimed, some with loud voices and some with small voices, one after another, very noisy. The captain was also stunned. At this moment, he raised his head, the expression on his face instantly solidified, coldly looking at the Liu Zhong in front of him. Clark just now only gave him a sense of oppression, but now the guy in front of him feels fear for himself. The deep fear extends into the soul. The way Liu Zhong disregarded life felt terrified no matter who it was. This ship is mine. Liu Zhong raised his head as he said, the knife in his hand was suddenly thrown out, and a stream of blood spattered forward, only to hear a scream. There was an extra blood on the face of the old captain. This is the old captain of Clark's blood. He can also feel a warmth. This warmth is the most irritable, angry, and humiliating. Nami watched this scene silently, but lowered her head. Liu Zhong exhaled a deep breath and waved his hand. The helm continued to steer, to the nearest town and the slave trade market. Ordinary passengers left directly after arriving in that town, and then contacted their families to go their own way. You and I have never had anything to do with me, nor have you offended me, I don't hurt you, but the blood-stained pirates. I'm going to sell all of them to slaves. If you dare to leave, I will let him not even have the qualifications to become a slave. In an instant, everyone's scalp numb, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. Their eyes widened, and then the man at the helm rushed forward, starting the length, and after about 4 or 5 minutes, the sails were pulled up directly. The heavy iron anchor was violently pulled out of the water by some naked upper body sweating, with strong arms. The boat began to move. The sea breeze is blowing. Liu Zhong stood quietly on the bow of the ship, watching a group of passengers who were only concealed in the cabin. 80% of them would run away as soon as they got ashore. The captain had already disappeared, and only Liu Zhong was by his side for acquaintances. I feel that you are a bit cruel. Are you bloodthirsty? Will you feel pleasure after you kill? After Liu Zhong heard this, he was stunned and turned his head back with a puzzled look. Why are you saying that? No, I'm just curious. When you just killed the pirate, your eyes didn't blink, and you seemed to enjoy it. It's really scary. Liu Zhong lowered his head, thought for a while, then raised his head and said, why do you feel weird? My knife only kills the bad guys, the good guys, I didn't touch any of them, and even the good ones, but for the time being I didn't punish the person who committed the crime. I just killed a bad guy. Why are you so afraid of me? Na Mei frowned, obviously unable to speak. She raised her head again, leaving only one sentence, don't you understand? Don't you really understand? Because the way you kill is really terrible. The murderous look terrible? Yes, scary looks are terrible. Killing is not an elegant job, how can it be elegant? Liu Zhong said indifferently, I am too lazy to explain to others that I do things simply and neatly, maybe they will be misunderstood by others, but misunderstandings are misunderstood, I don't care, I don't care. Nami didn't know what to say in an instant. Above the sea, a boat was wandering non-stop. 3 candles were lit on the boat, and there was a cross behind it. A man in a black shirt was sitting on the boat. The man looked very cold, with a knife on his back, carrying it. At the beginning, it flashed from time to time, and a glimmer of godlike brilliance seemed to be able to cut off the rough sea in front of him. He is the famous King Kaiwahe, Hawkeye my hawk. Is that ship the Clark pirate ship? There is a burning passenger ship next to it. I seem to have drifted to the East China Sea, and it doesn't seem to be. Hawkeye said, resting his chin with his hand and thinking again. Lifting his head, don't care about the direction. This ship seems to be blocking my way, then cut it off. Hawkeye's ship is about 1 nautical mile away from this ship. How could that big ship block Hawkeye's path? Maybe it's Hawkeye's road idiot and can't see the way at all. Maybe it's because of fate that he wanted to find one. Excuse me, do something that doesn't fit your image as a pirate. But no matter what, Hawkeye's boat drove forward. Nami felt that the sun was too dazzling, so she put her hand on her forehead and walked forward to block the sunlight from the sun and came to Liu Zhong's side. Liu Zhong turned his head, with a doubtful expression on his face, said, don't you think it's tanning? Why don't you wait in the cabin? Liu Zhong, right? Nami said with her arms akimbo. Liu nodded in focus. That's it. I thought for a while that we might not be the same, so I planned to disembark at the nearest port like these people. Nami said, silently extending her hand. Liu Zhong lowered his head, looked at the woman's outstretched hand, a look of loss passed across his eyes, and sighed softly, well then. Let's. Brushing sound. Liu Zhong pushed Nami's body abruptly, and the woman stepped back and fell heavily on the deck. Liu Zhong turned his head back, and suddenly grabbed his hand forward. This sword aura slashed through a scar in his hand, but this sword aura only showed its power in that instant, and it was swallowed by the burst of dark fruit in the next second. The power is completely absorbed. Liu Zhong stood there for a long time, until the deck under his feet collapsed in an instant. Liu Zhong stood on the deck, drifting on the sea, looking forward indifferently. What? I seem to have hurt someone by mistake. Hawkeye slowly stood up from his boat, looking at the Liu Zhong floating on the deck on the sea ahead. Liu Zhong frowned and said nothing. I'm so sorry, I saw the pirate ship, I thought you were Clark, but I didn't expect you to be someone else. Liu Zhong looked at the crack in his hand. I want to say sorry to you. Hawkeye said coldly. Liu Zhong looked at this guy, a wicked smile suddenly appeared on his face. You don't have to say I'm sorry, you can just save your life. Liu Zhong jumped and rushed forward instantly. Yinjian looked at the Liu Zhong in front of him, his eyes widened in an instant. A white light flashed, Liu Zhong had already appeared in front of Hawkeye, and the dark demon fruit energy that was burning like the fire of black purgatory was constantly burning in Liu Zhong's hands. Chapter 10, Eagle Eye was sold to the slave market. After hearing this, Hawkeye silently raised his head and said, You must know that I just attacked you, not on purpose, but accidentally attacked you accidentally. I am sorry to say to you, not because I am afraid. You have to think clearly. It's just because I don't want to cause some turmoil, you are not my opponent at all, you should give up. Liu Zhong smiled quietly, and raised his head. The man is a stingy person, his temperament is so small. At this moment, Hawkeye's behavior really made him angry. Is it possible that you can only say after your opponent finishes the fight? Liu Zhong stretched out his arm, holding the wolf bone knife tightly in his hand, and the whole person exuded a breath. After seeing the breath, Hawkeye's eyes slightly squinted. It seems that you have to hunt for death, so don't blame me. I apologized and I said that you insisted on fighting. Of course, if you can't beat me, before I kill you, I hope you can still beg for mercy. In this case I can let you go. The sea instantly splashed azure blue waves in the waves, a blood-colored figure rushed forward, and the knife in his hand lit up instantly. The wolf's power of the wolf bone knife strengthened the man's body. He swung the wolf bone knife forward, and for a moment, the wolf bone knife turned out a color. Shining, rushed out of the waves and smashed forward. After seeing the light of the wolf bone knife in front of him, Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly, exhaled a suffocating breath, and drew out his smallest knife, swiping it forward as if it were just right, and displayed it with the wolf bone knife. The breaths collided together. Waves rose again to the sky. Among the waves, among the countless water droplets floating in the air, Hawkeye raised his head like an eagle. His general eyes were extremely sharp, and he opened his mouth gently. Do you use a knife? Your knife is too ordinary. Hawkeye said. The short knife in his hand was put into the scabbard behind him again, and he took out a longer knife and aimed it. Liu Zhong. He stabbed forward abruptly, and with a scream, the knife seemed to have been thrown out, generally long in the wind. It grew about 9 meters and came to Liu Zhong's chest in an instant. Liu Zhong was stabbed through in an instant, and the man stopped in the air. Hawkeye raised his head and said with deep and cruel eyes, You can beg for mercy. If you don't beg for mercy, you may not even be able to save your life. On the ship, Nami stepped on the deck, watching Liu Zhong, who was fighting at sea intricately. Obviously, you don't have to go head to fight the Eagle Eye. You are not the opponent of the Eagle Eye at all. Why do you want to do this? Now beg for mercy. For your own life, beg for mercy, lose face this time, buy a lesson, next time, remember not to fight against opponents whose strength is too far apart, won't it be fine? Hawkeye stood quietly on his own boat, the long knife in his hand still picked Liu Zhong's whole body, the knife bent slightly because of the strength of Liu Zhong, and countless water splashing up into the sky falling down, making a clattering sound. Why, I have been waiting for you for about 6 seconds, why didn't you answer? Didn't you think about it? Hawkeye's life in front of the end of the world, this person was accidentally attacked by himself. For the accidental attack, Hawkeye expressed regret, but this does not mean that Hawkeye could give up his life for that mistake, not to mention still give up his life in front of a very weak guy. Liu Zhong raised his head, his eyes were extremely deep, and he grabbed the knife in Hawkeye's hand with a sudden force, only to hear a burst of crackling noises, as if meat had entered the hot oil. The windward knife of Yinjian pierced into Liu Zhong's arms, and the wounds in Liu Zhong's chest were filled with countless black threads. These black threads swallowed a part of the sword and were still facing both sides extend away. Hawkeye looked at the black thread, and rushed towards the handle of the knife he was holding. His eyes were stagnant, and he waved his hand suddenly. A powerful energy instantly popped out and rushed towards the black thread in front of him. With a brushing sound, the black thread was cut into pieces. Nami widened her eyes on the deck and watched this scene. The woman thought that Liu had a counterattack, but she didn't expect the man's counterattack to be so vulnerable in front of Hawkeye. Hawkeye didn't really make a move at all, and the black thread disappeared, and it was wrong. What happened to the black thread? I saw the beheaded silk threads rushing in all directions, stagnated in the air, as if time were reversed, instantly returning to their original place, and getting back together again. Hawkeye's eyes were stagnant, and he said coldly, "What's the matter? What is this evil force?" Liu Zhong just lifted his head silently, his right hand tightly grasped the knife inserted into his chest, turned into countless black silk threads, and poured into his chest, countless black rushes out from the man's feet. Silk thread allows men to stand above the water instead of falling into the water. Liu Zhong stood there indifferently looking at the panicking Hawkeye in front of him. Hawkeye watched the black silk thread engulf his entire knife, and he instantly threw the knife into the sea. The black silk thread completely swallowed Hawkeye's knife the moment Hawkeye dropped the knife. He rushed out of the water again and returned to Liu Zhong's hands. The man held a black silk sphere in his hand and looked at the eagle eye indifferently from the sea. "Try your own trick." Liu Zhong directly lifted countless white knives on the black silk thread and rushed in all directions. Hawkeye drew the longest knife he was carrying on his back, and greeted him forward. Clang 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 clang. "Useless, useless, useless. Those knives are like trees." The moment the eagle eye slashed the white knife gave birth to countless blades like branches, but for a long time the eagle eye was trapped in the blade, and his body was stuck by countless blades. Liu Zhong indifferently looked at the eagle eye raised high above the sea by himself. "You're going to die." Liu Zhong said this, he only said this sentence, and in the next second, Hawkeye was drowned in the knife and disappeared. Liu Zhongshen exhaled a foul breath, turned his head, looked at Nami standing on the deck, and said indifferently, "I seem to have captured a very powerful man alive," and set off. "When I get to the port, I will sell this man as a slave." Nami's eyes widened, she couldn't believe what this guy said, he wanted to sell Kai Wahei? Chapter 11, Landing White Smoke Smog. This is a small island with pleasant scenery, but the style of the entire island complex is a bit biased towards the world of Italy. Liu Zhong took a breath, a faint smile appeared on his face, finally touching the ground, and staying on the splint for the past few days is not a good thing. Nami got off the boat with a complex color in her eyes, and then walked forward and patted Liu Zhong on the shoulder. The woman is going to say goodbye. Like the woman said, she must completely draw a line with the Liu Zhong in front of her. The two of them are just to meet in the comings and goings of people, then separate in the comings and goings of people. To be honest, you are a nice person, of course the two of us are not suitable for being friends. Nami sighed helplessly, looking at the Liu Zhong in front of her. After Liu Zhong heard this, there was no wave on his face. He looked at the woman in front of him and sighed softly and said, "Then what are you going to do in the future? Are you going to be a thief or just?" A smile appeared on Nami's face. She took out a wallet from her arms, and Liu Zhong touched her pocket, and found that she had lost all the money and wallet she had raided in the hands of others in the past few days. "Well, you still want to be a thief in the end?" Liu Zhong raised his brows lightly, and said with a helpless sigh. Nami nodded in the same way and walked forward, and went to the town to completely disappear in the line of land attention. Liu Zhong exhaled a deep breath, silently raised his head, stretched out his hand, holding an iron chain in his hand, and the chain was tied to it, not the hordes of pirates behind, and the body of the beaten it is the eagle eye of the scar. I don't know if there is a slave and human trafficking market in this city. I think there should be no place. Then there should be no such horrible things in picturesque places. Liu Zhong pulled the iron chain in his hand. Making a clanging sound, the group of pirates looked up at this bitterly, and was about to sell them to Liu Zhong in the slave market. And the group of ordinary passengers on the ship walked down the ship as if they had seen a ghost. They have not had a good time these days, unkempt, for fear that Liu Zhong would also treat them as slaves to sell them. In their hearts there is only one idea now, that is to leave here, and among them, many people have another idea buried in their hearts, that is, report directly to Liu Zhong after leaving this ship. Make this guy a wanted criminal. Liu Zhong walked forward, and beside him, a group of people walked forward. The road was divided into two. Liu Zhong walked to the west, and those people walked to the east, so they separated completely. Inside the pub, Daisuke, the glasses holding the sword, raised his head and looked in front of him. The white-haired man with a wine glass in his hand and a cigar on the seat next to him. These two people are the navy that appeared in the town of Rogue among One Piece, and Smog, a white smoke fruit-capable person, made the protagonist suffer as soon as he appeared in the comics of One Piece, and almost killed the protagonist Luffy. Is a very strong guy, especially its white smoke fruit ability can make the body possess the natural fruit ability, ignoring the characteristic of physical attack. She has a lazy personality, even a little rebellious at times, and becomes rebellious, turning a deaf ear to the orders of her boss. Most of the reason these two people came here was really because Smog was too rebellious and confronted his boss. Smog decided to hide from the limelight, and waited for their boss to stop getting angry before coming back. He would come to this island where the slave trade was rampant when he had nothing to do, and travel. I'm Pooh, it's a mission to travel by the way. And another person, Daisuke, this woman is Smog's follower, looks exactly like another important figure in One Piece, Soran's childhood sweetheart, who makes Soran dreams when she debuts. Her character is serious and very serious. And very kind. Master Smog, today we are here to destroy the slave market. Instead of coming here to enjoy it, you kind of ruined the appearance of our navy. Daisuke showed a serious look on her face, facing in front of her. Smog said. After Smog heard this, his eyes picked up, and he said silently, "So what? I'm like this, smoking and drinking. I won't change me for the so-called rules. Things are boring." After Smog said this, he stood up slowly, walked forward calmly, and said to Daisuke, "The money paid for the bill will be reimbursed for a while, you advance." "I have no money." Hearing this, Daisuke also opened his eyes wide, with an expression of incomparable surprise on his face. Smog walked forward, came to the door of the tavern, stood on the threshold of the tavern door, and looked out of the street. There was a sound of iron chains, and a group of guys dressed in tattered clothes and iron chains around their necks were led by one person and walked forward. That person is Liu Zhong. Smog's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect that the slave trade could be carried out on this small island in such a fair way and under the bright heaven and earth. It seems that if the Navy does not take action, it will damage the Navy's name. After Smog said this, he gave a dry cough and took a hard smoke. He wanted to spit out the smoke from his mouth, but in the next second, Smog choked his eyes wide and stared at the group of chains. At the front end of the crowd with their necks, there is a middle-aged man wearing a hat with 3 swords on his back. Who is this middle-aged man if he is not Hawkeye my hawk? What happened? Hawkeye my hawk was caught. This guy is Kai Wilhei. How could he be caught so easily? Smog was also stunned for a moment. Now he didn't dare to act rashly. What happened? Smog decided to take a long-term view. It would be a bit risky if he did it directly on the street. The slave trader is definitely not an ordinary thing. You must find out his origin before doing other things. Intend. Just when Smog thought about it, the woman's voice came over suddenly. My lord, you said that we are going out to perform the task this time, so we can use all public funds, so I didn't bring any money. The girl walked forward, and came to Smog's side with a trembling mouth. Watching Smog showed an aggrieved smile. How reluctantly this smile was. Smog looked at the girl in front of him with an aggrieved smile on his face, then looked at the goblet behind the bar, and watched Smog and the girl's boss trembling indifferently. If you can't pay for the wine, you can come to me to wipe the dishes. 100 dishes count as Bailey. The boss sneered, looking at Smog and Dashki in front of him. Smog's eyes widened slightly, and it seemed that he could only use his own housekeeping skills. When Smog turned around and turned into smoke, he wanted to run away with a leap, but in the next second, Smog seemed to thinking of something, then abruptly stopped at the same place and supported the door rail. Just now Smog wanted to rush outside. The speed was too fast and the force was too strong. He almost pulled out the entire gate fence. Now he stopped and Smog's eyes widened slightly. Yes, I can't easily follow him now. Come out of this tavern. If you come out of the tavern, then the group of slaves outside and the guy who wants to sell slaves will see themselves. So I can only hide in the tavern now. Well, just wipe the dishes, I Smog never eat for nothing. Smog turned around, looked at the one in front of him, and said. The boss standing behind the bar patted his chest fiercely. Chapter 12, How much is Kai Wilhei per caddy? At noon, the port and the slave trade market were located behind an aquatic product market. Swarms drifted from the aquatic product market. The cages were placed on the ground. Some slaves inside smelled the fishy smell of the aquatic product market. After that, they frowned, and there was a trace of sorrow in their eyes. They had become commodities. Even in the chaos of the world, in this upright and bright universe, it is impossible for any slave market to be opened on the first street of uprightness. The aquatic product market in front is also a sub-market of the slave market. It's just to cover people's eyes and ears. Liu Zhong held the iron chain in his hand, and countless pirates behind them followed them. Their eyes were extremely sad. They were about to lose all their freedom today. Liu Zhong violently tugged the iron chain in his hand. On behalf of the sky, let these murderous pirates completely pay the price and let them enter the slave market and be trafficked. Then as a slave atonement, not only that, but I can also use this opportunity to make a lot of money, both to make money and to act for the heavens. Why not do it? Liu Zhong walked forward and came into the aquatic product market. He walked through the aquatic product market in a straightforward manner. A group of big men with fish in their hands or chopped fish on the chopping board were watching this scene. It was full of cold sweat. This guy came to smash the place, and so many slaves were brought out all at once. A person in charge of the slave market hurried over under the notice of another sailor, and saw Liu Zhong walking forward in the fish market, with a serious expression on his face, and came to the man's side and said, "Excuse me, sir, what service do you want?" Liu Zhong was stunned. He glanced at the fish business in the past 4 weeks, and then at the slave market that was close at hand. He pointed to the slave market and said directly, "I want to treat all the pirates I brought with me as slaves." "Sell it, do you want to take over?" "Don't worry, if you are willing to take over, I will calculate the wholesale price for you." Wholesale price? A group of pirates were stunned, and there were wholesale prices for selling slaves. The person in charge's eyes widened slightly. "Oh, this is not here to smash the place, it's just a customer, ha ha ha, bringing so many resources to come here is like a stunner, thinking it's to smash the place." Well, it turned out to be really just a stunt boy. "I don't understand the rules here." The person in charge, after spending so long on the rivers and lakes, "I can't say that I'm used to seeing big winds and waves, but I still have a few stupid experiences occasionally. If this is the case, sir, please come with me to the back of the slave market. We will brand these slaves, and then we will be 100 berries per slave." The person in charge said this, "Now that we understand now, if the opposite party is nasty critics, then it should be slaughtered severely." Liu Zhong was stunned. The person in charge's eyes widened, for fear that this guy would turn his face and deny him. He was ready. Only when he gave an order, the big guys with kitchen knives in their hands would come from under the table. "Take out the gun and shoot this guy directly, then pick up a bargain." 100? That's too little. Forget it, anyway, I don't want to do more with you. I care about it. I only need money and I'll be done. I have to sell this slave separately." Liu Zhong said this and proceeded to grab it. He stayed next to the shoulder of the eagle eye who stood there muddled. Pushing the man in front of the person in charge, the person in charge took a few steps back and watched the middle-aged man frown. He didn't see the eagle eye's appearance clearly. Just seeing the eagle eye's posture was a bit speechless. Ordinary middle-aged man, but also very thin. Wait a minute. The person in charge seemed to have discovered something insidious. He stretched out his hand to directly lift the chin of the dark eye, then opened his mouth wide, yelled in fright, and sat down directly on the ground. The wind and waves have seen it, what kind of Hanpi has also seen it, but have you ever seen Tai Han Han, who sells the famous Kaiwahei and Hawkeye as a slave in the wind and waves? This is King 7 Wu Hai Yinjian my hawk. How could it be possible? The person in charge was stunned. Liu Zhong scratched his head, glanced at Eagle Eye, and then said, "Yeah, this should be able to sell for a good price. I heard that 7 Wuhei's wanted orders have been eliminated. You just follow the one before they eliminated it. Give me the wanted order and it's over. Give me a little less, I'm in a hurry." Hearing these words, the person in charge stood up tremblingly. "Can he hold an eagle eye here? Hawkeye who accepts a fart, it is estimated that he will accept Hawkeye here today. Tomorrow, the Navy's order to kill demons will come at their doorstep. Why are you afraid of Hawkeye threatening you? Don't worry, if you want to, before leaving, I can interrupt all his hands and feet and turn it into a useless person. In this case, you don't have to be afraid of him killing you." Hawkeye raised his head, his eyes full of sharpness. Liu Zhong exhaled a deep breath and pressed the shoulders of Union fiercely. For a moment, the power of the dark fruit penetrated into the limbs of the eagle eye like a wave, and the power that had just been restored in the body of the eagle eye it was swept away, leaving Hawkeye limp. "But, let's do it, sir, you stay here for a while. I'll tell our boss. I can't be responsible for this matter, I'm not qualified yet." The person in charge patted his chest. Said bitterly. Liu Zhong nodded silently, waved his hand, and the person in charge hurriedly waved his hand. The few big men next to him tremblingly moved over to a bench and placed them on the ground. Liu Zhong sat on the bench, tilted Erlang's legs, and calmly said, "Go now, is your service attitude so bad? I don't want to stay with you for so long. I'm very annoyed by the fishy smell here, I'll go straight after I finish everything. Don't spend time there. Hearing this, the person in charge kept nodding his head, turned around and rushed into the slave market. Liu Zhong calmly sat on the bench with Erlang's legs upright. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came over. Oh, you want to sell Hawkeye my hawk? When Liu Zhong looked at the sound, he saw a burly man with white hair, followed by a girl of extremely good figure with two swords in his hands walking forward from the outside of the fishery market. Liu Zhong calmly waved his hand at the white-haired man in front of him and the beautiful girl and said, "Yeah, what a coincidence, you also came here to sell slaves? You are." Liu Zhong instantly stood up from the stool, his eyes were deep and indifferent, white smoke small. Smog, who had been fully prepared, walked forward indifferently, and took out the weapon hung around his waist, 10 hands. Daisuke also drew out the 2 knives he was holding. Today, they are the navy who came to destroy the business in this slave market. They happened to meet Liu Zhong himself today. I don't know what kind of story will happen between them. Chapter 13, The Death of Daisuke. We arrested you on behalf of the navy. You are suspected of illegally buying and selling slaves. Please arrest with your hands, or we will resort to violent suppression. Smog walked forward indifferently and said coldly. After Liu Zhong heard this, he was stunned for an instant, then smiled slightly, stretched out his hands, and stretched out high above his head. I plead guilty. Liu Zhong said, because I am reasonable, Mr. Small, even you are very reasonable, right? Smog stared at Liu Zhong with a puzzled look, and finally nodded. If this is the case, why do ordinary people like us break the law when buying slaves? Those Tianlong network slaves will not break the law, and they will be protected by the navy. Liu Zhong's chi spread in all directions in an instant. Away! Smog's eyes widened slightly and took a few steps back. This momentum was too powerful. Daisuke was also stunned, and in an instant, the fighting spirit in his body seemed to have lost half. I'm just buying and selling slaves, and those Tianlong people are the slaves, and what they do is even more disgusting. Liu Zhong shook his head calmly, so I don't think your navy should arrest me, you should arrest the Tianlong people first, otherwise, what about fairness and justice? Smog tightly grasped the weapon in his hand, and instantly turned into smoke with a cold snort, spreading towards the front, like a huge overwhelming ghost, stretched out his hand that turned into smoke, and came to Liu Zhong behind. You kid knows there is nothing to argue about. Liu Zhong turned his head, a black energy rushed forward from his body, colliding with the white smoke. Smog felt the black energy, and then coldly snorted, my white smoke can ignore any physical attacks. Your physical attacks have no effect on me. After Smog said this, the Smog turned arm directly grabbed Liu Zhong, and held the man up high and clenched it in his hand. Smog stood in the smoke and looked at Liu Zhong indifferently. Liu Zhong was held in his hand by this guy, silently. Well, what's your name, young man? You have been arrested. Smog clenched his hand slightly, and Liu Zhong made a slight crackling sound. My name is Liu Zhong, I am 17 years old. I may become a pirate in the future. Go to the Great Root and find the legendary treasure. Liu Zhong said calmly. Smog frowned, boy, you have been arrested now, but you are still so calm? Do you think you can escape my attack that ignores physical attacks? It's just because of the black ones that emerged from your body? Thing. Liu nodded, his face showing a hideous look. Correct. Brush and brush. Smog's eyes widened slightly, and the man was like a lamp at the moment. He was in the smoke, his whole person turned into smoke, but in the moment Liu Zhong showed his hideous smile, amidst the white smoke. Actually stabbed countless black spikes. There is still blood on these sharp thorns. Smog's eyes turned white, and he fell towards the corner, hitting the ground fiercely. With a bang, Liu Chong fell to the ground and walked forward. Liu Jin killed Smog. Da Saiki drew out the sword hanging from her waist, rushed to Liu Zhong meaninglessly, and blocked Liu Zhong. Da Saiki wanted to stop Liu Zhong and prevent him from killing Smog. Smog's eyes widened slightly, and there was a look of fear on his face. How could it be possible that such a powerful force erupted in the body of this fellow Liu Zhong, and the corners of Smog's mouth trembled? It's terrible, Da Saiki. If Da Saiki blocked Liu Zhong, Smog could definitely see this little Nizai being torn to pieces in an instant. Da Saiki, hurry up, it's my business with him. Smog said, worried about Da Saiki's safety. After hearing this, Da Saiki was stunned. Turning around, she looked puzzled. Da Saiki didn't know the power of Liu Zhong and what was thinking in Smog's heart, and said in confusion, why? Smog. Grown-ups. He is very strong. I can't beat him. You can only say that you are going to die. Now I have to fight with him. Smog slowly stood up from the ground. In his heart, Smog was thinking that Da Saiki absolutely cannot intervene, face Liu Zhong by himself. Smog is particularly concerned about Da Saiki, although he usually doesn't show it, but this concern is hidden in his bones. With a flutter, Da Saiki widened his eyes. Liu Zhong stood indifferently behind him and looked at the black spikes emerging from his hands. Smog's eyes widened and his face was covered with blood on Da Saiki's face. Da Saiki was penetrated, and then fell to the ground instantly. Liu Zhong's heart now only has one thought: kill these guys, Smog, Da Saiki, the navy, all kill the wildfires, and the spring breeze blows. Born again, absolutely can't let the tiger return to the mountain. You bastard! Smog looked at Dashki, and rushed directly onto the body that was still a little warm. The woman's hand was tightly clenched next to the woman's body, her eyes were bloodshot. Small Ge's anger has reached its peak, and Liu Zhong has touched his bottom line. Da Saiki looked at Smog in front of him, gritted her teeth. Liu Zhong, this fellow and woman, had already hated it. Moreover, Da Saiki seemed to understand one thing secretly: Liu Zhong existed in this world. It is cruel to the navy. Master Smog, Liu Zhong, this guy must be eliminated. You go, you must run away, to find someone better than us. Be sure to kill it on this island, or else if you, will definitely not be at peace in the future. Da Saiki's strong will pierced Smog's nerves. Da Saiki's hand dropped slightly, and he died completely. Smog watched the woman who was protecting herself die on her. In the hands of his enemy, raising his head, Smog has made up his mind: Liu Zhong, this guy will kill him. Liu Zhong looked at Smog indifferently, the sword in his hand suddenly stabbed forward. Smog jumped, the sword pierced through the wall behind. Smog used the fruit of white smoke in the sky, turned it into countless smoke, and floated toward the distance. Liu Zhong indifferently watched this guy leave here, then glanced at the woman's body lying on the ground and squatted down. He died, but not dead? Although I can't live anymore, I seem to be able to use this woman to escape from this island. Liu Zhong looked at Da Saiki suspiciously, and finally showed a hideous smile on his face. Da Saiki, don't blame me. In fact, I still like you in the original work, but I have to use you to protect me. I'm really sorry. After Liu Zhong said this, he stretched out his hand and touched the woman's shoulder. A black breath entered the woman's body, into the woman's limbs, and the woman's consciousness slowly awakened. Chapter 14, White Anger. Desperate Chase. There were bursts of running sounds. Liu Zhong rushed forward very fast, rushing on this street, the sun shining on the man's back. The man opened his eyes in the process of sprinting, and his eyes were bloodshot. Saiki, her body was trembling because of the pain. You absolutely can't escape, you will impose sanctions on our navy. Da Saiki said, her purple lips wriggling, talking for a while, silent for a while, going in and going out for a while, just like right away. As if his breath was about to die, Liu Zhong listened to the woman's words, jumped up, jumped over the house, and ran forward on the house. Relax, your navy's sanctions did not work a few times, for example, it didn't work this time. Liu Zhong climbed forward and climbed to the highest point of the island, standing on top of a chimney. Looking into the distance from above, watching the houses on the island are like steps. From top to bottom, Liu Zhongxiao built a pergola to find a convenient place to stay and ran, and then rushed forward with a swish, like a cannonball. A parabola slid out in the air instantly. Liu Zhong laughed and grabbed a psyche with his left hand, grabbed the bag with his hand, and then fell directly onto the harbor with many people, and onto the ground. A group of pirates emerged from the crowd, raised their guns and surrounded Liu Zhong. Liu Zhong stood up from the ground, the money bag in his left hand was gone, only the psyche, who was dying in his right hand, was left. Liu Zhong raised his head to look at these guys. Smog walked out of the crowd with sharp eyes like wolves, wishing to swallow Liu Chongshang alive. He saw him with a cold face, and the guy said directly in front of the people, "Liu Zhong, you don't have to run, in the gun under my cloth. It is loaded with bullets of Kong stone. When these bullets hit you, your ability will instantly disappear, and your body will be soft and weak. If you run again, you will fall into the sea and you will die. I think your best destination should be Push City, this kind of prison. Because there are many scumbags there, they need you as a scumbag." After Liu Zhong heard this, he raised his head silently, and Smog also glanced at other navies on the internet in confusion. In the next second, Liu Zhong raised his fist in the sky, and a black energy gathered. A black energy cannonball was launched into the sky, blasting the bag that fell from the sky toward the ground with a bang, and there were waves of clanging sounds, and countless gold coins rushed down. Smog was stunned, watching these gold coins fall on the ground or on his shoulders, like a gold coin fish. Liu Zhong watched these gold coins fall on the ground and smiled. The ground trembled for a while, and Smog was stunned. When he turned around, he saw countless people looking at the sky full of gold coins and the gold coins falling on the ground with greedy eyes for 4 weeks. Grab it, everyone, these gold coins are mine. Ha 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 ha, a lot, really a lot of gold coins. How come there are so many gold coins? Everyone went crazy, and the crowd rushed forward desperately. The Navy group was also stunned, pushed away severely, and was overwhelmed by the crazy crowd. Liu Zhong held De Psyche among the crazy crowd, silently turned around and walked forward, successfully avoiding it. Smog suddenly waved his hand into smoke in the crowd, floated up, and floated on the head of the crowd, looking at the pirates in the crowd with guns in their hands. These pirates banged towards the sky. He fired a few shots, but the crowd was just stunned for a few seconds, and then they started to pick up the gold coins frantically. They were faster and wider. They probably wanted to quickly pick up the gold coins, and then run away. Seeing his subordinates, Smog couldn't get out of his body at all, and his face was distorted, using this method to excite the crowd, so that we don't need to go to the sea for you, Liu Zhong, you are so smart, haha, I will personally put you on the Shanghai building stone shackles. Liu Zhong jumped onto the ship and stood on the deck of the ship. A group of crew members were stunned. Looking at the stranger, one of the crew members walked forward, but in the next second, Liu Zhong walked on his own. When he reached the right edge of the ship, with a wave of his hand, the wolf-bone knives appeared, and they slashed forward, only to hear a sigh, and a thick hemp rope was cut instantly. With a grunt, something seems to have sunk to the bottom of the sea completely. This is an anchor. Everyone was stunned. Liu Zhong turned his head, and suddenly waved his hand forward. In the next second, the sails were also raised instantly, a gust of wind blew by, and the ship sailed away, in Liu Zhong's indifference, in the astonishment of all the crew. "What the do you want to do, you bastard?" An ordinary dressed captain who seemed to be the ship came forward and said angrily to the guy in front of him. He didn't dare to approach this guy because he was afraid of the weapon in his hand. It would hurt him, because he was just an ordinary fisherman. At this moment, Liu Zhong suddenly raised his head and beckoned to his back. The next second, there were clanging sounds. Those who kept picking up gold coins above the bay were suddenly stunned, because they saw the gold coins in their hands, and seemed to fly out, and then all fell to the ground, and then they lit up with black stripes on the gold coins. Flames, these flames are not like flames, they are more like slime. It seems that there is some energy to pull the slime forward, and countless gold coins all fly out. This spectacular scene reappeared, and a boat sailed out of the harbor. Countless gold coins also followed this ship, rushing out of the harbor. Smog indifferently grabbed a gold coin in the air and rushed forward. "Asshole, you can't run away." Liu Zhong grabbed his money bag and opened the mouth of the money bag, and countless money dinged into the money bag. "I will spend money to buy this ship of yours, and after arriving at another port, you can use the money I gave you twice as much to continue to buy the same ship," Liu Zhong said, bag by point. The dots were full, and everyone was drunk watching the flying gold coins in surprise. After that, there was nothing to say, just standing quietly on the deck. "Ha ha, long live cooperation," Liu Zhong said, calmly turning around and looking at his pocketbook, which was filled up a little bit. At this moment, a white figure suddenly rushed forward. Liu Zhong raised his head, seeing the white figure, rushing towards him overwhelmingly. Who is this person? It was the one who came with the money and turned into white smoke Smog. Chapter 15, At Sea, Phone Bug, Carp. Liu Zhong raised his head on the deck and looked at Smog, who was overwhelmingly rushing down. "Exhale a deep breath. You can't beat me, why come here to die in vain?" Liu Zhong stretched out his hands as he said, and in the next second countless black gas rushed to the sky, directly enveloping Smog. Body. Smog was imprisoned in the sky, struggling constantly, gritted his teeth and let out a roar. Daisuke raised his head, his eyes opened slightly, but he didn't have any strength to look at Smog above the sky. Smog kept struggling to let out a roar, and the white gas slammed into the black gas in all directions. He wanted to tear the black aura directly, but the black gas was in vain, and the unmoving black gas slowly tightened. Smog was directly trapped by Liu Zhong's strength suppression. "Why are you going to die?" Liu Zhong stood on the deck and asked questioningly. After Smog heard this, he raised his head and looked at the blue sky in front of him, and then a roar came. "I am weaker than you. But it doesn't mean that I can't hurt you." Smog said this. The white smoke was filled with black smoke, but it was compressed by the black smoke step by step. Smog's body turned into white smoke, which means that the man's body is white. Smoke, the white smoke was compressed by the black smoke. Smog's body was also compressed, including his bones, and his internal organs were compressed twice as much. Smog opened his head, suddenly shook his fist toward the front, and shook his fist toward the top of the black gas. The pressure on the body was combined with the power of the man's own fist. This fist was probably 4 times the punch that a man usually punches. With a bang, Smog finally broke through the black smoke and rushed towards the 9th sky. Liu Zhong said indifferently, "After being squeezed, your body expands instantly. Don't you be afraid, your body will burst directly in the air." Smog rushed towards the sky, seeming to hear Liu Zhong's words on the deck, and let out a sneer. "Yes, I just want my body to explode in the sky. This is my original purpose." After saying this, Smoggy rushed to the cloud, and then exploded suddenly. With a bang, a huge circle appeared above the sky, tearing the 4 weeks of clouds to shreds. Blooming like fireworks, Smog's body bloomed like fireworks, and exploded like thunder. "Liu Zhong, I killed you today. Even if I fight my life, I will kill you." Smog's voice disappeared into the clouds, and Smog was dead. Daisuke raised his head and looked at the firework above the clouds. He closed his eyes in despair. Liu Zhong was stunned when he saw this scene, then turned around and said to the sailors on the deck, "Hurry up! If you don't hurry up!" An old man wearing a dog head hat, lying on a rocking chair, was snoring while snoring, holding the senbei in his hand and sending it to his mouth, chewing ceaselessly. This old man is the grandfather of Luffy in the original One Piece, the father of the revolutionary dragon, and the naval hero Carp. Also known as Tekken Carp, I heard that he has the strength comparable to that of One Piece and Roger. He has never shot in the original book. It is hard to imagine what kind of strength he has, but it is undeniable that he is the plane of One Piece. One of the top combat power. The surrounding navy saw this scene and turned a blind eye. It seemed that they had become accustomed to this old man, doing things while sleeping. There was a bang, and there was a blast above the sky. The whole sea is trembling, the whole ship is trembling. Carp in the rocking chair indifferently opened his eyes and looked at the sky. The casual expression on his face completely disappeared. He got up from the rocking chair and held it in his hand. The senbei was slightly squeezed by Carp, and then turned into powder and drifted away with the wind. The surrounding navies watched the white fireworks exploding in the sky. "That's eye-catching. Go forward," said Carp. "It has been about a month. He has never been so serious. As long as he has followed Carp with the navy for more than 3 years, he can perceive that Carp should be really angry at this moment." Up. Liu Zhong stood on the deck and headed towards the coast ahead. As long as the ship could drive out of the coast, the sea would leap with fish and the sky would let the birds fly. Liu Zhong thought about it this way, but at this moment, a navy ship on the horizon rode out at an astonishing speed. After Liu Zhong saw the navy ship, he was stunned, and then sighed slightly. It seemed that he was in serious trouble. "Mom! Carp is here!" Carp's boat quickly approached his own boat, and it was obvious that ordinary fishing boats couldn't pass naval ships. Liu Zhong glanced at the strait, knowing that he would have a close contact with Carp's ship before reaching the strait, and he had to face the powerful combat power of the One Piece in front of him. Liu Zhong suddenly walked forward and grabbed Daisuke, who was lying on the ground, with 5 flowers, and gradually reduced his breath. He stretched out into the woman's arms, and then took out a phone worm with scars on her body. "Sure enough, Daisuke, you didn't let me down, you would carry a phone bug with you in the original work." Liu Zhong said this, looking at the phone bug in his hand. "It seems there is hope to escape from this naval hero." Liu Zhong smiled like this. Carp stood on the deck and looked forward, watching the fishing boat approaching. Carp's eyes were indifferent, and his body leaked murderously. At this time, "Dol-yol-yol-yol-yol-yol-yol-yol," the voice of the phone worm rang. Carp turned his head coldly. A navy's phone was always noisy. Carp waved his hand. The navy walked forward. Carp took the phone worm in his hand and raised himself on the phone. "The head comes. You can't run away," Carp said. Liu Zhong smiled calmly and said, "Master Carp, I can't run away. Yes, I can't run away, but this Miss Dashki who works for the navy may also be the moment you attack me. Killed by me, I am a profit-seeking person. Really, if you insist on killing me, I will definitely die. I have no resistance. I am willing to be mean in exchange for my survival." Opportunity. When Carp heard this, his eyes were frozen. Carp looked at the boat that was getting closer and closer. Liu Zhong walked from the top of the ship's deck to the guardrail at the edge of the ship. Standing on the guardrail, he held Daisuke's shoulder with his left hand and lifted the wounded woman high. "Master Carp, you shouldn't want Ms. Dashki to die. Mr. Smog in heaven doesn't want you to attack me, sacrifice Madam to kill me." Chapter 16, Navy. Hunt down Nami. When Carp heard this, he suddenly raised his head. The breath radiating from his body shook the waves of 4 weeks into a surging, and the surrounding ships were constantly under the surging of the waves. Shaking the fishermen standing on the deck, and the navy almost fell on the ground. Carp said coldly, "Boy." Liu Zhong was also full of cold sweat on his forehead. According to Carp's character, he would rush towards him desperately, and then kill himself directly, or grab this to belong to his character. "Okay, I let you go, Daisuke. Hand it over," Carp said. After Liu Zhong heard this, he stood on the deck and shook his head. At this moment, his heart had gathered in a panic, because he didn't expect that Carp would come after him. It turned out that such a powerful navy would come. "What?" Carp's breath became fierce again. Liu Zhong said, "Miss Daisuke, I will protect you well. At least he will not die on my bed and will reach your bed safely, but first you have to me out of this sea, but you can't leave me too close, this will threaten my safety has already been threatened, desperados like me may do something unfavorable to Daisuke." A navy came forward and looked at the tall figure of Carp in front of them. They opened their mouths to say something, but Carp stretched out his arm and waved indifferently to the navy, "Let him leave here, first save the navy to our ship, and let me take care of the rest." Hearing this, the navy's foreheads were also covered with cold sweat, but they believed Carp very much, and turned around with a salute. After seeing this scene, Liu Zhong sneered, and then glanced at Daisuke who he was holding in his hand. Sure enough, Kapu is really a man of love and justice. In order to save you, he is willing to let me go. Vicious guy. The navy's boats diverged from the fishing boats, and the fishing boats moved farther and farther, finally reaching the mouth of the bay. Liu Zhong walked forward, came to the fence of the fishing boat, raised the woman in his hand, and suddenly threw it onto the bay. Daisuke fell to the ground fiercely, spit out a mouthful of blood, raised his head, and looked at Liu Zhong, who was standing on the ship vaguely and indifferently, with a pair of eyes. Liu Zhong just waved at the woman lying on the ground and said, "Goodbye." Daisuke clenched her teeth, her eyes were full of tears. "These are tears of humiliation, Smog. Your lord is dead." Daisuke cried silently. Although a group of naval boats still chased forward quickly, Liu Zhong's fishing boat left the bay as quickly as possible. After leaving the bay, the fishing boat that chased Liu Zhong basically couldn't chase after it. When it arrives, it must be considered in the long term. Therefore, Liu Zhong fled under everyone's eyes. Countless pirates are enclosed in iron cages, one of which is a huge iron cage. This iron cage is still made of conch stone. You must know that conch stone is very rare. When there are so many sea towers, one is made. The iron cage is to trap this eagle-eye, my hawk. It can be seen how much the owner of this slave market attaches great importance to the slave of Hawkeye my hawk, but this boss is also short-sighted. Doesn't he know that Hawkeye my hawk is not a demon fruit-capable person? Even if the sea tower stone cage is used to trap the eagle-eye, what is the use of eggs? At this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came over. The door suddenly opened, and countless sunlight shone in this dark and narrow room. Those who were locked in the cage tried to block their eyes with their hands. They had been in the dark for too long and saw this dazzling light. When it came, they couldn't open their eyes at all. Carp, the initiator of the sound of footsteps, walked into the room with Daisuke, who was sitting in a wheelchair and still hanging drips. Hawkeye my hawk raised his head and looked at him indifferently. Carp and the woman. Daisuke's eyes were full of indifference, and she had lost the seriousness she once had. She looked at the eagle-eye in front of her, gritted her teeth, and said hoarsely, "Master Eagle-eye, you are finally awake, then please you and let's talk about it in detail. What is the ability of the who turned you into a slave? What is his detailed information?" Carp also stood quietly beside this woman. This woman was crazy to a trembling level. After the death of Smog, who was most important to him, the spirit of the woman was not stable. Kapu didn't want this woman to come, but Daisuke was very paranoid. This woman was determined to make some contributions in the next action against Liu Zhong in order to pay tribute to the spirit of Smog in the sky. After hearing this, Hawkeye raised his head, looked at the people in front of him, and said indifferently, that guy's fruit ability should be the legendary dark fruit. When Carp heard this, his eyes widened slightly. Psyche almost got up from the wheelchair. What is dark fruit? How can dark fruit, this kind of thing, doesn't it already have a master? You rescued me from this iron cage. I am very grateful to you, and I am willing to cooperate with you to kill that guy, but I don't know much about that guy. I just fought him, but I know that I also remember some of the people who have interacted with that guy. You Navy people are so powerful, you can go find all those people, and dig out information from those people. Hawkeye said this. Several Navy men in Navy uniforms walked forward. One of the Navy was dragging the body of a magnificent middle-aged man who was beaten up and came to the cage. I took out the key I had hidden in my arms, opened the cage, and knelt on the ground respectfully. Hawkeye was lifted up from the cage by a few people. The bones of Hawkeye's legs and feet were broken. It seemed that it would have been done, but Hawkeye knew that his resilience was strong. It only took a few days before he could use it. His own power escaped from this slave market. But it is also a good thing to leave this kind of cage that makes him feel very humiliating now. We also found information on several people related to the pirate. Which one is useful? One person is useless. If it affects one less person, it affects one less person. Carp is still very calm. Yes, he said so in accordance with his own heart. Hawkeye was supported by a person and sat on a chair next to him. Several Navy members walked forward and placed a few photos in front of Hawkeye. Hawkeye searched for them. Suddenly. Just her. This person should be very familiar with Liu Zhong. Yinjian said, pointing to the photo. Carp, I looked at the photo, and directly on the photo, there is a girl with orange hair. This girl is Nami. Chapter 17, Sneak Into Yundao. A few weeks later. In the hunting space, the giant forest, Liu Zhong is currently cleaning the third wave of monsters in the giant forest, ghouls. Liu Zhong waved his hand suddenly, only to hear a sigh. Countless ghouls rushing towards him fell on the ground, and small holes appeared on their foreheads, and the purple liquid poured into the ground. Go upstairs. Congratulations to the host, successfully survived the third wave of hunting. There are still 7 waves of hunting, and you can leave the giant forest. After Liu Zhong heard this, he walked slowly forward. After possessing the dark fruit ability, Liu Zhong treated his hunting space with ease, and he easily survived the third wave of hunting. Get a hunting space and give yourself a chance to draw a lottery. Liu Zhong waved his hand suddenly, and the next second he appeared on the deck of a certain ship above the East China Sea. Liu Zhong stood on the deck, looking around, looking at the vast expanse of the sea, boringly picking. He raised his brows. This time I am not given a fixed reward, but a chance to draw a lottery. After Liu Zhong thought about it again and again, he still hesitated to draw. This kind of thing mainly depends on luck. Liu Zhong felt that his luck was not too good, so he said. Liu Zhong planned to postpone the time of the lottery, not to draw the lottery first. What will we wait for? At that time, if you encounter something that you can't solve, you can also hold back, right? There were loopholes in Liu Zhong's thinking, but he didn't care whether there were loopholes or not. He felt that there was nothing wrong with his thinking in this way, and there was no problem. There was a sound of flapping wings. This was a pigeon in the sky. Liu Zhong raised his head and looked at the back of the pigeon. He looked at the newspapers floating in the sky. The man stretched out his hand. A black breath shot out from the palm of his hand, and suddenly grabbed the newspaper. Liu Zhong said, "It's really bad not to have a mobile phone. You can't understand the news of the world as soon as possible." When Liu Zhong said this, he looked down at the old newspaper, and the man was stunned. He saw a black and white photo printed on the newspaper. This photo was Nami. Wanted criminal Liu Zhong, after seeing this news, I hope you will come to Yundao Square within 3 days, otherwise you will see with your own eyes how your friend Nami was executed." The Navy Daisuke. Liu Zhong saw the article published in the newspaper, and he was stunned. Then a wave of nameless anger hits his head. The man raised his head and looked around. The crew yelled, "Turn the bow for me! Nami! Wait for me, I will be here soon." Cloud Island, the beach in front of the square. A group of Navy escorted Nami, waiting for the arrival of the rumored man who killed Smog, the vicious bandit. They were fully prepared for this. Nami knelt on the ground, her knees hurt a little, and his hands were tied. Next to him were several Navy members, and there was a woman in a wheelchair, Daisuke. Daisuke frowned and looked at the beach ahead coldly. Several navies, Daisuke and Nami, were standing on the beach in front of Yundao Square, waiting for their enemy Liu Zhong to come here. Nami lowered her head, her forehead was covered with cold sweat, and she sighed in anger. "It seems that the guy will never come here. I know what kind of person this guy is. The whole person is just for profit. He may not care about my life or death at all. Besides, as long as an ordinary person knows that this is a trap, he will definitely not come to this beach and fight this group of regular navies because of me, a stranger to him. What a ruthless guy." Daisuke sighed softly, shook her head, and patted her legs. The woman lost her life, but her legs were abolished and she could no longer stand walking, but this also calmed the woman down, and the fierce color in her eyes was hidden. "Miss Nami, if he doesn't come to save you, then don't blame us for being polite. You have been roaming around in the East China Sea in recent years, stealing so many things, causing so many property losses, you can be convicted, and you can be justified and killed." Nami gritted her teeth silently for an instant, not knowing what to say. She was able to lower her head. Is she going to die here today? Nami was anxious. At this critical moment, the shadow of a fishing boat above the horizon appeared in the eyes of all navies. "This is the gangster's fishing boat. Here comes this guy." The navy moves in an instant. Looking at the fishing boat, all the navies immediately raised their guns. There was a touch of excitement on Daisuke's face, and this guy actually came. Nami's scalp was numb, and she was stunned when she watched the fishing boat rushing here, and then she almost cried out with a sore nose. "Is there anyone in this world who can work hard for herself?" Nami lowered her head and said angrily, "Damn it, you are so selfish. The two of us are not acquaintances at all. Why are you here to set a risk for me? You are here to find death. Don't you know this? Is it serious?" After hearing this, Daisuke just smiled quietly, waved several cannons hidden in the grass and was pushed out of the grass to aim at the ship that was already approaching the coast. The ship seemed to sense the appearance of those cannons, and immediately turned around and wanted to run, but in the next second, a total of 10 cannons suddenly shot countless black bombs toward the coast in front of them. These bombs fell on the sea. However, a few fell precisely on the fishing boat. After seeing this scene, Nami opened her mouth and said helplessly, "It's over. Liu Zhong. You idiot, run quickly and get out of here." Nami opened her mouth in surprise and immediately stood up from the ground. As she said, several navies raised their rifle stocks angrily. Hit the woman in front of him a few times, causing the woman to kneel on the ground again, and the woman went mad and ignored the butts of the rifle, and raged on her body regardless of her pain, went crazy. Usually yelled and burst into tears, "Liu Zhong! Get out of here!" Amid the artillery fire, a few people with flames on their bodies appeared on the fishing boat. These people jumped directly out of the fishing boat, and into the water. They were all fishermen in the fishing boat. "Liu Zhong, this guy is dead," Daisuke said with a smile on her face, curling her lips coldly. Nami watched this scene, boom, and a few more shells made a mark in the air, and landed fiercely on the fishing boat. The fishing boat turned into scorched wood in the shells and gradually sank into the sea. Nami closed her eyes in despair. Daisuke trembled slightly with excitement. Liu Zhong, you are simply hitting a rock with a pebble. A few smoke bombs suddenly exploded on the beach. Daisuke's face changed, and her mouth opened wide in surprise. Before the woman wanted to say anything, two screams came from the smoke, which was the scream of the navy. Liu Zhong, this guy. Liu Zhong broke through the smoke, holding the girl in his arms and rushing forward. His legs were covered by a layer of black material, making it faster. I'm coming. Nami. Chapter 18, Confession. Nami. Liu Zhong took Nami and rushed forward, very fast. Are you okay? Aren't you injured? They didn't make you embarrassed, right? Liu Zhong showed a look of confusion on his face, and said to the Nami who was holding her arm tightly in front of him. Nami was stunned for an instant, her mouth trembled, she didn't know what to say. Seeing this man who cared about her appearance, the woman suddenly felt relieved. She sighed and said, "You bastard, why are you here? Save me." Hee. At this moment, Liu Zhong didn't seem to want to reveal the thoughts in his heart. He just raised his head and looked at the rapidly retreating shadow in front of him. He ran forward desperately, leaving the square completely, but it took about 3 or 4 seconds. After that, the man lowered his head and said with a serious face, "Nami. I like Nami." Nami was stunned for an instant, with a look of horror on her face. She was a confession. Liu Zhong looked at the look of astonishment on the face of the woman in front of him, only smiled quietly, raised his head again, and looked forward very quickly. Both of them did not speak and came to a town. There was no one in this whole town. It should have been dismissed by the navy. This group of navies had spent a lot of effort to capture Liu Zhong. Fortunately, they didn't catch up. Liu Zhong breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the house in front of him, and kicked it open. The door of the house entered directly into the house, as if entering his own home. Nami followed with a worried look on her face, looking at the carefree man a little speechlessly, and said, "You guy, this is not your house. What if you knock the door broken? If you can wear it out, you will pay him." Liu Zhong said this and came to a table, took a bottle of wine in his hand, unscrewed the bottle to the glass in front of him, poured the wine, and gulped. He drank in a big mouth, then suddenly spit out the wine from his mouth, wiping his mouth speechlessly. "I thought it was a drink, it's yellow, it looks delicious, it's so spicy." Nami looked at the Liu Zhong in front of her with a carefree look. "We should leave this island as soon as possible, or else the navy will catch up and it will be over." After hearing this, Liu Zhong shook his head, and took out a newspaper from his arms. There was a picture on it, which was the specific topographic map of the island. Liu Zhong made a plan before rescuing Nami. He first asked the fisherman to drive the fishing boat he had bought within the range of the navy. Regardless of the fisherman's life or death, he made the navy think he was there. The ship has been bombed to death by them. The navy didn't know that Liu Zhong had already sneaked into this small island last night, and had already figured out the ambush in this small island. Use the smoke bomb to cover the eyes of those people, and then Nami back in the hands of those people in full view. Liu Zhong had already figured out everything on this small island. He didn't leave now because he knew in his heart that he couldn't leave now. The island has completely turned into a sniper island. Liu Zhong said, raising his head with a serious face. Nami was stunned for an instant, with a look of surprise on her face and said, "What do you mean?" "A lot of ambushes have been set up on this small island, including those with many naval ships on the coast. I don't know why they got so many ships to stop me. To them, I seem to be nothing more than it's just an unknown pawn. This is so exciting." Liu Zhong was a little speechless. Nami looked at the speechless expression of the person in front of her. She was speechless too. "Little man, nameless boy, have you ever seen an unknown boy who kills Hawkeye my hawk as soon as he comes up? You killed Hawkeye my hawk, so those people will value you so much," Nami said. After Liu Zhong heard this, he raised his head, then patted his head, and said silently, so that is to say, I created an illusion for them, that is, I am strong and let them take it seriously, right? Nami nodded. Liu Zhong almost slammed his head against the wall, and sighed speechlessly, it's really speechless. Actually I am not strong, but my fruit ability is very special, and that time I killed Hawkeye my hawk, pure it is using my own fruit ability to plot. If that guy fights head on, the Hawkeye my hawk who pays attention to me will kill me directly. I am not Hawkeye my hawk's opponent at all. I can fight to death. I've gotten this fellow Smog. As a result, my publicity has caused me to kill. This story tells us that there must be a city. We must step by step. Liu Zhong lowered his head as he said this, and now the entire island has become a one. The island of Sniper. Liu Chong thought for a while, he must break through the layers of checkpoints of the Navy group before he could leave the island. Let's act now. It's like this. I have prepared a small boat on the coast. This small boat is in a cave. The cave in front is very remote. No one can notice. Let's go through the tunnel. Get out of the tunnel, and you can reach the boat after a short walk. Liu Zhong raised his head. Nami opened her mouth in surprise and said, how do you know there is authenticity here? Liu Zhong smiled slightly when he heard this, and immediately got up from the chair, and then came to the side of a bed. Bent down to grab the bed board, and with a fierce force, the bed was lifted up directly, and there was a piece of cloth directly under the bed. Liu Zhong lifted the cloth up and there was a cave under the cloth, a tunnel that was not bottomless. I spent all night digging it out, I must be fully prepared. Liu Zhong said this, frowning tightly. Nami was stunned. Suddenly, she felt that the man in front of her seemed very unreliable. He seemed careless, but he would never lose the chain at the critical moment. Actually, I can break through the encirclement of these guys by myself, but I will take your burden, I have to consider your safety. Liu Zhong lowered his head and touched his chin, said. Nami's face turned black in an instant, and she raised her head and said silently, you saved me, and I want to repay you. That, if you can escape from these surroundings. What do you want to do? Liu Zhong was stunned. 3 seconds later, the man blurted out, go to the Great Root and find One Piece's first treasure. After Nami heard this, she pondered for a while, then raised her head and said, then I will be your sailor. How about it? Liu Zhong nodded excitedly, in other words, you promised that I just confessed to you, right, Nami? You want to go to the Great Root with me? How romantic! Nami's face turned black, promise a fart, romantic fart. I just want to repay my favor. Chapter 19, Prison Fruit. The two were arguing with each other and walked into the cave in a blink of an eye. In the cave is dim and damp, some of the soil is even a little slippery, and all of it is filled with water. Nami stepped forward and stepped on the soil with her legs, she would make a fluttering sound. You can imagine how muddy it is here. Up. With cold sweat on Liu Zhong's forehead, he said, Nami, are you okay? Nami raised her head to breathe, a little bit hurriedly, entering the deepest part of the cave. The air is obviously insufficient, Nami's body is not strong, Liu Zhong can withstand these hypoxic conditions, Nami may not be able to withstand this kind of state under fast advance pain. Liu Zhong said, let me carry you on my back. If this is the case, hurry up. Nami was a little embarrassed for an instant, she smiled awkwardly, and then jumped, rushed directly to Liu Zhong's back and hugged the man's neck. Let's go. Liu Zhong stretched out his hand, holding Nami behind her back with both hands. Nami stretched out her hand to pinch Liu Zhong's ear fiercely, you guy. Where are you touching? After hearing this, Liu Zhong looked behind him and said helplessly, I have to drag you up, right? If I don't, how can I drag you up? No way. Nami sighed silently and said, it's taken advantage of by you guy, well, it's a reward. Liu Zhong smiled and rushed forward. On the street, a man in a white cloak also walked forward. He was wearing a white poncho, sunglasses and a briefs when he was naked. His body was full of muscles and his legs were full of hair. The man looked very handsome. In such an unmanned city, dressing like this should be to let yourself go. At this time, the phone rang suddenly. The man was stunned, then took out the phone from his arms. Liu Zhong ran away with a woman. If you can hear what I said, you must look for Liu Zhong in this city. We must not let him escape from our heaven and earth nets. Hearing this, the man put the phone in his hand back into his crotch, coughed dryly, raised his head and said firmly, "Don't worry, Miss Dasky, your knight is here, George. Come to protect you." After the man said this, he squatted directly on the ground. When the interpreter waits, I seem to hear some sound from the ground. This kind of sound can't hide from a loyal knight. George said, then put his ear on the ground and began to listen to the sound from the ground. Suddenly George stretched out his hands suddenly and patted the ground fiercely. Prison fruit. Launch. Swipe it. Countless iron prisons stretched out under the ground in an instant. Liu Zhong ran forward, hitting an object directly with a bang, and then fell severely to the ground. Liu Zhong touched his head on the ground, a painful expression on his face. Nami also stood up from the ground, stunned, looking at the things that appeared in front of her. There was no such thing in front of her just now, how come there is now? Liu Zhong was also stunned for an instant, looking at this thing. This is an iron fence. It directly blocked the road ahead. Liu Zhong's scalp is tingling. We seem to have been attacked by the navy. Liu Zhong was stunned. With a bang, Liu Zhong raised his head and stretched out his hands to block the front. A figure fell fiercely on the ground, and then stood up straight, with a pair of straight eyes, full of coldness. I saw that there was a big hole above his head. It came into this tunnel after piercing a hole in the ground. "You are the pirate Liu Zhong, right?" George said. Liu Zhong suddenly stared at this George. George stretched out his hands and stretched them forward with a cold expression on his face. "I was hired by Master Dusky, a bounty hunter, you can also call me a temporary navy, George." George said this, and suddenly two blue lights flashed in his hand. At the same time, "He is also the messenger of who takes you into hell." Liu Zhong said silently, "You guy is a good second in middle school." Next second, Liu Zhong heard the sound of metal collisions, the man turned his head and was stunned for an instant, and then suddenly picked up Nami, who was held high above her head by the man and stuck to the top of the dungeon. Nami is also confused, what's the matter? Why did Liu Zhong lift himself above his head? Nami lowered her head, and then her eyes widened. The iron bars on the iron fence behind Liu Zhong had appeared in the space in all directions, like spider webs. About a moment ago, they retracted into the soil and moved from all directions of the soil. Up, down, left, and right, piercing out of the mud. It directly pierced Liu Zhong's body and then pierced another wall or above the ground. Liu Zhong stood on the spot, poked by these iron fences, his body was full of blood. He raised his head and looked at George in pain. George sneered, "This is one of my abilities. Dungeon attack. I can just control these iron fences to make them softer or harder, with barbs on thorns growing on them, or heat. I can make them into these states. At the same time, I can also control things in the air. Just like now." The iron fences inserted above Liu Zhong's body suddenly moved. There was a sound of cracking bones. Liu Zhong's left and right hands whirled around with a sound, and countless blood dripped, and the man's bones were almost broken. Nami looked at this man who raised herself above her head, and she was stunned for an instant. Liu Zhong. After hearing this, Liu Zhong nodded and then shouted. Nami was thrown behind Liu Zhong in an instant, and Nami fell to the ground, raising her head to look at Liu Zhong who was standing in front of her. Nami! It's not too late, you leave here first. I'll deal with this guy, Ye Chongming, you can't help me much here, hurry up. Liu Zhong said, his left hand stretched out and grabbed it. The iron fence above his body twitched fiercely. He directly pulled the iron fence out of his body. Nami was moved after seeing this scene, her eyes froze, and in the end, Nami nodded suddenly and turned around with tears in her eyes. Liu Zhong! You must follow me. Liu Zhong nodded silently just to block George. George said with a sneer and disdain, do you want heroes to save beauty? It's a pity that heroes save beauty should be done by the knight, not your despicable villain. Just like you who killed Lord Smog's guy. You shouldn't live in this world at all. Even if it is killed, there is also a suitor of Miss Dashki, who kills Lord Smog in the identity of killing the rival of love. George's eyes were full of sadness, standing still, a breath of awe-inspiring air went in all directions. Chapter 20, Second Ability. Prison Seeds. Liu Zhong's body was covered with scars, and he stood in place. George stretched out his hand coldly, and countless black substances appeared on his hands. This black substance formed a prison-like cage, and suddenly crushed the black substance directly, and countless rust fell toward the ground. Liu Zhong yelled, there was a rotating black substance on top of his fist. His body rushed in front of George and knocked forward with a punch. George raised his head coldly, watching Liu Zhong silently, and shaking his face with disdain. Shaking his head, prison. Launch. Boom. Liu Zhong's fist hit the iron railing directly, and at this moment, George was already standing in the prison he created. Liu Zhong was stunned. This was just an instant, this speed was too fast. George looked up, barb. Fuck. Numerous barbs pierced from the iron railing, and Liu Zhong's fist on the iron railing was unlucky, and it was directly pierced by the barbs and countless blood dripped. Liu Zhong kept stepping back, looking at the barbs on his hands, opened his mouth, spit out, and breathed out another hot breath. This guy was very difficult to entangle. The sound of creaking and creaking sounds like the sound made when a water pipe is bent, or the sound made when metal is under pressure. Liu Zhong was stunned, and then he was shocked to see that the barbs sticking to his flesh and deep into his flesh on his hand, unexpectedly grew countless iron substances like seeds blooming. Liu Zhong's right hand came to the front of his left hand in an instant, and he kept slapping the iron material on his left hand. It's useless. Unable to stop the growth of this thing, with a bang, Liu Zhong's left hand was instantly wrapped in the iron tuo, and Liu Zhong fell to the ground, confined by the weight of the iron tuo on his left hand. Liu Zhong looked shocked. The iron tuo stretched out towards the surroundings. This is to open the branches and leaves, and then grow that kind of iron cage. After Liu Zhong understood all this, he knew that the danger had already come to him, and if he didn't stop it, he might be completely cold. Liu Chong suddenly raised his head when he thought of this, and then, countless black matter instantly wrapped the man's whole body, straightened his waist, and the full force was transmitted to Liu Zhong's left arm with fierce force. Liu Zhong let out a loud cry and limped his left hand from the ground. After seeing this scene, George clapped his hands and nodded quietly and said, "Are you strong? My iron tuft weighs about 1,000 kilograms, so you can move it directly." "Yes, yes." Liu Zhong stood up straight coldly. At this moment, he knew that he was in danger, and he had to find a way to remove these iron substances on his arm. Otherwise, he would be killed by the George in front of him. George said coldly, "Don't struggle. My ability is to control an iron fence and let the iron fence grow at will. This ability is nothing but for people like me. I can't be rubbish. I'm a genius. With this kind of ability, but only geniuses don't have the ability to waste. In the course of day after day, year after year, I have actually cultivated some wood elements in this ability. I can transfer the iron railing that grows freely in my hand to others, so that other people's bodies can be planted by me. Iron seeds also grow iron railings, iron cages. After Liu Zhong heard this, he glanced at his arm. No wonder his arm would appear such a shocking scene. It turned out that this guy's ability was at fault. After the iron cage is completed, the gods won't be able to save you, George said with a cold face, but he stood in the iron cage he made and couldn't get out. Hey! Liu Zhong looked at the iron cage of the guy in front of him, then turned around and rushed to the distance. There was a look of astonishment on George's face and his mouth grew. This guy wanted to escape. Then the astonishment on the man's face disappeared. He put on a smirk and said with disdain, "You, I thought. If you run away, I can't find you." George said so and stretched out his hand forward, his hand full of black light. Liu Zhong ran forward at a speed of 10 minutes. Even with a weight of 1,000 pounds on his body, the man's speed was astonishingly fast, but in the next second, the man was stunned and his drooping left hand slowly floated into the air. "Get up, hey, what's going on?" This left hand floated towards the back, the man turned his head, and then his face was shocked. Sitting in the iron cage, George flew toward the front and rushed toward the landing. Liu Zhong watched this scene in shock. The iron cage slammed into the wall with a bang, and Liu Zhong was also pressed against the wall, his body was full of blood. George laughed, "As long as you escape the range, the iron cage will naturally generate magnetic force with the piece of iron just growing out of your hand. The two attract each other, and then you can automatically chase it over. That's it. This is the terrible part of my ability." Liu Zhong was trembling under the iron cage. "It's not over yet," George said solemnly, stomping his feet severely. "Iron cage. Sword thorn. Fug." Numerous barbs rushed out of the iron cage, and these barbs pierced Liu Zhong's body instantly. Liu Zhong let out a heart-piercing roar, trembling all over, with a look of horror on his face, and foaming at the mouth. "Ha ha 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 ha." George shook his head with disdain. "Liu Zhong, you are completely finished." George said so, just now. Dol-yul-yul-yul-yul. The phone worm rang, and George picked up the phone worm in his arms and put it in his ear. "Is everything resolved?" George said. "Everything is resolved. You led that woman into this forest. Well, you are really my good companion. All right, well, after everything is resolved, I will take you to this for a while. How about drinking in the bar? Okay? Ha 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 ha." George turned the phone worm off directly, took out his ears, and shook his head speechlessly. This guy is also true. He almost deafened me, but he is a reliable guy. Liu Zhong. You fight yourself. The girl saved by her life still hasn't gone away. After Liu Zhong heard this, he silently raised his head and was stunned. Nami was caught. It should have been caught by George's friend. George was stunned, then nodded and said, "Yes, I have to call Miss Dusky to inform." George took out the phone bug again. After a few words. "Yes, young lady, have caught Liu Zhong and I also caught Nami. The phone bug is over there." Dusky's voice came over clearly, "Get rid of that woman, our navy only needs that man." Liu Zhong was stunned for an instant, then his expression changed. Chapter 21, Difficult and Fierce. "Okay, you come with me." George looked like he was determined to win, coldly looking at Liu Zhong who was crushed underneath, as if he had eaten the man in front of him. After Liu Zhong heard these words, he just stretched out his hand and slowly stood up from the ground. George was stunned for an instant. You must know that Liu Zhong could stand up because he was crushed by a few thousand caddies of Iron Dragon. Asshole! I have found a way to defeat you, and you dare to move my people. Liu Zhong suddenly raised his head. Today I absolutely can't start and end well. Liu Da yelled. The iron cage that George was in was directly stunned by a powerful force, and hit the wall fiercely. The wall directly collapsed, and countless stones fell fiercely on the iron cage. Standing on the spot, Liu Zhong raised his head, stepped up and rushed forward. George's iron cage was pulled out of the countless rubble by forcible magnetic force. George raised his head coldly and looked at Liu Zhong in the distance. Liu Zhong, you have been shot by me in the iron prison. No matter how far you run, my iron cage will come in front of you. Then I squash you directly. Everything about you is in vain. I don't believe you can lift the iron cage at once. You can lift it twice. Can I accompany you? Accompany you 1,000 times and 10,000 times, until you use your best. Liu Zhong lifted his head, jumped suddenly, and only heard a bang. The man directly flew the soil above the tunnel in front of him instantly, ramming a big hole abruptly, and rushing out of the tunnel. Come out! Hehe, I don't need you to care about me. Naturally, I have a way to defeat you, and I kill you directly. Liu Zhong said, suddenly falling into the streets of this uninhabited town. George was stunned for an instant when he heard this, and then saw the iron dragon he was sliding on the ground, suddenly suspended in the air, and hit the ceiling of the dungeon with a bang. Liu Zhong rushed forward. The iron cage that George was in was sunk directly into the ceiling, and a look of horror appeared on the man's face. No! With a bang, the iron cage rushed into the ceiling in an instant. About 3 seconds later, the iron cage broke out of the ground. George, who was in the iron cage, turned white with his eyes and his body was trembling. Asshole! It really caused him a lot of damage just now, but these are not important. Liu Zhong, you will definitely die. In a few seconds, when the iron cage descends on your body, you will become a meatloaf. You have no room for maneuver at all. You are mortal. George's iron cage was suspended again and rushed forward. Liu Zhong kept sprinting, searching in this small town. Suddenly the man was stunned. Then he was overjoyed and rushed forward. On the next side, he only heard a bang, and Liu Zhong instantly fell flat on the ground. Liu Zhong's face was shocked. What is going on? George laughed at the back and said with disdain, I just increased my magnetism in a moment. Although my strength is not enough to permanently increase my magnetism, the increased magnetism in a moment can make if you become stronger, you can let the magnetic force pull you down in an instant. Liu Zhong looked shocked when he heard this, and saw the iron cage rush forward. If the iron cage fell on his body again, Liu Zhong knew that he would become a meatloaf 100%, thinking of the man here slowly standing up from the ground, and walking forward tremblingly. George laughed and rushed forward with a designated bang while controlling the iron cage. George instantly knocked Liu Zhong down. Liu Zhong spit out blood and rushed towards the yard, hitting the ground fiercely. Slowly stood up again. Die me! George rushed forward again and bumped into Liu Zhong's body again. Liu Zhong's eyes widened slightly, and he watched as he flew towards the sky, and walked directly across the house. The man stretched out his hand and stretched out his hand. Got the house, gritted his teeth. Asshole! Liu Zhong's expression was sad. With a plop, Liu Zhong fell directly into a certain yard. The man raised his head and saw the washing machine in the yard and the water pump next to the washing machine. What? Liu Zhong opened his eyes, then slowly stood up from the ground and walked forward, stretched out his hand, grabbed the green tube of the water pump next to the washing machine, and turned on the water pump. George broke through the wall, watching Liu Zhong looked at the water pipe in his hand, with a look of doubt on his face. Boy, what do you want? George said coolly. Holding the water pipe in Liu Zhong's hand, a stream of water suddenly shot out, spraying in all directions. George was stunned for an instant, his expression horrified. What does this guy want to do? Brush la la, brush la la, brush la la. George watched the currents around himself. Then it crackled, and bursts of lightning and thunder were transmitted to the surface of the water for 4 weeks with the current of the water falling on the ground here. This crackling sound is really surprising. There was a puzzled look on George's face. Liu Zhong smiled slightly and said, "Look at those wires behind you." After George heard this, he turned around and saw himself breaking through the wall. There were many sparkling wires extending out of the room. "Damn, where is this place?" "This is the town's power station," Liu Zhong said. In the world of One Piece, although all the facilities are relatively old, they have electric facilities. This is beyond doubt. However, Liu Zhong didn't expect that something like a water pump would actually exist in this world. This could be considered his luck. Liu Zhong said coldly, "Iron is conductive, George. What do you think the water will be like when sprayed on you?" Liu Zhong said this, suddenly raised his hand. Countless currents rushed towards George. George looked at the overwhelming currents in shock. George's mouth trembled. "Asshole! Damn, you think you can kill me so easily? Impossible! There is another way, I have another way." George raised his arm. Iron Prison Seed. Launch. Numerous iron rods stretched out from above Liu Zhong's body. Liu Zhong opened his mouth in pain, and those iron rods slammed into the ground. Liu Zhong was stunned for an instant, only to see those iron rods, some even poking in the water. Crackling, a blue electric current was conducted directly onto Liu Zhong's body along the water and along the iron rod. Liu Zhong let out a roar, trembling all over. His whole body was wrapped in thunder and lightning, and the light shone for 4 weeks. Chapter 22, Crucial. Spirit Fruit. There were bursts of clicking noises in Liu Zhong's abdomen, and countless iron pipes grew out of them. These iron pipes spread all around, and they slammed together. Liu Zhong's abdomen was penetrated by an iron pipe, and was covered by this iron pipe. The resulting cage made up of twisted iron pipes was trapped in place. Liu Zhong was full of blood, his face was full of pain, and the man smiled quietly. George was stunned and said, "You have reached the point of desperation. You can still laugh." Liu Zhong looked up. "Of course I can laugh. Because I won't die, the enemy will die, why don't I laugh?" After Liu Zhong said this, he pressed hard and fell forward. George was stunned for a moment and his scalp was numb. "You fellow!" The place where Liu Zhong fell forward turned out to be the surface of the water. With an angry look on George's face, he shouted, "What do you want to do?" "I want the thunder and lightning on the surface of the water to disperse all the iron objects you have on me, so that I can be freed, and you will be trapped in the surface of the water. I can use the surface of the water to surround you. At that time, you will be over." George's scalp was numb, and after an analysis of his enemies in front of him, he finally knew what kind of situation he had fallen into at the moment, so he took a few steps back, and a look of horror passed in his eyes. "I will never allow you to fall into the water." George's face showed a crazy look, "and I will use you to fall into the water and escape from here." Liu Zhong. Do you think you are the only one who thinks of this? You? Do you think you are the only one who is smart? The cage at George's feet floated little by little, and then rushed forward suddenly. Magnetic force, this is magnetic force. Liu Zhong showed an indifferent look on his face, raised his head and watched George charge towards him. He had come to the top of Liu Zhong, driving the iron cage on Liu Zhong's body for a while, and Liu Zhong fell towards the bottom. George crawled into the distance and rushed over. The distance between the two will be staggered. There was a crackling sound, and suddenly one arm suddenly grabbed George's iron cage. George was stunned for an instant and turned back. "You?" Liu Zhong smiled slightly. "This arm is exactly Liu Zhong's arm. An electric current is uploaded from the ground to the current, from the current to the iron cage, from the iron cage to the body of one person, and from the body of one person to the other iron cage." There were bursts of crackling electric shocks, and lights suddenly lit up, Liu Zhong kept laughing, his laughter was like a lunatic. George opened his mouth wide in surprise and let out a heart-piercing mad roar. In the end, he rolled his eyes and fell to the ground with a plop. Liu Zhong also fell to the ground fiercely, and finally stood up slowly from the ground. George, how does this feel? Liu Zhong looked at the iron cage above his body, slowly turning into countless flying ashes and dissipating. George was dead and could not die anymore. He turned his eyes white. If you take a closer look or feel his pulse, you can tell that he is dead now. Liu Zhong curled his lips in disdain, and turned around. Walking towards the distance, I must reach Nami as soon as possible, and I still have things to do, and I definitely can't stop here. Nami ran forward, looking at his back from time to time in this narrow tunnel, her heart beating non-stop. What's that? I just seemed to see a ghost. Nami said, her eyes widened, with a painful look on her face. Nami seems to have seen a ghost just now, her body is translucent, like a female ghost wearing a jacket with purple hair. Nami ran forward, and the more she ran forward, the more it felt wrong, the more she ran forward, the slower her pace. In the end, the woman stopped completely, stood quietly on the spot, suddenly stunned, and then turned her head back mechanically. I saw a figure behind him in the darkness, slowly walking forward. This figure is translucent, but no matter how translucent it is, even if there is only one breath left, Nami can know that this woman who is it. Nami's eyes were wet, she looked at the woman quietly, and knelt on the ground with a plop. Aunt Bermel. Nami was stunned, her eyes widened slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Bermel walked forward, with a gentle expression on his face, and nodded quietly. That's me. Nami wiped her nose, and she felt very painful, but it wasn't painful, it was sour, and her nose became sore. Child, how are you doing? Nami nodded silently. But you have been chased by those people. Nami shook her head, I was chased by those people, but I am working hard to survive. I feel that I am doing well. Auntie, you can rest assured. After Bermel heard this, his brow furrowed tightly, a look of helplessness appeared on his face, and he said, you are not doing well at all. You are not mature at all now, and you are thinking of such naive things. Did you know? You are offending the Navy. You are going to die. Nami was stunned, and the corners of her mouth trembled, and she suddenly felt her heart hurt, and the pain was so painful. Bermel, who is the soul in front of him? This person was the one who adopted Nami when she was a child. Nami called him Auntie. She was also a more famous proprietress in Nami's only hometown at the moment, but she died in her early years for protecting Nami. Nami has been thinking of Bermel. I didn't expect to see the soul of Aunt Bermel at this time today. Nami's eyes were complicated. But the woman didn't know. In the real world, numerous snails entangled Nami and wriggled on Nami's body. Nami was lying quietly on the ground, surrounded by countless snails, leaving only her eyes and nose outside. The woman opened her eyes as if she was crazy, she looked straight ahead like this, not knowing what she was looking at. There is no in the eyes. The woman fell into the illusion. And this illusion. In a dark corner, a man walked forward. This man was wearing a suit, a gentleman's hat on his head, and a monocle. He looked handsome, but there was a piece on his left face. Scar, this scar is in a spiral shape, covering his entire left face, making his left face very distorted. The appearance of the handsome man on his right is very different from that of the handsome man on his right. This is the second bounty hunter hired by the Navy, Taz, Soul Fruit, Taz. Chapter 23, Nami is controlled. Taz said, is it over? It's that simple. This mission is like giving away money for nothing. Taz had a ghostly expression on his face, and then walked forward, to the side of the woman he had set in place, and patted the woman on the shoulder. With a swish, a black sphere of energy hurled forward and hit its head. Taz turned his head and watched the sphere's energy grow up, his mouth was hit and flew far away with a bang, and he fell heavily on the ground. Liu Zhong walked forward slowly in the darkness. With a sudden wave of his hand, two black rays of light instantly tore the bodies of the snails wrapped around Nami's body. The moment those snails' bodies were torn apart, they were inside. Some sticky liquid dripped out. Very disgusting. Nami fell to the ground with a plop, her mouth trembled, and her head suddenly lifted. What's the matter? Where am I? Liu Zhong looked at Nami, and quickly walked forward to help the woman up and said, Nami, let's get out of here. Nami was stunned, with a puzzled expression on her face. Who is this guy? Why did he let me leave here? Where am I going? Didn't I just stay in my hometown? Liu Zhong said, hurry up, Nami. Hurry up. Nami suddenly pushed away the Liu Zhong in front of her. Liu Zhongping stepped back a few steps, looking at Nami with a look of surprise on his face. Taz slowly climbed from the ground. Liu Zhong was stunned. Nami, what's the matter with you? Nami stood up angrily and said, what's the matter with you? Taz chuckled when he saw this scene. Liu Zhong turned his head to look at Taz. Taz walked forward with a look of disdain and said, Liu Zhong, you should be the guy wanted by the Navy. Let you see my ability today. This is my ability. Spiritual fruit. Liu Zhong was stunned for a moment and his scalp numb. Taz said, create a dream to indulge in those who desire that dream. This dream is easy to unravel, but did you know? In this dream, it only takes a short time. That is in the dream. Those who perish among them will spend 60 years in a dream, yes, a relatively perfect life. The corner of Liu Zhong's mouth trembled. It turned out to be like this. No wonder Nami didn't recognize herself. It took 60 years in just 1 minute. Although it was a fabricated 60 years, what can Nami remember after 60 years? Taz said, Nami, the dream is the best in her life, the most gentle to him, the result. Her aunt did not die, she grew up, and did not deal with the group of pirates and navy. She was perfect after spending the first half of her life and the second half of her life. Nami was sitting in a rocking chair in her yard, as if she was still blowing a small breeze. Very comfortable life. After Liu Zhong heard this, the corners of his mouth trembled, then turned his head to look at Nami. Have you remembered all the seals on this woman? Why can't this woman remember who I am? We are friends of life and death. Liu Zhong turned around angrily. After hearing this, Taz shook his head coldly, no, it's just that this woman selectively forgot some things, and indulging in this dream, people's energy is limited. If you want to indulge in the most for a perfect life, you need to selectively forget some unpleasant things. Think about it. If Nami is among the snails, she has 60 years of memory out of thin air, and then she stays longer and is directly corroded by the snails without any pain. Die, and then it will last longer. Being with you, running around here and being chased by the Navy, living a precarious life every day. It's so much stronger. Isn't this kind of life the life everyone wants? Liu Zhong walked forward, grabbing Taz's collar and raising it directly, and said angrily, I don't care what a perfect life, Nami is like this. I want you to change him back. Otherwise I will kill you, you don't have any power now. I kill you easily. Taz looked at Liu Zhong coldly, and looked at the man in front of him more. Why was Taz trembling? This man has such a powerful force, he can indeed kill himself as he said. He kill me. If you kill me, Nami. Do you agree? Nami, you are in the illusory world. If you want to return to your original world, kill Liu Zhong. This guy. I can take you back to the original world. Nami was stunned and looked up. Liu Zhong, this name is so familiar, is it a memory created for me in this illusory world, bastard? Nami said, silently raising her head and touching her behind her back, but nothing did not touch it. My weapons are gone. Nami said. Taz said, then use what you learned in the dream world to save me first. Otherwise, I will really be killed by this man, and then you will not be able to return to the original one. The world is over. Nami listened to this, touched her face, and then suddenly raised her head and rushed forward. Liu Zhong turned his head and looked at the woman rushing towards him, waving his arms and saying, Nami, calm down. Nami suddenly raised her head, and finally grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and threw it towards the landing. Liu Zhong watched the mud thrown at him, but raised his hand to block it, and the mud touched his arm in the next second. Nami suddenly raised her head, opened her mouth, and said a word softly, which was not easily heard by ordinary people. It seemed to be a whisper, a word in a dream. I saw that Liu Zhong's arm touched the mud, and in an instant, countless smoke burst out of the mud, and the smoke instantly enveloped the man. Liu Zhong was stunned, his left hand was severely pulled, and Taz disappeared from his left hand. Nami, don't be fooled by that guy. Liu Zhong walked around angrily, and the next second he returned to the place. Asshole, what is this? Nami suddenly raised her head. At this moment, the woman rushed forward with Taz on her back. Weather curse. Using any of the 5 elements can be used to create a variety of weather and climate out of thin air. For example, now, it's all the smoke I created. Ghosts hit the wall. This is the ant after Arana, after experiencing a serious illness, disappeared for a while, and came back again. As a result, she learned the weather curse. Aunt Burmal gave us the curse. History has been changed, and everything has changed a little. Chapter 24, Street Battle. Take me back from this world. Nami raised her head and said. Taz stood up slowly, touched the blood on his face and then threw the blood in his hand to the ground. At the moment the two are in a small alley in the street. Nami said so solemnly to Taz. Taz just sneered. This is his ability. You think it's not very good, in fact. This ability is very powerful. Okay, Miss Nami. Taz said as he stretched out his hand. Just listen to a whistle. A black object rushed forward, and Taz backed away a few steps, and his arm was almost cut off by the black object. Taz. Don't think so. Liu Zhong jumped and got off the roof. Nami walked forward and stretched out her hands, still holding 2 rocks in her hands. Nami. Hurry up and remember something, everything you experience in that world is an illusion, and this world is your real world. Liu Zhong said. Na frowned and backed away. Liu Zhong pressed forward step by step. Nami couldn't retreat, stretched out her hands, and the 2 stones she held on her hands suddenly threw towards the front. Weather curse. Thunder. The 2 rocks instantly grew bigger in the air. Liu Zhong stretched out his hands, which were covered with black matter, and he struck forward with a bang. At this moment, above the sky, 2 thunders slashed away fiercely. Liu Zhong's fist collided with the 2 stones, and the 2 stones shattered in an instant, and at the same time, the thunder and lightning in the sky smashed on the 2 stones fiercely, causing countless fragments. Thunder and lightning fell on Liu Zhong's body. Liu Zhong's body trembled for a while, and he kept backing away from the electric shock, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Taz laughed loudly. Nami, what have you learned in your dreams? So tough. Nami raised her head, her eyes filled with coldness. Taz was stunned, and quickly covered his mouth, as if he had missed it. Hurry up and send me into that world. Nami said. Taz kept nodding and stood up slowly. Liu Zhong lay on the ground and waved his hand suddenly, and the wolf bone knife appeared in an instant, stabling forward. Taz turned around. Nami waved her hand suddenly, holding a handful of mud in her hand, and hurling it forward, a cloud of smoke enveloping the wolf bone knife. In the next second, the wolf bone knife, like a ghost hit the wall, rushed towards the back, towards his master Liu Zhong. Liu Zhong immediately stood up from the ground, leaped forward, avoided the wolf bone knife, landed smoothly and bent down. The wolf bone knife was instantly grabbed by the man. Nami! I want to save you. I want you to know that everything that happens in that world is fake. Liu Zhong said. Nami shook her head, but what you are facing is a special product of that world. Curse! You are fighting with it. Liu Zhong gritted his teeth and moved forward. He didn't care about it. Nami! Even if I fight, I want to wake you up. Liu Zhong charged forward. Nami yelled, suddenly raised her hand, and in the next second, thunder and lightning slammed Liu Zhong's body severely. Liu Zhong just walked forward a little numb. To the end. Liu Zhong was already standing in front of Nami, but his body was already scorched. Nami looked at the enemy in front of her unexpectedly and said, "Why don't you attack anymore? You are my friend, I am not attacking you." Liu Zhong said. Taz was stunned for the next second. Liu Zhong suddenly stretched out his fist, and a black substance rushed towards Nami who was in front of him. The moment he approached Nami, he turned a corner and hit the person hiding behind Nami. Taz spit out a mouthful of blood, and was instantly beaten out to lose consciousness. Liu Zhong stood there and raised his head to look at Nami. Nami's eyes were cold. For a long time. You actually killed someone who could send me away. Nami said. Liu Zhong was stunned for an instant, opened his mouth wide, and after a while, this was not a fruitful ability, not because he was bewitched, but to say that Nami was doing this voluntarily now. Nami yelled, bent down and picked up 2 stones again, and threw them forward. One of the 2 stones was crushed by the woman, and the other was intact. Liu Zhong watched the 2 stones rush towards him, clenched his fists, and must leave the attack range of the 2 stones at this moment, otherwise, he might face thunderstorms. Liu Zhong frowned, his legs slammed on the ground, and he wanted to leave directly. At this critical moment, a plume of smoke spread in all directions, and Liu Zhong was stunned for an instant and stayed in the smoke, his mouth wide open and he couldn't imagine. Nami. First, I was trapped by the smog like a ghost hitting a wall so that I couldn't move, and then used the thunder to hit me over and over again. Liu Zhong said. Nami nodded silently. You really are not the Nami I know. At least he won't think about something as smart as you. Liu Zhong said that suddenly raised his head, and a shock of thunder struck forward. Nami stood outside the smoke, took a few steps back, turned and walked forward. Taz lay on the ground. Nami looked at the man lying on the ground, and she wanted to reach out her hand in the next second. Liu Zhong was in the smoke, grabbed the wolf bone knife in his hand, and threw it forward. The wolf bone knife wrapped in black material rushed forward. The next second he was teleported. Liu Zhong's arm, the black material on the top was suddenly tightened, and Liu Zhong rushed forward with Liu Zhong. The man threw the wolf bone knife forward again the next second after the wolf bone knife was teleported. Nami, the principle of your ghost attacking the wall is very simple, but it is to set up an enchantment at an accurate location, and then instantly teleport the person to the original location. But you don't know if your teleportation is right if you go to my teleportation. It should be your weaker party losing. Liu Zhong suddenly threw the wolf bone knife forward again. The wolf bone knife disappeared in the same place instantly, it was not transmitted to Liu Zhong's back. Instead, it was teleported out of the barrier. Liu Zhong used his teleportation ability to teleport the wolf bone knife beyond the barrier. Liu Zhong's body returned to the enchantment. At that central position, the man suddenly grabbed the black substance in his hand, and Liu Zhong directly soared. Instantly rushed out of the fog. Nami. The battle between us is not over yet. Are you still awake? Chapter 25, Ghost. Nami has long since escaped from being seen. Liu Zhong stood there with a puzzled expression on his face. What should he do? Nami is like this now, if I insist on letting him remember everything just now, I must use some extreme tricks. But if I use extreme tricks, I might even hurt Nami. Liu Zhong kept scratching his head, looking worried. At this moment, Liu Zhong's eyes suddenly brightened, with a firm look on his face, and said, I have a plan, Nami, just let you attack Taz yourself. Then you can do it without hurting yourself. Kill Taz. Liu Zhong's thoughts are clear, but how can Nami take the initiative to attack Taz? System. Liu Zhong said, I want an ability that can control people's hearts. After the system heard this, the ethereal voice slowly responded, the enchanting mushroom in the Plants vs. Zombies worldview meets all your requirements above. After Liu Zhong heard this, his eyes suddenly brightened. He has played a lot of games in that world. This famous independent game, Plants vs. Zombies, he has also played, and this enchanting mushroom is one of a group of mushrooms that appeared in the night level of Plants vs. Zombies. The rule of this game is that a group of zombies march from the right to the left, and there will be countless plants in front of them. These plants will block the zombies. If the zombies are close to the plants, they will eat the plants. Other plants can attack the zombies. Are all defensive effects, and the meaning of the charm mushroom is to let the zombies eat it, and then turn around to chew other zombies. Liu Zhong said, how can I get this charm mushroom? The system made a tinkling sound. In the next second, Liu Zhong instantly disappeared in place, appearing in the forest he was familiar with. Is it another copy? Temporarily hold the Buddha's feet. Liu Zhong showed a helpless look on his face, shook his head, but there was no way. It must be so. Liu Zhong lifted his head and walked into the darkness ahead. Charm mushrooms are very, very useful things that must be obtained. Liu Zhong exhaled a deep breath, he had firmly grasped the sharp blade in his hand. There was a rustle of voices. This is the sound from the grass, there is something in the grass. In the next second, a few faintly blue-haired wolves came out of the grass, and they were old opponents again. But these wolves have different auras on their bodies. Liu Zhong frowned and looked at the wolves in front of him. In the next second, countless words appeared on these wolves floating in the sky. Ghost Domain U, a very rare wolf that can use the power of the mysterious nether, the level is Leave 4. Liu Zhong's eyes enlarged instantly, blood shot in his eyes, and he took a breath. My current level is probably Leave 2, and the level of these wolves in front of me is 2 levels higher than myself. You must know that the original Dragon King sleeping in the lake is only 1 level higher than himself. These wolves can reach such a high level. Look at the appearance of these wolves and the aura emanating from their bodies. Liu Zhong wiped a cold sweat. These wolves can also be called ugly throughout their lives. They are indeed ordinary, but they have a very powerful aura. Liu Zhong suddenly rushed forward. Facing these wolfmen, he first grasped the sharp blade in his hand, and first probed to see what kind of ability and strength these wolves have. The knife in Liu Zhong's hand was raised high and then fell fiercely, hitting the ground with a rumbling sound, and a pothole appeared in the ground in front of him, and countless gunpowder smoke spread out from the pothole, and Liu Zhong tightened. Grabbing the sword in his hand and looking at the pothole in front of him, the wolves disappeared. How did the wolves that were still here disappear? Liu Zhong was stunned and looked around, puzzled. What was going on? The man's scalp was numb and became suspicious. He got up and looked around. In the next second, a very bad premonition enveloped the man. This bad premonition turned into a cold breath on the man's body. Got into the man's limbs, and made your man feel his body numb. This is a dangerous breath. Liu Zhong showed a look of horror on his face, raising the knife in his hand and hitting it towards the back for the next second. Liu Zhong saw a wolf rushing towards him, opening his mouth and exposing his fangs. The knife in his hand greeted the wolf's head directly, breaking the wolf's head directly, and countless blood dripped on the wolf's face, but the wolf's face was exposed. An extremely disgusting look. Liu Zhong didn't see any timidity or fear in this wolf's eyes, as if the wolf felt that he had not failed in this attack. Liu Zhong was stunned, looking at the figure of the wolf in front of him. The next second, the sharp claws caught Liu Zhong's back fiercely, and the man opened his eyes wide, and groaned in pain. Wait a while, is there another wolf on his back? Liu Zhong didn't believe that those wolves could bypass his keen nerves silently, and then suddenly appeared behind him and attacked him. Liu Zhong turned around without believing in evil. I saw that a surprising scene appeared in front of the man. In a black space-time vortex, the wolf's arm stretched out forward, and there were countless blood on the claws of the wolf's arm. Liu Zhong could be sure that the blood was taken out of him. After a while, Liu Zhong looked back at the wolf lying directly on the ground. Liu Zhong saw that the wolf's right arm had disappeared out of thin air, but the wolf's right arm had disappeared. It was confirmed that there was no flesh and bones, but a black appearance. Liu Zhong understood that this wolf's ability should be to control time and space. When Liu Zhong pitted with the wolf in front of him, although he attacked the wolf's attack also hit him. It didn't need to aim at itself, but just waved its claws forward. His own claws can instantly teleport to Liu Zhong's flaw, and then directly grab Liu Zhong's flaw and strike. Liu Zhong's scalp was numb, and behind him was indeed his biggest weakness. At this moment, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he was already seriously injured. If he was caught by this wolf again, he might die. Although dying in this space is not enough to cause any harm to himself, Liu Zhong feels that death is not a good thing. This system has not told himself the death penalty in this space, in case the death penalty implemented directly at the moment you die. What should I do? Even if there is no death penalty, Liu Zhong doesn't want to die easily. Chapter 26, Battle of the Colosseum. Liu Zhong waved his hand abruptly, and a powerful dark aura instantly erupted from his body. This dark aura completely enveloped Liu Zhong's body. He wanted to go forward and lift his paws to shoot the basket. He swept forward, and Liu Zhong disappeared in an instant. In the same place, the claw swept the dark breath, tearing the dark breath into a hole, but it was useless. The wolves wailed. Looking towards 4 weeks, their noses shook. Obviously, they could judge the smell of blood on Liu Zhong's body. They could directly find Liu Zhong's location in this vast forest. They looked like the old hunter, who is familiar with this forest, walked at a decent pace and walked into the forest without rush. Liu Zhong was in the forest, with his back leaning against the big tree. The tree was rubbed by Liu Zhong. The bark was full of blood. Countless blood dripped on the ground. Liu Zhong frowned when he heard the footsteps of the wolves. A sense of urgency came out spontaneously. These wolves will find their exact position in a short time. Their noses are too sensitive. Liu Zhong stood up from the ground and had to find a place to fight the pack of wolves head-on within this limited time. In the forest, the advantage of this pack of wolves was too great. Liu Zhong exhaled a foul breath, stretched out his hand, and in the palm of his hand, there was a dark whirling airflow that kept whirling. Liu Zhong put this whirling airflow on his wound, and there was a sound of torn flesh and blood. Then, the whirling air current was instantly hidden on Liu Zhong's body wound, hidden in the flesh and blood, hidden in every drop of blood. Liu Zhong rushed forward madly, took a step forward, stepping on the ground, and the blood would burst out of the wound unavoidably. Walking away in all directions, the scenery is very spectacular, and it makes Liu Zhong, who is running at this moment, look very miserable. If it has been like this, it is very likely that he will run and die because of excessive blood loss. But things did not develop in the direction of imagination. After Liu Zhong ran for a few steps, he saw less and less blood spurting out of the man's back. In the end, there was almost no blood, leaving a long trace on the ground. These traces are covered with blood. This is the trace left by Liu Zhong's loss of blood, but this trace is not completely similar to the trace left by Liu Zhong's loss of blood, which is more like a decoy. Liu Zhong stumbled forward, he went up a hillside, and when he looked down on the hillside, he could see the whole picture of the hillside. It turned out that the hillside is huge, and the middle is empty, just like a crater. More like the Colosseum in ancient Rome. Liu Zhong's eyes suddenly brightened, and he was fighting the pack of wolves in such a wide area. This way, his chances of winning would be greater. Just do as he thinks, Liu Zhong walked forward, leaped forward, and rushed into the crater. Liu Zhong stood in a corner of the crater somewhere, staring at everything outside the crater indifferently. After a long pause, Liu Zhong put his ears on the stone wall of the crater hillside, and put it on the stone wall, and started listen. There was a burst of footsteps, the sound of which was very slight, but Liu Zhong still caught it. Liu Zhong's face was as usual, and he numbly shook his head, and the hunt began. Liu Zhong stood up straight and looked at the front coldly. As expected, the silhouettes of several wolves jumped out of the valley from the top of the hillside. Several wolves were nestled together, and several wolves turned back and went back. Look, there are a few wolves looking around for 4 weeks, looking around, looking for favorable terrain, but they found that there is no favorable terrain. This place is empty. The faces of several wolves showed hideous looks, they did not panic, even if they were empty, their chances were great. They turned around and looked at their opponent Liu Zhong coldly. Liu Zhong walked forward as usual, looked at the wolves calmly and said, "You guys. Very weak." The pack of wolves opened their mouths and made a wailing sound, which came out of their throats, which looked creepy. "Come on." Standing in place, Liu Zhong didn't take the initiative to attack, just let out the aura from his body, holding the sharp wolf-bone knife in his hand, the gas stored on it gushed out. Outpoured in the nose of the pack of wolves. These wolves are carnivores. Think about it. If the wolves smell the fish, they are fine. Think calmly. Some wolves can think calmly, but they can't, because they are not those born with unusual talents. Wolves are just wolves after all, they are not intelligent creatures at all. They raised their heads, their chests were tall, they yelled, they were like hunters who found their prey. They suddenly rushed forward, extremely fast, and a look of disdain was drawn in the eyes of this group of wolves. Instead, Liu Zhong calmly looked at these guys in front of him, raised the wolf-bone knife in his hand, and suddenly greeted him forward. Cut off the necks of 2 wolves with a stab. The man's strength was actually very, very powerful. These old singles fought with themselves, it was all to die, but they couldn't stand the crowd, they suddenly raised their hands and stretched out their paws. After swiping towards the front for the next second, their arms disappeared in an instant, and a series of dimensional cracks suddenly opened. All around Liu Zhong's claws came out of the dimensional cracks, and their claws were extremely sharp and waved forward. Liu Zhong looked coldly at the claws that emerged from the dimensional cracks, his scalp numb, but then he showed a smile. "I'm a hunter, and you are the prey." Liu Zhong stretched out his hand as he said this. The next second, countless black liquids appeared in the noses of the wolves. These black liquids, the next second suddenly lifted up like tentacles, kept squirming, blindfolded the eyes of the pack of wolves, and directly reached into the mouths and ears of the pack of wolves. The pack of wolves fell on the ground with a bang. They were too late to pull their claws out of the dimensional crack. They had a limited time to control the dimensional crack, so when the time was over, the dimensional crack closed instantly and the claws fell on the ground with a snap. The group of wolves let out a scream, and their left leg was instantly cut by the dimensional crack. Liu Zhong looked for the right time and watched the wolves suddenly raise the knife in his hand and be headed to the front. Just hearing a scream, the necks of the pack of wolves were cut off in an instant, and the necks of countless wolves were also cut off. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving this wave of attacks and gaining the ability in the plane of Plants vs Zombies Charm Mushroom. Upgrade to level Leave 4. I will put this story to an end quickly, and then the following is a very long and big scene. It is not guaranteed to be wonderful, but it can be guaranteed to be more careful than writing this story. Hope you like it. Chapter 27, Smelly Woman. Taz stood in the Colosseum, looking at Nami in front of him. As long as you kill Liu Zhong, I can let you leave this world and play in your original world. I can do what I say. Taz said without fear. Nami narrowed her eyes and stared at Taz, a weird man in a suit, then bit her teeth to her upper lip reluctantly, sighed and said, I always think you treat me as a knife. I want to kill someone with a knife, but I can't tell whether you know it intentionally or not. But I want to achieve my goal. So I have to listen to you. Taz smiled and nodded, be obedient. Liu Zhong. You guy, have you ever been killed by your own friends? Probably not, let you try it today. Taz's face became gloomy as a butcher with a butcher knife. The sound of footsteps came from outside the Colosseum. Taz heard the slight footsteps and looked at where the footsteps came from. Liu Zhong. Coming. Liu Zhong stood there. Liu Zhong. Right, just right, I arranged a great gift for you. Nami. Go. Taz looked at Nami and pushed Nami with his hand. Nami was pushed forward and staggered a few steps, then turned her head and glanced at Taz coldly. Taz retracted his hand in embarrassment, and exposed his feelings by accident. After Nami stood firmly, she looked at Liu Zhong indifferently, and exhaled a sullen breath. Liu Zhong, right, although I don't know who you are, but I have a reason for me to go back. So. Please die. Nami rushed forward, seeming to be holding something in her hand, suddenly opened her hand to the front, and the powder in her hand rushed forward. Nami took out another thing that looked like a radar and a mine from her arms, and the woman pressed it to the ground. Liu Zhong stared at Nami for a while. The wind moves. Hoo-hoo, a strange wind blew over the land. These strange whines came from the one that Nami pressed on the ground, which looked like a radar, and was like a mine. It turned out to be a small fan. Liu Zhong stretched out his hand and stretched his hand forward, blocking the powdered medicine from going forward, so that the powdered medicine sticks to the man's body. Small packets grew out of thin air on Liu Zhong's skin. These packets were like blisters that everyone would grow when they were young. Liu Zhong was stunned. This is the power of the powder. The powder should be poisonous. Yes, it made my skin react. Nami touched her back and took out a blue stick. The blue stick shot out a few meters and became longer. The woman lifted the blue stick and whipped forward. Happiness. Liu Zhong raised his hand, silently bearing the beating of the blue stick on him, and walked forward step by step. This guy's strength is simply not something I can contend, Taz. He is playing tricks on me. Nami was stunned and turned around. Liu Zhong walked forward indifferently. After seeing this scene, Taz took a deep breath and said, Nami. You use your ability to attack yourself, and Liu Zhong will reveal your flaws. As long as Liu Zhong reveals your flaws, you will attack him. Listen to me. Nami cheered wildly, and finally turned around. What is Taz kidding about? How could she do this, and what if she doesn't? The enemy has come, in front of him. I saw Liu Zhong who was covered with blisters and now with blood and wounds. The blisters on Liu Zhong's body just now burst apart after a round of beatings from the sticks in Nami's hand. Apparently some special powder was applied to those sticks, and it would be strange if they touched the powder that caused Liu Zhong's blisters effect. Liu Zhong frowned. This feeling was really painful, and it made his head dizzy, but just this attack had already been absorbed by his dark fruits, so Liu Zhong was not too afraid these ones. Liu Zhong said this, and suddenly stretched out his hand. He didn't know what object he was holding in his hand and sent it forward, pressing directly on Nami's mouth. Nami's eyes widened and her mouth was stuffed. What is this stuff? Taz yelled angrily, why don't the stupid guy attack him? You can kill Liu Zhong as long as you attack yourself. Hey! Nami was stunned in place, seeming to be attacked by Liu Zhong. Taz watched Nami bow her head, her angry hands were shaking, and her forehead was covered with cold sweat. "Fool! What a fool!" Taz said. At this time, Nami suddenly raised her head, raised the stick in her hand and rushed forward extremely fast, and the stick slapped Taz on the face. Taz was stunned. What's the matter? Could it be that his ability has failed? It is impossible, it is absolutely impossible to fail, but what is Nami's reaction at this moment? Liu Zhong looked at Taz, and was hit by Nami on the face. She just smiled coldly and shook her head indifferently. Is it really good to play with other people's feelings? Taz. This time it also makes you feel the feeling of being betrayed by your own abilities. This feeling is the most uncomfortable. Liu Zhong said this. The stick in Nami's hand was swung more than once, and it hit Taz's face severely. Taz was beaten with a bruised nose and swollen face and blood on his forehead. Then he fell to the ground with a thump. Don't hit, don't hit. Liu Zhong let go forward in silence. Taz raised his hands on the ground to cover his face, and tremblingly said, "Master, stop hitting." Liu nodded in focus, raised his leg, and kicked forward fiercely, only to hear a bang. There was a muffled sound, and Taz flew into the sky in response, like a bird. I flew. I flew. Taz roared and disappeared completely into the sky. Liu Zhong watched Taz flying away indifferently, raised his brows calmly and turned around. Nami, you are back to normal now. Nami lowered her head at the moment, as if a machine hadn't been activated. Ah, what's going on? Liu Zhong was stunned, grabbing Nami's shoulder in a panic, and shaking constantly. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? The corner of Liu Zhong's mouth was trembling. He couldn't believe it, watching Nami just stand still and didn't speak. Liu Zhong was anxious, mad. What's wrong with you? Liu Zhong looked at Nami in front of her and said in a panic. You. Liu Zhong rubbed his eyes anxiously, at this moment. Ha 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 ha. Liu Zhong. So you can cry too? Nami said. Liu Zhong was stunned, then looked at Nami, and hugged the woman directly. Smelly woman. Chapter 28, Great Sword over 40 meters long. This boat is sailing on the sea. The blue sea and white waves slap on the boat from time to time. Liu Zhong and Nami are on the bed. Oh no, they are dangling on the boat. Liu Zhong looked forward with a serious face, as if he was facing an enemy. In front, several pirate boats were above the sea. Daisuke was sitting on a wheelchair and was pushed by a navy to the guardrail on the deck. Daisuke put her hands on the guardrail and looked into the distance. Liu Zhong, you can't escape. After seeing this scene on the boat, Liu Zhong touched his nose and raised his head. It's a shame that I didn't kill you directly last time. Let you find a chance to die again this time. Nami put her hands on the mast with a little fear, and she shook tightly on the mast. Didn't you say that our enemies don't have many? Liu Zhong was full of cold sweat on his forehead when he heard this, then smiled and pointed at the 6 naval warships in front of him, and said calmly, not many, right? It's not too much. Are you trying to provoke the two Moling? Nami spit out a mouthful of old blood, her face pale. Liu Zhong smiled calmly, walked forward, stood on the bow, looked into the distance and said, Nami, everything is within my control. Daisuke slapped the fence beside the deck on the battleship and said, open the 6 cannons for me. Hearing this, a navy nodded silently, and then walked to the side. Bang 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 bang. A loud noise rang above the azure sea where the waves came one after another. The black sphere with the white tail gas drew a long line in the air, and then fell on the water surface. The blue waves will be the white waves. Dumped towards the sky. Countless waves appeared on the sea like mushrooms, and the boats that Liu Zhong and Nami were in were bumping and bumping one after another. What about now? Sorry, we are not in control now, we are bad. On the deck of the Navy ship, Daisuke looked into the distance. The sea was still the same, and the sea was no one. She was stunned for several seconds, and then a smile of relief appeared on her face. This beauty on Daisuke's face did not last long. A wave of waves hit the iron plate on the side of the tin boat, making a crackling sound, and there was a turbulence. Daisuke also swayed from the left and right, unable to stand on his heels, and turned towards look around. Crashing, the sound of the tide, surrounded in all directions, a spray of water rushed from the sea to the sky, and in the crystal droplets of white brilliance, Daisuke saw two figures following the spray from the sky. Rushing away, one of them was slightly taller. Liu Zhong and Nami broke out of the water. Liu Zhong's body was covered with a layer of black material. Liu Zhong's head was covered with sweat, and his scalp numb. He raised his head and said, "I almost died in the water just now." Nami hugged Liu Zhong tightly after hearing this. "Didn't you say you can swim? I thought you could swim and take me out of the water." "Almost died," Liu Zhong said silently. After Nami heard this, she said with her teeth and claws, "I can know that the water is so turbulent." With cold sweat on Liu Zhong's forehead, he shook his head and said, "Sure enough, women are unreliable. Okay, hurry up." "Good good." Liu Zhong's legs were entangled by a black air current, and the man clicked on the water, usually on his toe, and the turbulent water rushed forward. Above the endless stream of water, Liu Zhong could at least step on the water to move forward. Liu Zhong remembered the last battle between him and Yinjian. Liu Zhong wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I don't know where Yinjian went after the last battle. I defeated him. The first such a powerful enemy." At this moment, only a sound of brushing was heard, and a stream of air rushed forward. Liu Zhong was stunned, raised his head unconsciously, and looked forward. He saw an invisible air current rushing towards him, until the invisible air current seemed ruthless, but in fact, when it kept moving in the air has been moved, and ordinary people can't see it, but Liu Zhong can see it. Liu Zhong felt cold in his heart. This invisible air current had reduced his sense of existence to a minimum, just wanted to assassinate me and kill me behind his back? When Liu Zhong thought this way, we still raised our fists, and slammed a fist forward. The fist collided with the invisible air current. With a bang, the whole rough sea was turbulent again, with countless splashes of water. Between. A man with a giant sword in his hand rushed forward. This man was holding a giant sword. His body first rushed out of the waves rushing to the sky. The giant sword behind followed his body and rushed forward. However, the figure had rushed forward for about 20 meters, and the giant sword he was carrying was still missing, revealing his head. Liu Zhong was stunned, with a look of doubt on his face. This person is an eagle eye. He was still talking about him just now, but now suddenly he came in front of him. It was really the enemy Luzai. Liu Zonghai let out a sigh of relief, and looked at the eagle eye in front of him as if he was facing an enemy. It seemed that this guy was saved by the navy. Liu Zhong smiled slightly. "After that fiasco, you still dared to come to me. I admire your courage." After Liu Zhong said this, he stretched out his hand, raised his head suddenly, and greeted him with a fist. A black circular shock wave was hit in front of Hawkeye like a tennis ball. Hawkeye stretched out his hand, grabbed the shock wave suddenly, squeezed it hard, and directly crushed the shock wave. "You still haven't learned the original lesson," Liu Zhong said. Hawkeye stood on the spot, it stopped, touched and raised its head, looking at his arm, the countless black matter covering his arm once, he lost that way, in a short time, the power in his body will be swallowed up by the black matter. "But this time I understand how to defeat you. The only way to defeat you is not to break your black substance's absorption of my body's power, but the moment the black substance absorbs my body's power, it treats you launch an attack and kill you first before you completely kill me." Hawkeye said this, with sharp eyes and a loud shout, the big sword in his hand suddenly slashed forward. This sword was too long, and it stood up like a bamboo pole, and suddenly slashed towards Liu Zhong. Liu Zhong was stunned. Fuck, what does this eagle eye want to do? This thing, a giant sword more than 40 meters long. Chapter 29, Charm Again. This eagle eye is pressing against Liu Zhong step by step. The knife in his hand suddenly fell downward. Liu Zhong jumped directly to the sky, the sword fell down, splashing countless water splashes, and there was some sharp sword energy in those water splashes. Brushing and brushing, these sword auras splashed on Liu Zhong's body. There were wounds on Liu Zhong's body. Countless blood dripped. Liu Zhong frowned. You guy wants to use long-range combat. Then kill me. Actually, it's not very far. I think no matter how common the gun is, it's farther than my giant sword. But my giant sword is far cheaper than your weapon. Not only that, but I can also control it flexibly. This giant sword allowed him to swing countless times in a short period of time. There was cold sweat on Liu Zhong's forehead. If an ordinary person wanted to attack himself with this giant sword, then Liu Zhong would definitely say something idiotic to that ordinary person. But the person facing him was Hawkeye, one of the 7 Wahasis. He had a power that was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than ordinary people, and of course he could control this giant sword as it should. Okay. Liu Zhong sighed, and then a little bit of his toes landed on Yinjian's sword. Hawkeye roared, and the sword turned over in an instant. Liu Zhong was shot directly out of the way, and then fell down again. The sword was changed to point the blade at himself, and Liu Zhong would definitely be caught when he fell. Split into 2 sections, he doesn't have to go down. Because of Hawkeye, with a sudden force, the sword in his hand slashed towards the top. Liu Zhong's scalp numb for a while. This eagle eye made this sword find him. At the moment of crisis. Liu Zhong thought this way and smiled slightly, but it wasn't a crisis. After Liu Zhong said this, the man suddenly stretched out his hand to the front and grabbed the blade of the giant sword. In the next second, countless blood appeared on his hand, and the blood flowed from it. The black matter that came out, these black matter instantly wrapped the giant sword. The black substance rushed toward the eagle eye along the giant sword. After seeing this scene, Hawkeye was full of cold sweat on his forehead, a little above the hilt of the giant sword. The next second the front end of the giant sword fell off instantly, and the black substance in the front end of the giant sword fell into it. In the deep sea, disappear without a trace. Damn, I didn't expect it. Hawkeye actually prepared this. After hearing this, Hawkeye exhaled a sigh of relief. I still have a lot of things to show you. I hope that before I show everything, you will never die for so many years. You are the first unknown person who can beat me. I'm starting to get excited. As Hawkeye said this, his eyes were full of fighting spirit, and his sword-holding hands were trembling. Liu Zhong saw the eagle eye in front of him like this, his eyes became sharp, and he got up and exhaled a foul breath. I hope so. Nami and Liu Zhong were dragged in suspension by the black matter on the sea. Hawkeye was staring coldly ahead on the surface of the water. And on the ship. Daisuke and the Navy watched this scene. Hawkeye, hurry up and end the battle, or I will intervene. Dashiki said. After hearing this, Hawkeye turned his head, glanced sharply at Daisuke in front of him, and said coldly, this is a battle between the strong and the strong, don't interrupt. Daisuke was stunned. Upon hearing Hawkeye's loud words, the woman sat on the wheelchair and frowned. But the next second the woman turned her head back, and an incomparable sense of humiliation instantly rose to her heart. This eagle eye dared to scold herself like this in front of his men. Daisuke felt a wave of nameless anger, even the woman didn't know it. How did this nameless anger come about? If a woman in the past sees the current Daisuke, she will definitely be shocked, and she will say that this guy is definitely not herself. She will never show such an expression, but everything changes over time. Everything has changed. Hawkeye screamed unconsciously this time, making Dasiki angry, and an unexpected crisis was brewing. Liu Zhong, my hand twitched nervously. The man looked like his left hand, and there were scars on the man's left hand with filthy things. Yinjian's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Liu Zhong, this thing is my gift to you. After Liu Zhong heard this, his brows frowned. Could it be that the shadow in front of poison had put some poison on the giant sword it used? But in fact, Liu Zhong guessed wrong. Hawkeye wouldn't do such a thing no matter how furious it was. He was a hero, but he was not a shameless person, referring to Kaido. Hawkeye exhaled a deep breath. This is the rust on the sword I use. Rust? Tetanus. Liu Zhong frowned, asking whether this world could cure tetanus, and if this disease could not be cured, wouldn't he be terminally ill? This represents a last fight. If you lose, the Navy will not cure you of this disease. They would rather let you die in this prison. If you win, then treat this disease. Isn't it? There is a feeling of breaking the boat and fighting back. Hawkeye said fiercely. There was a cold sweat on Liu Zhong's forehead, and fever. Hawkeye was really a pain in idleness. Gods fought back. It's not naive, okay, anyway, he still has to start a battle with Hawkeye, and at this time. That's enough. Liu Zhong looked at the sky and thought about how much time had passed. It was about 5 minutes and it was done. Hawkeye was stunned and watched the expression of the man in front of him change from being cold as an enemy to calm and relaxed. Hawkeye was really puzzled. Liu Zhong pointed at Eagle Eye's arm for a second, and Eagle Eye looked directly at his arm, and the black material that directly rushed through his arm suddenly entangled Eagle Eye. Just when we were talking, you took the initiative to stop the progress of the black matter on my body. Hawkeye said, with cold sweat on his forehead. Liu nodded in focus. After all, the commentary stops. You are right. But I didn't expect you to be so shameless. There was a trace of black matter on the giant sword just now. Now the new black matter has followed the giant arrow and came to my arm. What is this thing? What is your conspiracy? After Liu Zhong heard this, he smiled faintly and took out an item from his arms. Under the sun, everyone saw that item, a mushroom with colorful skin. Chapter 30, Fulhu Awakening. After Hawkeye heard this, his eyes suddenly became hazy. He knew that something was wrong. He saw a tremor at the corner of Hawkeye's mouth and a tremor from his throat. Then he suddenly raised his head and his whole body moved back. Go up and turn around the big sword in his hand. He was instantly lifted by the man and beheaded to the front. Dasiki couldn't believe that the eagle eye in front of him would be like this. I saw the giant arrow more than 40 meters long slashing towards his fleet. With a bang, the front end of the giant sword touched. Dasiki rumbled above the deck of the ship where it was. A burst of explosions suddenly rose above the deck, and Dasiki was instantly concealed by the explosion, and the group behind him, the Navy who took care of him, watched this scene in surprise and stretched out their hands. Calling this woman's name, there is not much room for the situation to turn around. Dasiki disappeared in this explosion. Hurry up and notify the headquarters, quickly inform the headquarters, Chihuahua has rebelled. Hawkeye my hawk attacked our team. Killed Master Dusky. A group of navies was in a hurry. Liu Zhong and Nami rushed out of the water and rushed towards the distance. I guess that Eagle Eye may be sent to the legendary prison by the Navy after this time. Nami wiped the cold sweat on her forehead with a little speechlessly, and glanced at Liu Zhong and said directly. After Liu Zhong heard this, he just smiled quietly and said calmly, it's not possible, but he will definitely be sent to the prison. It is estimated that this guy will be honest for a while when he is sent to the prison, at least he won't be recruited. People, someone as good as me. Nami stretched out her hand and slapped the head of the man in front of her fiercely. Don't be overwhelmed, alas, you almost died in that sea area just now. Oh, it hurts. Liu Zhong closed his eyes speechlessly, almost fell into the water, raised his head and looked at Nami and said, "Can you be gentle with me?" Nami looked at the expression on the face of the man in front of her, snorted, curled her small mouth and said, "Hee hee, what about that? I am such a person, if you can't accept it, why did you confess to me in the first place?" A surprised expression suddenly appeared on Liu Zhong's face, and he said in shock, "Nami, you..." Nami sneered and stretched out her hand, grabbing the face of the person in front of her, "Hurry up, you are not an engine, your physical strength is also limited, if you intervene with me like this and do not go forward. The two of us are going to die in this sea area." Liu Zhong nodded quickly like a cow in excitement, and then rushed forward. "Ah, you are too fast. Ha 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 ha, sorry, I'm so excited." Liu Zhong didn't know the sea area he was in, and the forward also had a sea area in this sea area. The thunder and the waves are raging, and there is a small island in the middle of the boundless sea, and there is a hill on Xiaozhaoji. There is a solitary grave on the hill, and there is a tombstone with 4 characters written on it. The tomb of the Thulhu. That's right, this place is where the world's strongest creatures are sealed. The seal of this place is a little loose at this moment. That's why there was lightning and thunder in this place, and dark clouds. Located in a remote location, ordinary fishing boats with thick fog covering the sea can't move forward at all, so naturally they can't find it, and this small island can't see the tombstone of the evil on this small island. So no one has come here for about 3,000 or 4,000 years. Maybe this small island is the source of this world. But today there are lightning and thunder, and dark clouds are everywhere. Some big people seem to have observed the traces of this small island through the lightning and thunder, the undercurrent is raging. A battle for this mysterious power has inevitably begun. Liu Zhong and Nami were sprinting at sea. They didn't know that they were approaching this small island bit by bit unknowingly. They would also be involved in this battle, and this battle is for Liu Zhong. It has a major impact, even affecting men for a lifetime. The gears of fate are starting to loosen. Big waves scouring the sea. With Nami wow, Liu Zhong hugged the woman and fell directly into the water. The two of them struggled in the water. A wave suddenly stirred up countless currents and slapped them forward. Liu Chong slammed on the beach with a fierce bang, and slowly stood up with a trembling body, quickly walked forward and came to Nami's side and helped the woman up. "Are you all right?" Liu Zhong showed anxious expression on his face, and quickly laid the woman flat on the beach, pressing his hands on his chest. "Are you all right? Are you okay?" Liu Zhong kept facing the woman in front of him, pressing his chest, trying to press the water out of the woman's lungs. The woman slowly opened her eyes, watching the man with an anxious look on his face, pressing her chest. "I'm fine," Nami said weakly. "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Liu Zhong didn't seem to have heard it, but he could see that the expression on his face turned from the original anxious, slowly turning into a heavy face. Nami shook her head questioningly and said, "I'm fine, you don't need to press." "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Cold sweat oozes from Nami's forehead. Could it be that Liu Zhong was insane because he fell into the water and fell into a coma? "I'm fine." Nami increased her voice a little. "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Liu Zhong still seemed to have not heard half of it, pressing the woman's chest. The expression on his face became heavier and heavier. "Damn, are you okay? Hey, wait for the expression on your face, and the blood in your nose, damn, you pervert, let me go." Nami suddenly lifted herself up suddenly. His fist hit Liu Zhong's face with a punch. Liu Zhong sprayed a nosebleed and was directly hit into the air, flew out 10 meters away, and fell heavily on the beach. Nami quickly got up from the ground, and swept away her weakness just now, like an angry lioness, generally leaping forward, sitting on the waist of the man in front of him and punching the man in front of him. "Face! You bastard, you are such a bastard!" Liu Zhong was beaten with a blue nose and swollen face, but he had to ask him if it was worth it. Liu Zhong thought it was worth it. It was worth it when he died. Ha 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 ha, I touched it, I touched it. Two people are fighting on the beach. Above the rough sea in the distance, a fishing boat was moving forward in the rough sea. Above the fishing boat, a tall man in a black shirt closed his book. The man was tall and looked like a bear. I saw the man walking towards the edge of the deck, putting his hand on the handrail, looking at the island in front of him, with a serious expression on his face. That is, in the most secret historical text, only a little bit of island is mentioned. All the mosquitoes in this world know very well about this island, but the vision above the sky tells me. The sky of this sea has changed. This person is one of the 7 Wuhai, a man called a tyrant, Basoromi Bear. Chapter 31, The Arrival of the Tyrant. The sea is still rough. A ship docked. A huge figure came down from the boat, and several figures followed the huge figure down. You said you want to give me money, that's why we transported you here, but if the big waves on the sea now set sail rashly, they will definitely be overturned by the waves. How would you let us leave here? Do you want us to follow? Are you here? An old sailor walked forward, with a cowardly expression on his face, and lowered his head. Basoromi Bear heard what the old sailor said and turned around dumbly, and then suddenly nodded, facing the sailor in front of him. He gave the book in his hand to the gold coins hidden in the book. Fell on the ground. The group of sailors went to pick it up. But the expressions on their faces became more solemn. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person, I will let you leave this place. Basoromi Bear said, slowly raising his hand and watching the group of sailors pick up all the gold coins on the ground. Up! Basoromi Bear held the glove in his right hand and put it on the left glove. Then, he waved his arm and slammed forward, hitting the old sailor's body with a bang. The old sailor disappeared instantly. Basoromi Bear walked forward again. Several sailors were surprised when they saw this scene. Everyone showed a harmful expression on their faces. Why did the old sailor suddenly disappear in place just now? There is no root hair. Staying, is it a dead body? The faces of several people showed horror, and they took a few steps back with their mouths wide open, just at this moment. Basoromi Bear continued to walk forward stupidly, reaching out his hand and banging a few times. The chief met the group of sailors, and the group of sailors instantly turned into countless smoke and dissipated in Basoromi Bear. Before. Basoromi Bear looked at this scene, nodded in satisfaction, turned around and walked forward. Basoromi Bear didn't know. In the jungle, there are a pair of hidden eyes staring at Liu Zhong. Nami showed an extremely flustered look on her face next to her, her eyes widened and her pupils dilated. Liu Zhong looked back at the woman in front of him, took a deep breath, shook his head and said, Nami, don't worry, this guy shouldn't be a bad guy. He is a man called a tyrant in the 7 martial seas under the king. Basoromi Bear. As far as I know, he is not a bad person, and he just disappeared with a pat. The behavior of a sailor does not prove his cruelty. As far as I know, his ability is to make people move instantaneously. He fulfilled his promise, let the sailors leave the island, and gave the sailors a lot of money. From this perspective, he is a good person. Liu he said several times to Nami in front of the person, and he fulfilled his promise. Liu Zhong showed an extremely solemn expression on his face. Nami scratched her head suspiciously, looked at the solemn expression on the face of the man in front of him, and said, Then why, Liu Zhong, the expression on your face is so cautious? Since he is a good person, you don't have to be afraid of him, anyway. He won't hurt us either. Not like this. Liu Zhong shook his head. Nami, you have to know that those navies who chase us are not bad guys, but they are full of hostility towards us, and the man in front of me called the tyrant suddenly came to this nameless island, this nameless little island. Not to mention that the island is a navy, even the fishermen who often salvage in this sea area will not come. And this guy came here. Obviously he came here deliberately. Then there are only two possibilities for him to come here deliberately. One is that he is pursuing us on behalf of the Navy, then he is our enemy, and the other is he may be here to hunt for treasure, or he is doing a very important and hidden thing, maybe he even has a conspiracy here. When we rashly appeared in front of him, he would also become his enemy, and he would also attack us, so I didn't silently figure out what he was doing. If it was confirmed that it was an enemy, I would kill him secretly. Never give him a chance to attack us. Nami nodded when she heard this. After all, the road the man chose at this moment was more reliable. Everyone on this island, including herself and the man called the Tyrant, seemed to be in there. Under a dark forest environment, in the dark forest, everyone is holding a knife. If you meet the opponent, either he will attack you and kill you, or you will kill him. This is unavoidable. Liu Zhong didn't want to be killed, so he and Nami followed Basolomi Bear and came to this forest together. Basolomi Xiang stood silently on a mountain bag, looking at the grave in front of him, with a puzzled look on his face and frowning. What is this? Basolomi Bear did not dare to touch it easily, but silently observed the tomb. There is no record of what this thing is in history, but this thing emits a force. It is impossible to have any conspiracy to guide me here. Basolomi Bear said like this, unable to help. Frowned tightly. Liu Zhong also observed all this in the dark, with a puzzled expression on his face, tilted his head and looked at the tomb. There was a powerful force in the tomb and the darkness in his body. The power seemed to be the same, but it's different. Because the dark power in my body only carries darkness, a kind of cold and ignorant killing, but the power in the tomb is more than twice as powerful as the power in my body. Moreover, what is contained in this power is more extreme tyranny, a kind of irrational darkness. A person with dark power may become a neutral person, but to a large extent, he will become an evil person who is only profitable and ignores human nature. Liu Zhong dared to conclude that the sealed thing in the tomb was something very, very evil. Liu Zhong absolutely didn't want to touch this thing, because this thing he couldn't control at all. There was a power that he couldn't control, it would only let this power dominate him, and he would become a servant of this power. Liu Zhong frowned. Could it be that this man, called a tyrant, came to find this power at this moment? Basolomi Xiang turned his head. The man felt so strange that he could not tell what this thing was, so he took out a gunpowder gun from his pocket. The gunpowder muzzle was facing the sky, and the man instantly knocked and blasted a flame from the muzzle, rushing to the sky. It exploded in the sky with a bang, and it turned out to be a huge firework. The firework slammed into the sky for about 5 seconds, and it didn't stop until now. Is this a flare? Chapter 32. This small island floats. What should we do now? In front of the sneak attack, this guy waited first. The information they obtained was too little. If they attacked rashly, they might miss some useful information, which would be even more unfavorable for people like them at that time, just like a blind person touching an elephant. Generally, getting information at this time is the most important thing. Information is like a beacon in the long night, which can point their direction and let them figure out what is happening at this moment. Liu Zhong remained motionless, silently hiding in the bushes, and hiding himself deeper. I don't know if the man in front of him who is called the tyrant has the so-called domineering look. But first of all, I must use this dark aura to hide his figure, so that this guy may have a domineering look and feel, which is completely useless. Basolomi Xiang looked around for 4 weeks and found that the place was quiet, but he didn't realize that Liu Zhong was hiding here. Suddenly there was a beeping sound. It was not the sound of the phone, but a very high-pitched sound. The sound of learning the phone. Of course, this was not the sound made by the boss Tobio, but the phone bug the sound made. Are you the tyrant bear in one of the 7 Wohei? A mature woman's voice came over. After Basolomi Bear heard this, he nodded silently and said, "That's right, I let you come to this island because I sensed something in this island. You guys come on, there is something here, it may be something amazing, it should be very important to the Navy anyway." Basoromi Bear said this. The voice on the other side of the phone also became tense. I saw that the woman's voice just hummed, and then casually said, "Just now we arrested the irrational Hawkeye my hawk." He did not resist, but why did he lose control and slash the people on our side? He still said with a confession that he had been tricked by the enemy. There are so many weird things today, but no matter what, I will go to you. Liu Zhong was stunned. The woman seemed to be escorting her so-called old friend, Hawkeye my hawk. Damn, do you want to meet that Hawkeye my hawk again? It's really. Yuanjia is on a narrow road. However, for a long time there was a ship coming slowly at sea. The faces and bodies of some sailors on this ship were all covered with water. The water was not sweat but sea water. Can those sailors eat on the deck just now? Little bitterness, because of the influence of the weather, the waves on the sea surface have become more and more turbulent. If it weren't for this very large strategic naval ship, they couldn't get close to the sea at all, and a woman with pink hair came down from the ship. This woman was followed by two small attendants, with her head down and bowing. This woman is not a bird at all. The two little followers who had a lot of talk, just came to Basolomi Bear standing on the beach and raised their heads and said, "Hello tyrant. I am the Navy closest to you. I just recommunicated with you on the phone and got to know my name is Tina." After Basoromi Xiang heard this, he just nodded silently. Liu Zhong was watching Tina and the Navy ship behind them in secret. The ship has its own rival, the Trail of Hawkeye. At this time, rumbling. There was a surprised expression on Liu Zhong's face. He was a little unstable and almost fell on the ground, but the man suddenly waved his hand. The black substance flowing from his fingertips wrapped around his body, and he was deeply rooted. Deeply rooted in the ground, steadying the man's body, the man waved his hand again, grabbed Nami who was about to fall on the ground next to him, and hugged him in his arms. Tina, Basolomi Bear also showed a surprised expression on his face, looking around. What's going on? How crazy this island is trembling in the next second. Rumble, the tide receded. Tina watched as the water slowly receded under the ship parked above the harbor. The ship floated directly on a flat surface and ran aground. What's the matter? The tide of the sea has receded. What's the matter? How could this happen? It has receded too fast, too strong. Tina watched the huge battleship run aground. After Basoromi Xiang heard this, he looked around and silently closed his eyes. He seemed to be using his powerful perception to perceive the object for 4 weeks, and then silently opened his eyes and said directly, "Tina understands that maybe it's not that the tide has receded. It's that the island has floated." After Tina heard this, her eyes widened and her scalp numb. How could this island wait a while? Why was there so much land in front of her? A lot of land appeared in front of Tina. There were flowers and trees on these land, and even a piece of forest, with big rocks in the forest, but it was even more surprising. There are countless seagrass shells in these forests, and some fish that have not had time to exit here with the water are jumping wildly above the ground. That's right. The island is floating. Tina said with a very cautious expression on her face, her scalp numb. Basoromi Xiang silently raised his head and looked at the clouded sky. And looking down from above the sky, you can see this small island, which has expanded about 6 or 7 times at this moment, becoming a medium-sized island, and there are many spiral vortices next to this medium-sized island. These whirlpools are like guardians, expelling outsiders, and don't enter this island. Some whirlpools, many circle around the island. Large and small whirlpools form a whirlpool circle, surrounding the entire island. And on the small island, the position where Liu Zhong, Nami, and Tina stood, changed from a small mountain to a high mountain, standing here can directly overlook all of this medium-sized island. Landforms. Tina and Basolomi Bear looked at each other. Tina wiped the sweat from her forehead, snorted coldly, waved her hand and said, "Let me take a closer look." The eagle escorted on the ship eyes. 1/3 of them are with me. After Tina said this, she turned around and looked at Basolomi Bear with her eyes solemnly. "Mr. Basolomi Bear, you said, you found something amazing on this small island, take us there now." After Basolomi Bear heard this, he nodded and turned around, striding towards the forest, going to this small island. What kind of vision is hidden from the sky? It will attract again. How many pirate navies attracted so many great people in this world? This chapter begins. Chapter 33, Found by the Tyrant Bear. Liu Zhong and Nami secretly followed behind, and they came to the jungle together, watching them come to the tombstone. Basolomi Xiang silently raised his head, stretched out his hand, took out a book he had just taken out of his arms, flipped through the book, looked up at the tombstone again, and shook his head. There was no record in this book at all. He didn't find any information like this just now, and he hasn't found it now, but this may be his habit. He is accustomed to looking up the answers in the book in front of things he doesn't know at all. Tina looked at the tombstone and walked forward, and stretched out her hand, with a puzzled expression on her face and said, "What is this thing?" Tina's arm was about to touch the tombstone in front of her. At this critical moment, the huge man-tyrant reached out to grab Tina's hand and shook his head. "Sir Tina, this can't be touched." Tina showed a confused expression on her face, and finally hurriedly retracted her hand and nodded silently. It was true that she really shouldn't have sprayed something last time and wondered if there were any traps on this kind of thing. What should I do? Basolomi Xiang looked at the tombstone silently. Then what we should do with the tombstone? I guess more careerists will come to this island in a while, and then our advantage may be gone. Tina thought of the ambitious navy. And the pirates galloping across the sea. These guys are all speculators, they will definitely come here to join in the fun. We can do this, for example, catch the little mouse that has been watching us in secret. Basolomi Bear looked back at the bushes ahead. Liu Zhong Nami, hiding in the bushes, was stunned when she heard this. Her eyes widened, and in the next second, Basolomi Xiang opened her mouth instantly, and a ray of light suddenly jetted forward. Liu Zhong, Nami's face changed. Seeing that the light fell on the bush, the next second there was a bang until the smoke suddenly rose, the bush was raised to the ground, and it was there. Liu Zhong and Nami disappeared out of thin air. Basolomi Bear waved his hand suddenly. Tina's face changed and she raised her head. Basolomi Xiang said coldly, "Sir Tina, you should withdraw first." After Tina heard this, she nodded silently. Basolomi Bear is the opponent of Kaiwahe who secretly observes them at this moment, so that this man called the tyrant is so frightened, with cold sweat on his forehead, then at this moment, he is definitely not that guy's opponent, so I can only take a few steps back unwillingly. Basolomi Bear looked around, his eyes were full of deep colors, and he exhaled a suffocating breath. His ability was to directly teleport the objects he touched to a random or designated place. Basolomi Bear suddenly stepped forward, stepped his leg to the ground, and stepped over. His legs sank vigorously. He only heard a bang on the ground, and the cliff in front of him was stepped out in an instant. A hole! Basolomi Bear pulled his leg out of the soil and exhaled a deep breath. Tina stepped back and looked at the man in front of her, with a puzzled expression on her face, at this moment. At the same time, the group of pirates behind, being ordered to guard Hawkeye. They stood on the deck of the ship, some in the cabin of the ship, guarding the Eagle Eye. What they didn't know was that within a certain second, the shadow behind them was distorted, and a man's face slowly emerged in the shadow. A pair of eyes looked at the owner of the shadow coldly. This was a navy. Wearing a white hat and holding a firecracker in his hand, he stood quietly and was doing his duty to protect this stranded ship. Liu Zhong was in the shadow, but silently stretched out his hand, brushing hard one by one, and the man's legs were directly submerged in the shadow. There was a burst of clattering sounds, the man showed a surprised expression on his face, and he subconsciously made a struggle. He lowered his head but found that his legs were buried in the shadow, and the shadow at this moment is not like a shadow. More like a pool of water. Come and take a look at what, who is it? There was an expression of pain on the man's face, and he kept struggling to get out of Liu Zhong's iron-like hands, but the man couldn't struggle, he could only have painful hobbies, his face showed pain, and the corners of his mouth trembled. Liu Zhong silently stretched out his hand, grabbed the man's hands, and dragged the man into his shadow. The man was constantly fluttering in his shadow as if drowning. Its shadow was at this moment. It also turned into a black material liquid at this moment. The navy soldier fell completely into the shadow. Liu Zhong stretched out his hand, grabbed the navy soldier's neck, and pressed the navy soldier's head fiercely into the liquid, causing the navy soldier to continue to struggle. Go, I can't say anything. I only heard the navy open his mouth, and countless liquids poured into the navy's mouth until the end. The navy soldier stopped his struggling movements, completely silent and completely dead. Liu Zhong released the navy soldier with both hands. Then according to the script, all the naval soldiers on the ship were killed in this way, silently until the last remaining naval soldier, looking back and seeing that all his partners had disappeared mysteriously, his face was surprised. What's wrong with his expression? But in the next second, he was also drawn into his own shadow. After Liu Zhong solved all this, he smiled slightly and piled the bodies of the navy soldiers on the deck, then turned and walked into the cabin. The naval soldiers in the cabin were also killed by him. At this moment, in the deepest part of the cabin, there was only a simple cell, and on the chair in the cell, the sea tower was bound by the stone chain, the former king. Under Kaiwahei, Hawkeye. Liu Zhong smiled indifferently and came to Yinjian's face and shook his head slightly. Yinjian also opened his eyes. Then he looked at Liu Zhong in surprise, and said with an expression of disbelief, Liu Zhong. Liu Zhong smiled slightly and said, so you are here too. By coincidence, I am here today. The third time we met, there was a saying called 3 things but 3. This time I have no reason to spare you. Hawkeye was surprised when he heard this. Liu Zhong stretched out a finger in front of him, and countless black substances spewed out of his fingers, rushing towards Hawkeye's throat, and directly penetrated Hawkeye's throat with a swish. Hawkeye instantly lowered his head and became silent. Liu Zhong breathed a sigh of relief, and finally solved one big trouble. The king Kaiwahei he is facing now has reduced by 1, and only the man called the tyrant, Basolomi Bear. Chapter 34, Waiting for Dark with Choice. Basolomi Xiang looked at one side suspiciously. Tina said with a puzzled expression on her face, what's the matter? Basolomi Bear shook his head and said, no sir. Tina nodded silently. At this moment, snoring and snoring, the sound of a stream of water came over. Tina looked towards 4 weeks, and quickly drew out the knife that she hung around her waist. Sir Tina. This guy is at your feet. Basolomi Bear said. Tina lowered her head and saw that her feet had fallen into her shadow, and her shadow had turned into a liquid quagmire. Tina couldn't move at all. Basolomi Bear looked at this scene with fierce eyes, and then suddenly stretched out his hand. Basolomi Bear. Right, if you stretch out your hand, then the woman's body and legs will be separated, and then this woman will become disabled. Liu Zhong's voice came over. After Basolomi Xiang heard this, he looked at Tina with a puzzled expression. Tina's face changed, and then she raised her head and said solemnly to the Basolomi Bear in front of him, Basolomi Bear. Sir, you can kill me. Tina didn't want to be disabled when she died. He made up his mutual determination, but he didn't have the determination to make himself disabled. Basolomi Bear shook his head and said, there are too few our forces by my side, so you can't die, even if you are disabled, you can't die." As Basoromi Bear said this, he quickly took out his gloves from his pocket, put the glove in his hand, stretched out his hand, and touched it forward. "Tina! Please help me alive!" A shocked expression appeared on Tina's face. The next second, Basoromi Bear's palm touched Tina's shoulder and only heard a bang. Tina disappeared in the same place in an instant, leaving only a pair of calves there. Basoromi Xiang watched this scene quietly. With a surprised expression on Liu Zhong's face, he quickly jumped out of this shadow, unable to believe that this woman and that guy could make such a determination. Liu Zhong jumped out of the water. He had already calculated it. Basoromi Bear would definitely bend down in an instant, and then he wanted to take himself out of this dark matter, because this shadow is not Basoromi Bear's shadow, so I simply took this person who inserted his hand into the shadow, and there was nothing to do. But he can grab himself, so he will definitely stretch out his hand to touch the shadow. Liu Zhong can take advantage of this opportunity to jump directly out of the shadow. In this case, Basoromi Xiang bent, he lowered his waist to support, and he couldn't make a move on himself at all. Thinking of this, Liu Zhong showed a smug expression on his face. Although this sentence was full of flaws and had many loopholes, he felt that he was confident that he could complete the plan, but it was at this time. Basoromi Bear stretched out his other hand and suddenly stretched it out. Liu Zhong's face changed. With a bang, he instantly disappeared in place, and then with a bang, he instantly teleported to the front of Basoromi Xiang. Basoromi Bear raised his head to see that Liu Zhong teleported to the front and smiled. Why? Because this guy just teleported into the big pit he stepped out of. At this moment, Basoromi Bear suddenly stepped on his foot and hit the ground, and then the big pit was instantly tightened like a chrysanthemum. Lived Liu Zhong's body. Liu Zhong couldn't move anymore. Liu Zhong's expression changed. Basoromi Bear raised his fist and rushed forward with a roar. Liu Zhong opened his mouth wide in surprise. The ability of this fellow Basoromi Xiang naturally defeats himself? Liu Zhong was trapped in this hole, his body was almost pierced by the rocks, and the man's scalp was numb. Basoromi Xiang walked forward and said, "Liu Zhong, right, you were introduced in the Navy's archives." Basoromi Bear squatted down and his huge body looked like a hill and faced Liu Zhong and said, "I didn't expect you to come to this island too. Have you been guided by it too?" Liu Zhong kept struggling, but said nothing, not talking to the huge thing in front of him. After hearing this, Basoromi Bear stood up slowly, turned around, walked forward step by step, stretched out her hand, and stretched her hand to the ground like a pool of water. In his shadow, his feet seemed to be fished, and he looked around, finally caught an object, and quickly put his other hand into the darkness. Severely pulled out a pair of soles from this quagmire. Basoromi Bear watched the shadows slowly dissipate on the ground, and quickly turned and rushed towards the in front of him. After a few seconds, he walked out again. There was one more behind him, his face was full of pain. Sexy Tina. Tina's face was full of pain, her eyes were full of angry hatred, and she looked at Liu Zhong coldly. Liu Zhong just smiled at the woman in front of him and raised his eyebrows calmly. If you say that men are afraid of these guys catching him? The man is really scared. After all, this is the first time in his life to be caught by one person. Help me treat my legs. Tina was placed on the ground by Basoromi Bear. The woman could only sit on the ground. Although her legs were connected, she seemed to be unconscious. There is no shadow on the body. After hearing this, Liu Zhong showed a begging expression on his face, lowered his head, and said like a kid who committed a crime, "Master, Tina was really sorry for you just now, I will help you heal it right away." "Wait a moment, it will take a long time." Tina was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect this guy to be such a spineless person and begged for mercy directly. Liu Zhong glanced at the sky. At this moment, the clouds were so dense that he couldn't see the sun above the sky and couldn't tell. Is it dusk at this moment? Liu Zhong exhaled a deep breath, thinking so in the man's heart. As long as it can last until dusk, when it gets dark, Basso Romy Bear, Tina and these two bastards, the navy will definitely die without a burial place. But first, it must last until dark. If you do it before dark, if Shanghai Lu Shi is taken by these two guys, it will be over. Basso Romy Xiong looked at Tina indifferently and said directly, this guy wants to treat your tip of the tongue. When it gets dark and waits until it gets dark, he may have some plans that we can't stop at all. At that time, we too one will die. Of course, if he doesn't treat your legs personally, your legs may not stand up in your life, so the time to choose is the sir. Do you choose your legs or choose your life? Chapter 35, Undercurrent Waves. Tina suddenly showed a surprised expression on her face. How could her legs be lost like this? Basso Romy Bear said with cold eyes, Tina, have you decided yet? Make a decision quickly, otherwise you won't be able to save your life and legs after a while. You must break your legs to save your life. Tina, don't forget to grow her mouth, and finally lowered her head silently and sighed, well, I choose my life. I believe anyone with IQ will not choose legs, right? Basso Romy Bear looked at the sad look on the face of the woman in front of him, and saw that the woman lowered her head without speaking, as if suppressing the sadness and anger in her heart. Liu Zhong's mouth trembled as he watched this scene. The bear was too decisive, and it was a bit embarrassing to be able to make such a determination of his current situation. Liu Zhong awkwardly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, raised his head and looked at Basso Romy Bear in front of him. Hey, brother, such a good girl, if you let her lose her legs, you should let her. How does she live? She is now in a great youth, don't you understand? A girl in youth shouldn't lose her legs. Basso Romy Xiong turned his head and tilted his head dumbly and said, when should girls not lose their legs? You are nonsense, sir. Liu Zhong smiled awkwardly and nodded, but the man had already scolded this Basso Romy Xiong more than 100 times in his heart. This guy broke my plan, what should I do? The sky was covered with dark clouds, and after a short while, the heavy rain was majestic and heavy raindrops fell on the ground. Tina and Basso Romy Bear, two of them hid in the cave. Liu Zhong was trapped in the heavy rain, and the corners of his mouth trembled. The man said that his current situation was too embarrassing. At the same time, shrouded in dark clouds, among the pale grey cliffs at this moment, the man wearing shabby purple clothes and a dark hat, raindrops fell on the man's cheeks, which made him wake up from his sleep and open silently. Eyes, he is carrying a luxurious sword behind his back. At this moment, he was lying on the cliff, sitting up slowly from the top of the rock, and exhaling a deep breath, I'm not dead. God opened my eyes. Liu Zhong. This person is exactly, Hawkeye my hawk. Hawkeye my hawk didn't even die, but Hawkeye my hawk slowly stood up from the ground and exhaled a sigh of breath. Since he is not dead, let's fight. At the same time, outside of this island, several fishing boats approached the sea in front of them. The Navy headquarters has sent a ship. A man with Erlang's legs tilted silently placed the wine in his hand on the deck. The sea was raging, and the wine placed on the deck by the man with Erlang's legs suddenly poured on the deck, and countless wines poured on the deck, making the peculiar gurgling sound of glass bottles. The pink-haired man lowered his head regretfully, looked at the wine on the deck, and sighed with a bitter melon look, this is a good glass of wine. I remember it was made in a country manor last year. Good wine waiting, at least when I killed the manor, he told me this way. The red-haired man turned his head in silence and saw a huge ship, which exudes a very cold breath. Let me think about it, exuding such a disgusting breath, and my friend whose own boat is so ugly, it should be Moria. Flamingo said with his iconic smile on his face. I heard your voice, Flamenco. Moria, the Navy personally appointed one of the 7 seas under the king. On this sea, there is a pirate with great ambition and complete power. At this moment he was completely full, leaning against the railing of the deck, bowed his head. With purple hair, a pale face, and a wild smile on his face, Flamenco laughed loudly, as expected of you. You seem to feel the restless group of guys too. Flamenco said so, and glanced at the naval ship that followed him on the left side of the ship he was on. Yeah, I feel it too, they are restless. No matter what, I'm here to join in the fun, wherever there is fun, there is me Moria. With these words, Moria grabbed the one he had just leaned on with both hands. Railing, and then tore that railing to pieces and grabbed the broken railing in my hand. He opened his mouth and threw the thing directly into his mouth, and then there were bursts of biting noises in his mouth. This is not your style of doing things. Flamenco said. Moria smiled faintly, licked one finger after another, and said, You don't understand this stuff. I have taken calcium supplements. I have insufficient calcium these days, so I need to supplement calcium but also supplement supplements. You look at the iron content on the iron railing just now. There was a sound of footsteps, and several people walked out of Mariah's boat. When these people walked with a big horse with a golden sword, there was no wind at all, and they wanted to hide the sharp aura on their bodies. Mr. Mariah, you said you want to take me to play in the Great Route. Why did you suddenly switch to this place? The man frowned and hugged his chest, and said angrily. Moria glanced at the man, with a calm smile on his face, patted the man's shoulder fiercely, and said, Your Majesty the King of Winter Island. I'm here to show you a more mysterious place. Did you see the small island under the dark clouds? There seems to be a magical treasure. We are going there, and I am the one who gets the treasure. The only person. After hearing this, Flamenco curled his lips coldly. He heard that Mariah had been making friends with the bosses of various forces in the Great Route these days. He didn't know what was thinking in Moria's head, but the man understood one thing. The last sentence that Moria just said was bullshit. If there is a baby in this island, it is absolutely impossible. It's from Australia. He probably won't get this treasure. It's very possible that this treasure will fall into the hands of someone in the Navy ship that is heavily armed and attaches great importance to this island. A flame slowly ignited. A man sat in the cabin, looking at the flames burning in his palms. The door opened and the wind whistled for a second. A man in a Navy uniform, a salute, the flame in his hand was extinguished by the ashes blown by the wind outside. The man in a Navy uniform stood up silently and looked at the Navy indifferently. The old man asked me to follow? Is it necessary? Said Akainu. Chapter 36, Dark Necklace. The storm is surging outside the island. Within this island, Liu Zhong, Bei Solomisyong and the two parties were still stalemate looking at each other in place, and the content revealed in the eyes of each other was anxious to choke each other to death. There is no room for maneuver at all. At this moment they have reached the point of death, and just when they are stalemate with each other. A black figure had already walked out of the valley, walking forward with a sword on his back, raised his head and looked at the sky, and exhaled a sullen breath. I can feel a very powerful breath, approaching this island. Maybe this is the induction between the strong and the strong, right? Then what is on this small island attracting these guys to this place? The black figure said so and walked forward on his own, and the man didn't know. On a small grave in a certain place, a ray of black breath slowly emerged from the fan, followed by a whistle. Charged forward. That direction is exactly the direction of the eagle eye. At this moment, the eagle eye is still innocent and innocent. Just as he is walking forward, countless black substances slowly grow in the air, and the eagle eye stops. After coming down, there was a look of doubt in his eyes, and then the expression on his face instantly solidified, and a black breath had come behind him, and this black breath formed a figure like a skeleton soldier. Hawkeye turned his head, and in the next second he drew his sword and slashed to the back. With a brushing sound, the black figure instantly beheaded into two segments. The lower body of the black figure fell on the ground, and the upper body was suspended on the eagle. In front of the eye, I saw the skeleton soldier stretched out his hand, and the eagle eye snorted coldly, and the arrow in his hand was cut several times again. The palm and fingers of the black soldier were cut off by the sister and fell on the ground. Hawkeye kept backing up a few steps, placing the sword in front of him, watching the black figure in front of him vigilantly. Although the body was cut in half, the figure remained suspended in place, as if it had not been attacked. It was just unconscious. He floated forward, as if he was about to touch Hawkeye's body. I can give you strength and your incomparable strength, at least after gaining this power in this world, you will be invincible, in all directions. The Black Shadow said, and the eagle eye was stunned when he heard this. When Shi Haiying seemed to be conscious, those bodies and arms that had fallen on the ground returned to his body, and he became the original skeleton soldier again and walked forward to Hawkeye's side. Think about it, this powerful force will soon belong to you. It's almost immortal, its lifespan is almost unlimited, its speed and strength are unmatched, and it has an exciting dark power. Hawkeye almost spit out the excited dark power of the old blood god. The guy in front of him probably doesn't understand adjectives. How can the word be put here? What's the matter? The black figure tilted his head and seemed to make a puzzled look. After hearing this, Hawkeye exhaled a deep breath and said, "Why should I believe you?" After hearing this, the black figure sneered and sneered for the next second. His body suddenly brightened and turned into a ray of light, and instantly rushed towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye was stunned, and the sword in his hand suddenly slashed. The sword slashed. Above the black aura, it was like slashing on the water. The black breath gathered on Hawkeye's chest, and a gem with an iron chain was created on Hawkeye's chest. This gem was crystal clear, but there was a black breath in the middle. You can take me by your side, and use me when you have to use me. I can help you kill any of your opponents, and I can help you heal any pain and disease on your body. The black figure, he said in that seductive voice in his ear, and after speaking, he seemed to want to add an adjective, and then said to Hawkeye, "How? Are you so excited that you are congested? Shut up! Don't use that adjective to describe me. What exactly are you? You are very mysterious now, and I can't accept your kindness." Hawkeye said, although Hawkeye is not that kind of very upright person, but Hawkeye understands that the stuffed pie falling from the sky may be wrapped in an iron block, which will directly kill you, or it is packed with various poisons, otherwise the pie will never fall from the sky. Hawkeye walked forward on his own, stretched out his hand and grabbed it directly. The necklace was tugged fiercely, and the chain of the necklace was directly broken, and he pulled off his neck. There was a cold look in his eyes, and he wanted to throw this thing directly away, but at this moment a voice came over. "Don't you want to be the strongest person in this world? I can make you this kind of person, why should you leave me? This black voice is so tempting, I can let you be one piece, you can kill the leader of the navy, and even make you the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Let you overthrow the power of the entire world, don't you have such ambitions?" Hawkeye was stunned, hesitated for a second, and then sneered again, "I think I have. But I want to do it myself. Instead of being handed out by you." Still in the case of sugar-coated bombs. Hawkeye yelled, and threw the necklace he was holding in front of him, and saw the necklace tracing an arc in the air, rushing towards the forest in front of him, hitting it directly with a scream. Into the forest. After seeing this scene, Hawkeye smiled quietly, and then walked forward on his own. And he didn't know that there was already a trace of a necklace on his chest. The necklace rushed downwards and slammed on the ground with a bang, but it made a grinning smile in the direction of Hawkeye. "Hawkeye, you will choose me. Don't worry," in the direction of Hawkeye. "Only you on this island can be seen by me, and those whom I admire can't escape me." The Black Breath said so. So what does this Black Breath really matter? What does he have to do with the power in the grave on the island? Isn't the only goal for everyone to come to this island for this black breath? Nothing is known. A woman in a cool clothes squatted down and stretched out her hand to grab the necklace, looking at the necklace in her hand, with a confused expression on her face. Liu Zhong said, "Let me wait here." He said, "It is dangerous, haha, but I won't be back for a while, and it will rain soon." Na Mei frowned, watching the necklace she was holding in her hand revealing a black breath. What is this thing? Is it a gem? Chapter 37, The Power of the Four Emperors. Baso Romixiong raised his head and looked at Liu Zhong, who was standing in the heavy rain, and said without changing his face, "Why did you come to this small island, sir? Why did you come here and suddenly attacked us? These people." Liu Zongqiho is in trouble. What can he say? Is it to say that he came here from the beginning? Obviously, he landed so early, repaired the plank road, and crossed Chenkeng secretly, and he was directly caught by this guy as a result of attacking the person in a sneak attack state, which was indeed a bit embarrassing. You should always be behind us. I didn't notice your breath. Only when you approached me and showed a murderous look, I discovered your position. You are really a master who hides your breath. Baso Romi Bear gave a few words, flying with the wind. Liu Zhong said, "I am also the fruit of power, aren't you also the fruit of power? My fruit power is darkness. Therefore, I can hide in the dark at will." Baso Romi Bear nodded. Tina couldn't help her tongue when she heard this. Baso Lomixiong lowered his head and glanced at Tina's legs in front of him, frowning. Hao Yu's eyes were struggling, and blood was slowly overflowing from Tina's legs. Tina's heart was also up and down, panicking. After seeing this scene, Baso Lomi Bear sighed slightly, frowned, suddenly raised his head and said directly, "Then sir, you should enter this cave. I don't want to see this lady cause pain and lose all consciousness." Liu Zhong was stunned for an instant when he heard this, and then silently nodded, awkwardly, pulling his legs out of the quagmire, exhaling a sullen breath and looking at Baso Lomi Bear. Baso Romi Bear did not move, but stared at Liu Zhong's body, and his body was tight. But there was no response other than that. This guy didn't attack himself when he revealed his flaws. This proves that this guy really wants to let him go, as long as he can save Tina. You shouldn't run away because you break through the restraints, right? Baso Lomi Bear said, tilting his head. Liu Zhong smiled, "I ran away directly after breaking through the shackles, and you have nothing to do with me, don't you?" After Liu Zhong said this, he walked towards the cave for himself, came to Tina's side, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the leg of the woman in front of him. "But don't worry, I will never do this." After Liu Zhong said this, he walked forward. Started to repair Tina's body. Sunny after rain. Liu Zhong slowly stood up from the ground, stretched his waist and said, "Okay, it's done." Tina also stood up from the ground and looked at her legs. Now she could stretch her face flexibly again, showing joy. She glanced at Baso Romi Bear, and nodded with a smile. Baso Romi Bear also nodded silently, with a calm expression on his face. Liu Zhong looked at this scene, smiled and turned around in the next second. "Mr. Liu Zhong, don't hurry to leave. I have one very important thing to ask you. Did you kill all the Navy soldiers you just attacked?" Liu Zhong was stunned, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. Baso Lomixiong asked if this sentence was forcing himself to admit that the group of Navy was dead or not. "That must be dead. Then it's over, Baso Lomi Bear, Tina and their positions will be completely opposed, and they will all become unending enemies." Liu Zhong frowned, exhaling a sullen breath and said, "It is true, I did kill the group of Navy." Baso Romixiong nodded calmly and smiled slightly, "Miss Tina. The meaning is probably to let Tina do it directly." After Tina heard this, she suddenly raised her arm, holding a gun at the back of Lu's head. "Here is the spear of Hailashi. Liu Zhong. You are going to die here today. I will rectify you on the spot." Dina's eyes were bloodshot. After Liu Zhong heard this, he sat alone in the city of sorrow and sighed softly and said, "Couldn't you, the navy in Chengdu, be the ones who unload the mills and kill the donkeys and cross the river and bridge the bridges?" Hearing this, Tina furious, and the gun poked Liu Zhong in front of him fiercely, and said angrily, "What do you know? A scum like you should be killed 1,000 times, and 10,000 times. Nothing is rare." After Liu Zhong heard this, he closed his eyes silently, upset. In the next second, Basoromi Bear walked forward, stretched out his hand, and patted the shoulder of the man in front of him. In the next second, Liu Zhong suddenly widened his eyes and turned back, looking at the bear-like man with a big smile. His body disappeared in an instant. The man seemed to want to say something, but he couldn't say it for a moment. Words come. Liu Zhong disappeared in place like this, disappearing without a trace. Tina was stunned, and the corners of her mouth trembled, her face changed, and she watched this scene in disbelief. He glanced at the ordinary man standing beside him in disbelief, and said angrily, "What the are you doing? That guy is about to be killed by me, and you teleport him away. Don't tell me that you forgot to take off your gloves and accidentally patted this guy before letting him go. I know you did it on purpose." After Basoromi Bear heard this, he raised his head and looked down at the small island through the cliff in front of him. He exhaled a deep breath, looked at the dark clouds in the sky, and said worriedly, "Tina, I said I won't hurt Liu Zhong. If he cures you, I will let him go. This is my promise." Tina gritted her teeth, and said, "Then why did you just let me do it?" Basoromi Bear said, "I will relieve you. You just held the gun against that man's head, don't you feel your anger?" "Of course I am relieved, but now I am even more angry. So I just told you to relieve your breath, not to let you swallow this breath." "Okay, well, he helped us, I let him go, it belongs to my own thoughts. If you blame me, I don't care, I responsible for my ideas." Basolomi Xiong raised his head and held the book, looking at the dark cloud. Tina snorted and turned her head away. "But before that, let's leave this small island alive." Basolomi Bear said, sadly, "It seems that there is something that makes us lose our lives." Tina was stunned when she heard this. Who was the person in front of her? It is Kai Wohei, who is the absolute upper-level combat power in this world. The one who can take his life away, 3 generals, power like 4 emperors. Impossible, how could this humble island possess such power? Chapter 38, Where did Nami go? In the forest. Nami walked forward, holding a gem in her hand, her face showing panic. After getting this gem, of course Nami felt very happy in her heart, but she felt a trace of panic in her hand. This is a wonderful feeling. This gem is like a demon in the dark, and the hand extended to him generally allows one to step into the darkness little by little, and let himself into the abyss little by little. Na Mei frowned, with a look of doubt on her face. As she walked forward unconsciously, he came to a dark forest, which seemed even darker because of the torrential rain and wind. Nami's eyes widened, but she couldn't control her body. She was still walking forward, her speed increasing instead of decreasing. Faster and faster, it's like a star approaching a black hole, usually involuntarily being sucked into the darkness by that powerful suction force. Women are the most helpless at this moment, unable to control their body at all, and watched. I fell into the darkness. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Liu Zhong, save me. Passing through the darkness, Nami finally saw what was hidden in the darkness. This is a tree with countless rattans. Those rattans are intertwined, and there are countless hangings on that rattan. Some bones were turned into powder when Nami entered this space by a gust of wind, and some bones had decayed to the point of breaking at the touch of a touch. Nami walked forward, and among the trees, a cane slowly stretched out toward the front with a puff, and directly pierced Nami's left and right shoulders and caught the woman directly. Pressing the woman at the very center of the trunk of this tree, countless vines were inserted into Nami's flesh and blood. Nami lowered her head in pain, her body trembling in disbelief, and said, "Help me! Liu Zhong!" Liu Zhong anxiously shuttled through the forest. He ignored the branches that blocked him and cut through his body. His face became more and more ugly, because he was looking for that woman. Nami! Why is it gone? Suddenly disappeared. Liu Zhong opened his mouth wide in disbelief and trembled all over. Liu Zhong suddenly fell on the ground. "Nami! Where are you?" The rain was torrential. A look of surprise appeared on Liu Zhong's face, and he kept roaring. Just when the man yelled, "The other side is above the beach. 3 ships docked. The Navy pirates, the 3 powers are sinking, and they are in peace, but they are alert to each other when they disembark. Although it is so harmonious, it is also full of repression. Nami!" The red dog raised his head and looked at the forest in the distance. Several birds flew up into the sky because of the roaring sound. With a puzzled expression on his face, Akagua pointed to the forest in front of him and said, "Go there and take a look and hear who is making such a cry." Hearing this, several Navy hands nodded with guns and rushed forward. Moria stood aside, licking her lips, a sly look across her eyes, and a faint smile said, "We seem to be here early, Your Majesty." Hearing this, the King of East Island also showed a look of helplessness in his eyes, and said disappointingly, "Moria, let's go to the island for a while. I want to hear what the loud roaring sound just now is. Who sent it out? Ha ha ha!" roared so sad that I probably lost the most important thing. I like to see this kind of human tragedy the most. Liu Zhong walked forward unconsciously in the forest, his eyes full of anxiety. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps, and several navies suddenly walked out of the bushes, pointing to Liu Zhong one by one. Liu Zhong raised his head and watched the group of navy raising the barrels in his hands, pointing to his head, and said irritably, "Don't come here to disturb me. I don't want to kill you a bit now, but I am very angry now." After hearing this, several navies roared, "Stand there and don't move, Master Akinu sent us over. Master Akinu is nearby. If you want to disobey our orders, you'd better weigh your own weight." Liu Zhong was stunned for an instant, and then opened his eyes in fear. Red Dog. One of the 3 major generals, one of the main naval forces. Strong and terrible existence. Liu Zhong looked at his hands, he couldn't beat that Red Dog with his current strength. Liu Zhong wants to escape from this small island. "Leave here first, don't worry about any baby, just leave here. Nami is the most important." Followed by fate. How can you enjoy a happy life in the future without your life? Liu Zhong thought about it this way and walked forward, and at this moment, the sound of pulling the trigger came out. There was a serious expression on Liu Zhong's face. "These guys are real." "Yes, you can." Liu Zhong stretched out his hands, hugged the air in front of him, and led to the back with a plop and poured into his shadow. The shadow had already turned into a pool of water at this moment. The bullet rushed forward, hitting the tree or the stone, bang bang bang. It can be said that the Navy's marksmanship was really good. They only fired when they aimed at the important damage in the land. If Liu Zhong didn't dodge, he would definitely be shot into a hornet's nest. Sure enough, it is the Navy elite who easily did what we couldn't do. The undercurrent is surging. Liu Zhong hid in the darkness, staring coldly at the right back of a navy. The next second he suddenly stretched out his hand toward the front, wanting to directly grab the ankle of the navy in front of him in the next second. "Get away!" a voice suddenly sounded. Liu Zhong was stunned, with surprise on his face. He shot at his arm out of the shadow, only to hear a brush. Liu Zhong retracted his arm in an instant. Liu Zhonggu was not shot. The man leaped forward and jumped out of the shadow directly. He landed on the top of a certain tree and looked forward. A scream came, and the navy just squatted down, watching his left leg shot through by the bow and arrow, and countless blood ticking down on the ground. The navy, the solace of the feet, were directly nailed to the ground by that bow and arrow. In the case of crossing the right leg, Liu Zhong looked at this scene with a look of horror in his eyes. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came over, and the blue light lingered in the forest. Several people walked out of the forest. One of them put down the bow and arrow in his hand. Wearing a green hat, he looked like Tai Hanin. It was the bow and arrow shot by this person. And these two are the most special. One looks like a house. One is Moria. Moonlight Moria. Chapter 39, Moonlight Moria. Is your navy that weak? Moria said with a raised eyebrow. The owner of the East Island laughed loudly after hearing this. If the navy is not weak, then why is this era called the Great Pirate Age? It's useless. Moria nodded, and said with a sharp look in his eyes, but, the red dog seems to be staring at the back. If we don't do anything, help, the red dog might come to me. Hearing this, the owner of Dongdao Island instantly added countless cold sweats on his forehead, stepped back timidly, and said in fear to the man in front of him, Morla, don't be kidding, are you going to face him? Does this kid use power? Maria nodded silently and smiled. The house-like man laughed loudly, and then stepped back fearfully because he was afraid of restraining his pride, and said, My lord, you will fight him now. Use your strength. Liu Zhong stood on the top of the tree, squinting at Moria, the owner of Dongdao Island. Okay. Moria smiled coldly. A sense of oppression pressed in all directions. The navy retreated a few steps fearfully, one by one, wishing to retreat into the jungle. After seeing this scene, the owner of Dongdao Island sneered and raised his head to Liu Zhong and said directly, Boy, you probably don't know how powerful this powerful force you are about to face is. You need to know what you are facing. The man in front of me is known as one of the 7 martial arts under the king. Morla. Moonlight Moria. Liu Zhong frowned when he heard this. A cold smile appeared on Moria's face. Liu nodded in focus, oh. There was a sound of falling to the ground with 2 bangs. Moria stood up from the ground. The owner of Dongdao Island said angrily, Don't look indifferent, kid. Liu Zhong said, So what? Don't you know the power of the 7th Wuhei under the king? It is comparable to the power of the 3 generals or even the 4th emperor. That is the strongest combat power under the emperor on this sea. That is the power that transcends everything. Liu Zhong scratched his head above the treetops, with a calm smile on his face, and said, Well, if I say that I have met a few Ziwuhei, do you believe it or not, although it is a bit absurd to say this, but this is true, and I didn't tell any lies. Anyway, what I want to say is, I just defeated about 2-7 Wuhai and escaped from that powerful lieutenant named Kapu. I should be called a great one, Moria. I suggest that you still don't block my way, or I will kill you. Moglia's forehead was covered with cold sweat and took a few steps back. This could say such crazy things. Liu Zhong thought for a while. Basoromi Bear, Hawkeye. 2 people can be regarded as the king's Kaiwahei, right? The 2 of them should be no weaker than the Moria in front of him. So at this moment, Liu Zhong showed such a calm appearance. After all, I don't need to be afraid at all. Liu Zhong leaped, jumped off the tree, and silently raised his head. There was a firm look in his eyes. I'll just say that you guys, I want to go that way, you don't let you see, if you don't let go. The raised arm was holding the faint blue ball of light, and a white radiance was on the ball of light. Circulating in it, circling non-stop, like a naughty carp, Liu Zhong released his dark power. Moria was stunned, opened her mouth wide, and couldn't believe it, looking at the dark power, and then her excited body trembled, This dark power, I am going to fix it. As Moria said, he stretched out his hands suddenly, and 2 rays of light appeared on his hands, 2 rays of light, one blue and one purple, the two rays of light rushed forward, intertwined, and formed the shape of a scissors. These two rays of light became a pair of scissors. Liu Zhong looked at Moria in front of him, and exhaled a deep breath. It seemed that this guy was really going to fight with him. Then all right, there is nothing more to say about it. You want to gain my power, and I want to go forward, but you want to stop me, then the battle between us is about to begin, either I will defeat you, kill you, or you kill me. Liu Zhong smiled like this, holding the dark light ball on his hand. It's really exciting, then I will give back to the other way. I also want to absorb your power. Moria shook his hand suddenly. The scissors formed by the light in the hand rushed forward, and the cocoon in the air kept spinning like a blue whirlwind. The scissors opened in the air, exposing sharp blades, a cold wind roared, and waves appeared on the ground. Traces, including traces on the trees. This is the result of being beheaded by the air blade issued by the high-speed movement and rotation of the scissors. Not only that, the trees with traces on them disappeared without a trace in the next second the scissors passed by. Sure enough, as rumored, Moonlight Mariah, the bearer of the shadow fruit, has the ability to cut the dark shadows and turn creatures into zombies. In this case, as long as the creature is exposed to the sun. Burn to pieces. Liu Zhong said this as he watched the scissors rush toward him as if they encountered a small hurricane. Suppressing the breath in his heart, his eyes lit up suddenly, and he jumped. Liu Zhong actually rushed in the direction that the scissors rushed towards. There was a puzzled expression on Moria's face. What does this kid want? Do you want to be directly touched by my scissors? In this way, this kid's shadow will be cut directly. Moria said, and then smiled faintly. The battle will be over, then. Moria stretched out her hand and patted her mouth, as if yawning. Her purple eyes were shining with faint blue light. I want to absorb you. Liu Zhong. I was the one who absorbed you. Liu Zhong said so, facing the scissors in front of him. He leaped forward and rushed forward extremely fast, and in the next second, he instantly touched the scissors. But an astonishing scene appeared, which pierced the chest of the man in front of him, and then marked that the scene of blood did not happen. What happened at that moment was that the scissors touched the man, and then, Liu Zhong disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared in this world before. Surprisingly. With a brushing sound. The scissors fell heavily on the ground, inserted diagonally on the ground, through the sharp scissors. Can see Moria's look of jealousy. Chapter 40, Moria and number 039, S scissors. The same ability as me. Moria said, and there was a cold sweat on his forehead. It seems to be a tricky guy. Moria-sama actually showed such a scared expression. There was a puzzled expression on the face of Dongdao Island Master. After hearing this, Moria glanced at the owner of the East Island, and then exhaled a sullen breath, frowning tightly. Liu Zhong suddenly opened his eyes in the darkness. Now I'm facing a very powerful opponent. Should I? Moria shook his head, forget it. Liu Zhong stretched out his hand, out of the shadow, pointed his finger forward, and smiled indifferently. A black breath slowly spread towards the front. In the dark atmosphere, a red light suddenly burst out. Black chair. Launch. This light burst out, and came to Moria in a flash. Moria couldn't defend at all, and there was no time to evade, only to hear a bang. A cloud of smoke rose, and Moria was enveloped. Liu Zhong was silent for a moment in the darkness, without a trace. Moria coughed constantly, as did the owner of the East Island. The two used their hands as fans, fanning the wind, trying to fan the smoke away in front of them. Moria frowned and stared forward. What kind of attack did this guy use? It doesn't seem to cause much harm to my body. Moria tilted her head in confusion again. Wrong. Moria lowered her head in surprise to see between her legs, there was actually a chair made of black material stuck to it. Moria was surprised. What is this stuff? The owner of Dongdao Island next to him also showed a look of surprise on his face, and the corners of his mouth trembled back a few steps, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and sighed. Master Moria. Molia turned around angrily, "Shut up, you guy." The man instantly covered his mouth. Liu Zhong was in the darkness, his eyes staring forward, "The person who blocked me from going to find my wife. There is no doubt that he will die." Moria seemed to have been targeted by a beast, but the man was also a competitive person, he was absolutely unwilling to be killed by the unknown man in front of him. "Scissors," Moria said, and suddenly stretched out his hand to the front. The scissors inserted obliquely on the ground instantly levitated, brushing, and making a sound of breaking through the air. "Go to me. You can walk through the darkness. Find the person in the darkness and wipe his neck for me." It trembled frantically in the air, and then rushed directly forward, almost like a meat grinder, rushing into the darkness in an instant. Liu Zhong was hiding in the darkness, frowning, and raising his head suddenly, he saw an almost ray of light in the darkness instantly shine. Liu Zhong couldn't believe it, opened his mouth and this thing could enter the shadow, sure enough. The guy who has the ability to control the shadow can actually deal with me in the shadow. Liu Zhong showed a smile, such a smile, very intriguing. "In the beginning, I didn't intend to hide in the dark all the time." Moria stood outside the shadow and looked forward, with cold sweat on his forehead. Moria knew that Liu Zhong's ability was to enter the shadow, so he removed his shadow, but he did not see Dongdao. A shadow stood on the ground under the feet of the island owner. Moria just stared forward, focusing all his attention on the forest. But he didn't know that in the vague shadow at the feet of Dongdao Island Master, a person's eyes slowly emerged. Then his arms stretched out. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on Moria's face, and then he turned around. Liu Zhong was stunned, then his scalp was numb, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Why could the guy in front of him react instantly? Could it be that this guy has already awakened from the domineering look? But Liu Zhong has made perfect preparations. After Moria reacted, he saw the arm outstretched in the shadow at the feet of Dongdao Island Master. He wanted to jump and leave directly, but in the next second, the arm outstretched in the shadow suddenly changed. Shaking, golden rays of light suddenly sprayed from the fingers on the front of the arm. It's like a shotgun ejected from a shotgun. Boom 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 boom. Moria was stunned. When he wanted to jump to the side, he already found that he couldn't move at all. He could only stand in place and let the bullet lean on him. Moglia stepped back step by step, watching her body being pierced by the bullet one after another with shock. Moglia's scalp was numb, and after taking a few steps, she stopped in place. I saw that the chair made of black material under Moria's buttocks suddenly lit up, and then the chair legs stretched directly to the ground, poked it, and slammed on the ground. It's like a tree root. Deeply rooted in the ground. How is Moria moving? Moria can't move at all. Moria's forehead was full of blood, and it fell on the ground. The man directly exhaled a deep breath, and suddenly looked at the East Island owner in front of him. The owner of Dongdao Island pointed to the puzzled look on his face, and then turned his head to look at his feet. His eyes burst out directly, and he looked at Liu Zhong with incomparable shock. Liu Zhong yelled, and wanted to launch an attack on the East Island Lord, so he hit the East Island Lord with a punch and went away in the next second. Moria waved abruptly. Liu Zhong tilted his head, only a white light flashed before the man's eyes. Liu Zhong was immediately stunned in the same place, only to stop for a second, with a crash. The whole world, at this moment, stuck. Liu Zhong looked at the shadow he was in shock, but it was cut directly by the steel scissors, and Liu Zhong was thrown into the air directly. Liu Zhong opened his mouth wide in shock, and looked up at Moria in disbelief. Moria was full of blood, but he smiled and suddenly said, "You guy, you used this strange trick to hold me in place. Then I will let you take a look at me after a while." Really awesome. Wait a minute to let you see. What is the ultimate horror? After Liu Zhong heard this, he waved his hand suddenly, and a black radiance enveloped the man, tracing a trail in the air like a firefly, and then suddenly fell into the dark forest. Morla. No matter what, now you are in my move, a dark chair. This thing can take root and sprout on you. As long as you get nutrients from the soil, you will grow a twisted branch. You are still able to move your hands. Wait a minute. You can't move anywhere. Chapter 41, Swell. Moria and number 039, S second form. Owner of the East Island, you are also a demon fruit capable person, right? Your fruit is the fruit of swallowing, my fruit is the fruit of shadow, my fruit is to cut the shadows of others, and then swallow the shadows of others, but you don't know my fruit has a drawback, that is, it can only swallow the shadows of creatures, but cannot swallow the shadows of plants or animals or a stone, but there are many shadows in this world. So I will take you with me, because my shadow fruit merges with your Tuntun fruit, it is very possible for me to break this shortcoming of mine and make my shadow fruit a perfect fruit. I can swallow all the darkness on this island, ha 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 ha. Moria smiled frantically, suddenly stretched out his hand, and stretched it towards the sky. The owner of Dongdao Island raised his head and looked at his shadow, with a look of surprise on his face. If he had no shadow, then absolutely will become a zombie, so the owner of Dongdao Island is unwilling to turn himself into a zombie. I saw that the owner of Dongdao Island knelt down with a plop at Moria, and a look of incomparable horror passed in his eyes. Morla. But there is no way, Moria has opened his own big mouth of blood basin, in the big mouth of blood basin, a tongue suddenly spit out, this tongue is like a snake's tongue directly entangled Dongdao in the air. The shadow of the island owner poked the shadow out a few holes, and then dragged it into his own mouth. Moria absorbed the power of the shadow, and his body gradually expanded, revealing an extremely cheerful expression on his face. I can swallow other people's shadows, and then gain part of the power of other people's shadows. Ha 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 ha. My fruits are invincible in the world. After seeing this scene in the dark shadow, Liu Zhong exhaled a deep breath. He didn't intend to get close to Moria in front of him. He planned to launch a pitch-black chair against Moria in the distance to prevent this guy from moving. Countless black vines appeared on Moria's body. Those black vines formed the shape of a chair. Then, the four legs of the chair trembled, and they all took root on the ground below. The legs of the roots of the chair are rooted on the ground, fixing Moria firmly. Moria couldn't move at all, but the man showed a smile and slowly bends down. At this moment, he can only bend down, and his body is completely fixed. But he still bent down, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the ground in front of him. It's not the land, but the dark shadow on the land. In the next second, Moria's body swelled instantly, and the black shadow on the land disappeared. It was the shadow of a black old tree. After Moria absorbed the shadow, her body instantly swelled in a circle. Liu Zhong's face was sad and his scalp numb. At this moment, he was in the shadow of another bird flying above the sky. He was in the shadow of the old tree just now, and was almost absorbed by Moria. Liu Zhong looked at Moria silently in the shadow of the bird at this moment, his forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. After absorbing the shadow of the old tree, Moria swelled in a circle. Originally, he was like a giant. At this moment, he was about 6 or 7 meters high. The whole person was like a hill. Moria looked around coldly and laughed greedily. It wanted to absorb the shadow of the entire island, and then became as huge as the entire island. Moria knelt down and stuck out her tongue silently, licking the ground constantly, and the shadows on the ground were absorbed by Moria into her mouth like water. Moria absorbed this powerful force, with an extremely enthusiastic expression in his eyes, laughed constantly, and tremblingly said, "This energy is too powerful." The shadows on the island trembled suddenly, all converging towards Moria like a snake. And somewhere, among the huge old tree where Nami was imprisoned, the shadow trembled. What? Nami showed a puzzled expression on her face. She trembled as she looked at the shadow that wrapped him upside down. The shadow made a fluttering sound like mud, and its shape also changed, from a round shape to a long cylindrical shape, becoming a snake-like object, constantly wriggling on the ground. Rushing in one direction, that direction is the direction of Moria. Moria unexpectedly absorbed the mysterious power on this island by accident. Liu Zhong looked like a big mountain, ordinary Maria somewhere. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, backing a few steps, and turning around to leave here. On the other side, a burst of footsteps suddenly came over. Flamengo walked out from the corner next to him, raised his head indifferently, and looked at Moria, who had become a huge figure. Moria, you are going to destroy this island. Don't tell me if you absorb the shadows in these islands. Don't move my shadow or those navy shadows. Red Dog. Watching from behind. Flamengo said so, jumping above the clouds, standing on a thin silk thread and looking down. Moria let out a roar, and his huge body stood on the island. Moria lowered her head and looked down, looking coldly at Liu Zhong, and stretched out her hand. Let you take a look at the entire island. The power of shadow. Liu Chongqiao looked around and the corners of his mouth trembled. It seemed that there was no place for him, and he couldn't avoid it without a shadow. Moria's ability is really to restrain himself. The huge palm enveloped Liu Zhong's body. Liu Zhong couldn't avoid it at all, so he could only rush forward, raising his fist and shouting, "Come on then!" The dark matter enveloped Liu Zhong's left hand, and the man's left arm slowly grew larger, as if Luffy had opened the third gear arm, generally hitting Moria forward with a punch. In an instant, the sky fell apart and the earth cracked, and countless earth and rocks flew up. The ground that Liu Zhong was standing on continued to collapse, and the man's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he let out an angry roar, "Moria! You are in my way! I told you to get out of the way!" Moria yelled disdainfully and said, "Get out! Ha ha ha, kill you! I don't have to get out!" After seeing this scene above the clouds, Flamenco cracked a smile at the corner of his mouth. Who is that kid? There are almost no rumors about him at sea. It seems to be a guy who has been subdued for many years and practiced low-key somewhere, but today, Moria will definitely kill him. I will fight Kaiwahei as soon as I enter the field. It seems that I want to reach the sky in one step, so let Moria hit you into the abyss at once. Let you kid know what is down to earth. Chapter 42, Many Levels. Liu Zhong and number 039's chest was penetrated. With a bang, Liu Zhong was pressed under Moria's huge arm. Liu Zhong was crushed to death, shaking constantly under his arm. Moria laughed wildly, and the clouds kept retreating to the sound of laughter. How? This power? You can't handle it at all. Moria said like this. Flamenco chuckled, it seems to be over. I want to kill you. Moria said. Liu Zhong was lying on the ground with scars all over his body. Moria raised his fist was as big as a small mountain bag, and when he raised it, it caused a gust of wind. Liu Zhong looked at this fist in despair, and slowly raised it. Is he really going to die? There is no power in the whole body. I don't even have the power to avoid, maybe I can only wait to die. Flamenco laughed wildly, I didn't expect to see a kid today. He died in Moria's hands. Liu Zhong. Right, if you can really escape this crisis. You can definitely become a strong in the future. Don't say a Moria. You can beat 10, 100, and 1000. But you are too anxious now. I will remember you, the strong man in the future. Liu Zhong watched the fist getting closer and closer to him. At this critical moment, Liu Zhong. Don't die. A scream. Liu Zhong was stunned and looked around for 4 weeks. Don't die. Nami was entangled in the vines, her eyes were full of fear and tears, but she still screamed. You want to save me? If you die, I will die, so don't die. Liu Zhong watched the fist getting closer and closer to him, mobilizing the energy in his body, and the dark energy entangled Liu Zhong's legs. Okay. A black smoke jetted out from the palms of Liu Zhong's feet, and Liu Zhong rushed to the side. The fist landed fiercely, and bursts of rumbling noises filled the surroundings along with the smoke. Liu Zhong slowly stood up from the ground, his whole body hurt. The man looked at the huge Moria coldly, staring at him. I saw you. Nami. Liu Zhong said. Moria was stunned, and looked behind her with a puzzled look. Nami is in the shadow behind him, entangled by countless vines sticking out of the shadow. Nami. I'm here to save you. Liu Zhong did not know where to generate a powerful force. Liu Zongfen moved forward recklessly, leaping forward and rushing towards Moria. Moria laughed loudly. Even if you can dodge this attack from me, can you dodge my next attack? Don't even think about it on me. Save that woman. Go to hell. Moria's eyes were full of pride, and she continued to raise her fist. Liu Zhong ejected and rushed forward, raising his fist. Go to hell. Moria. You are. Don't block me, don't hinder me. Moria raised her fist suddenly. Liu Zhong also raised his fists in an instant, and the fists of the two of them approached in an instant, and they slammed into each other with a bang. Liu Zhong yelled frantically. Moria also kept yelling. The two fists smashed into each other, the air crown rushed into the sky, and the clouds were all over the sky, making the four wilds cheer. Flamenco sat on the end of the cloud and looked down, and he could feel the black and evil entangled. Gas. This. Flamenco's face changed. The red dog was on the coast, looking towards the island, and the navy members looked confused after him. There seems to be something dangerous there, said the red dog, and walked forward. Aka Sama, what should we do? A navy soldier walked over and asked. The red dog looked ahead, looking far away. I saw one, a huge figure. Moria, is another group of 25 pirates. After the red dog said this, he stepped forward, and the huge figure entered the lush forest. Come here with you. Aka dog's eyes were cold. I would like to see these guys. What kind of moths are you going to fix? Moria's huge figure fell down instantly, and the man who fell to the ground bang 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 bang, smashed several peaks. Liu Zhong leaped to the sky. Above the azure blue sky, Liu Zhong stepped on wisps of smoke, looking down at Moria. Nami. Where are you? Liu Zhong said. I'm here. Nami's voice came. Liu Zhong looked towards the place where the sound was conveyed, and saw Nami, who was covered in black sticky stuff with only her head exposed. I am now come to rescue you. Liu Zhong dived down. Moria raised her arm and grabbed Liu Zhong abruptly. Liu Zhong was caught in the air and caught in the palm of his hand. Liu Zhong's eyes were flushed, and he opened his mouth and sprayed out a gust of heat. Liu Zhong was like a boiling kettle. The anger at the moment made Liu Zhong have a pair of eyes full of wildness. Give it to me. Release. Liu Zhong raised his hands and suddenly clenched his fists. Numerous black auras appeared out of thin air, gathering on Liu Zhong's hands. Go to hell. Liu Zhong's hands fell suddenly. Click. Click. Two purple-black lightnings crossed side to side and landed on Moria's arm. Moria opened her mouth and let out a scream. Moria! Get out! Liu Zhong's arm suddenly used force, his body instantly rose into the air, turned over in the air, and fell with a bang. Liu Zhong landed on Moria's arm. Asshole! It's so strong. Even my strongest form can be resolved so easily. Moria's voice shook the sky. But I will never allow it. You will survive. Shadow-bound. Liu Zhong kept running on top of Moria's huge arm. He didn't know that under his feet, on Moria's arm, there were humanoid shadows, and some shadows stretched out from Moria's arm. Facing reality, he suddenly grabbed Liu Zhong's left and right legs. Liu Zhong was actually restrained in place. Liu Zhong saw his left leg, his right leg could not move, and he kept struggling. Liu Zhong! Now you are trapped by me. Moria was exhausted, he couldn't stand up, but he still had the last strength. Countless shadows gathered on his arm, grabbing Liu Zhong's left and right hands. Liu Zhong couldn't move. The black material formed a cane that rose up from the ground. The cane was bent in the middle, and a pointed spear made of black material was aimed at the chest of Liu Zhong, which was formed by the shadow. Ha 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 ha! Go to hell! As Moria said so, the acupuncture came out suddenly. Flop! Liu Zhong's chest was pierced instantly. Liu Zhong's eyes widened, his mouth opened, and countless black auras spilled out of his mouth. Chapter 43, Unbeatable. The red dog is here. Oh, dead! Flamengo looked down above the clouds. Moria's eyes were dim, and he shouted angrily, the last chance. We must kill this guy. Liu Zhong stood on his arm, lowered his head slowly, and squirmed through the black substance in his chest. Liu Zhong opened his mouth and made a whining sound, suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the squirming thing, cruelly severe hard. With a click, this wriggling thing was directly pulled off. Not dead? But the breath is weak. Like Moria's breath, the strength of the two people is about the same, but Moria absorbs the shadow of everything, so that young man is so weak. But now Liu Zhong, it seems that he is not. Never thought of giving up. Is there any chance? What can he do to stop it? Liu Zhong suddenly raised his arm, opened his mouth and bit. With a flutter, his mouth directly bit on the black thing that kept squirming. Liu Zhong kept biting, countless black substances splashing around. Liu Zhong was eating this black substance. Flamingo was frightened and stood up suddenly from the clouds, standing on the thin silk thread, and said in disbelief, "Eat it! What a joke!" Moria also yelled, "Asshole! What are you guys doing? Are you still a human? To eat the energy in my body, do you want to absorb the energy in my body to defeat me?" Moria was stunned for a few seconds, and then turned to say, "You will be burst by that energy. Only I can withstand that energy to survive in this world. Not only do I want to absorb the energy you breathe into your body, I also want to absorb your original energy. Both of us are of the dark system. I won't get any benefit in fighting between you and me, but first of all, now you're done, you can't swallow me at all, and I took advantage of this energy to swallow your body. The energy in your body almost matches my energy. I can get twice the result with half the effort. You think I can't swallow it in a short time as your energy?" After Maria heard this, he roared again and again, "You are like this! You are like this! Are you still a person?" Moria feared him, and at this moment he knew what kind of opponent he had provoked. Liu Zhong let out a roar and walked forward step by step. He used to grab the squirming object with one hand. Now he grabbed the thing with both hands. He kept squeezing it and sent it into his throat. He was in this voice. He didn't use his teeth to bite at all, but completely swallowed it. Liu Zhong's stomach grew slowly. Moria's body slowly shrank. Moria was desperate. Flamenco looked at this scene with a look of disgust. Shouts came from Maria's mouth. Birds flew out of the forest with fright, and flew above the sky. The red dog raised his head silently in the forest, looking at the birds flying to the sky, with a puzzled expression on his face. Aquino hurried to the front, a group of navy soldiers behind with a confused expression on their faces, and then rushed to the front. The red dog's sturdy arms pushed aside the bushes in front of him and walked to the clearing. "Who?" The red dog stared forward and saw the scene at this moment. Moria's body has shrunk to its original size, and her eyes are already pale, and they are now in a state of rolling their eyes. Nami was lying on the grass with black material all over her body, and the woman stood up from the ground tremblingly. After Liu Zhong stood there and heard the sound of footsteps, he suddenly turned around and saw the red dog looking at him in surprise. And his belly is already bigger than his body, hanging above the ground. Liu Zhong's eyes flashed with a strange purple light, and the corners of Liu Zhong's mouth were filled with black matter. The black matter fell to the ground. The man couldn't control the power in his body. Affected by the power, a hideous smile appeared on his twisted face. Very evil force, this force is too evil. Akadog said this and looked at the man in front of him, and then he was stunned. He could tell at a glance that this man was on a wanted order. People who are being wanted at this moment. It should be a pirate. If this guy grows up is definitely a bad thing for the navy, kill it. Now he is weak, said the red dog, walking forward and stretching out his own hands straight up, swelling heat. Liu Zhong wanted to turn around but couldn't turn around again. He lowered his head and looked at his stomach. The stomach was hanging on the ground. It should have been caused by his stomach. He couldn't move his body. He instinctively stretched out his hand and instinctively pressed his stomach. Lifting up, turning around instinctively, placing his stomach on the ground, instinctively raising his head, looking ferociously at the eye-catching red dog in front of him. The hands raised by the red dog were already full of molten liquid, and the molten liquid fell on the ground, ticking and then clacking again, and countless hot air dripped on the ground. "Oh," said the red dog, and suddenly rushed forward, raised his fist, and slammed his fist towards the heart of the landing. Liu Zhong lowered his head and looked at the raised fist of the red dog in front of him, touching his heart little by little. Next second, Liu Zhong stretched out his hands. With a bang, he grabbed Akinu's left arm. Boom 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 boom. There were countless big pits on the ground between Liu Zhong and the red dog. These big pits appeared out of nowhere, and they should have been caused by the breath of the two people. Nami stood up from the ground, and after she stood firm, she looked at Akaji in surprise. "You?" Aka dog turned his head indifferently, saw the woman in front of him again, shook his head and said, "The crime is not dead. Take it back to prison. You will subdue her." Hearing this, several navy in white uniforms walked forward. Nami watched the navy come to her side, and walked a few steps forward, turning her head back and staring at the group of guys in front of her. The red dog looked at the woman in front of him coldly, and said disdainfully, "What are you doing there? Hurry up and grab this woman for me. Is this the only use for your trash?" The red dog saw the hesitation on the faces of the navy, and he whispered and cursed him, and he still had important things to do. He turned his head and stared coldly at the Liu Zhong who was blocking his blow. "You must die." Qianu raised his fist. Bang 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 bang. The fiery fist hit Liu Zhong's face with punch after punch. Liu Zhong was beaten with a bruised nose and swollen face. He wanted to stretch out his arm, but when the arm stretched out, he freed the other hand of the red dog. The red dog punched Liu Zhong in front of him. Liu Chong backed back again and again, and was beaten without the strength to fight back. At this moment, the red dog didn't want to kill Liu Zhong directly. If a man wants, within a second, his fist can penetrate Liu Zhong's chest. This is the power of the three generals. With only 7 Wuhei's combat power, it can't match it at all. Only to be killed by a spike. Chapter 44, Thulha Power Awakens. Beat the red dog violently. The red dog's fist fell like raindrops and hit Liu Zhong's face on his body. Liu Zhong was beaten with bruises all over his body. He stared straight at the hideous red dog in front of him, his angry hands clenched quickly, and he wanted to resist. He raised his arm. At a glance, the red dog could see what the kid wanted to do. He raised his left arm with a plain expression, and then fell down quickly. Liu Zhong's just raised arm was instantly fractured by the falling arm of the red dog. The sound of Akadog said indifferently, "The strength gap between you and me is really too big. You still want to raise your hand and you want to resist. You have to admit that you are really unscrupulous. You should be put directly in prison. In the middle, you will never see the sun, the peace of this sea by a person like you who is not guilty of death. It's a curse." The red dog kicked abruptly, and Liu Zhong flew out in an instant. There was a fireball in his abdomen, and Liu Zhong flew to the sky with a bang. The hot fireball in his abdomen exploded instantly, and the man fell on the ground. Liu Zhong was full of blood, and his body lost a lot of weight. Red Dog looked at the man lying on the ground in front of him, and walked forward with disdain. He didn't care what happened to the body of the guy in front of him. He just wants to kill now, this scourge that is about to become a scourge. Chi Dog raised his leg and stepped heavily on Liu Zhong's head. Liu Zhong stopped resisting on the ground and closed his eyes desperately. The difference between his current strength and the strength of the guy in front of him was already large, and he just started a fierce battle, this battle. After that, although I gained a whole body of energy. But the energy of this body can't heal the wounds on his body immediately, and make up for the physical strength of his body, so at this moment, he is stepped under his feet. Die! There was no pity in the eyes of the red dog, and his foot suddenly slammed. The ground was shaken, and a pit appeared on the ground. Nami watched this scene, her scalp numb, and she took out a few green tubes from her arms recklessly. These tubes instantly merged together and turned into a weather stick. Thunderstorm! Nami yelled suddenly. The air above the red dog's head was constantly twisting, and a black cloud appeared. This black cloud made aka Dog notice him. The man suddenly raised his head, looking at the black cloud, raising his arm. In the next second, a flame burst out suddenly, and the cloud was torn to shreds in an instant, and the lightning did not cause any harm to the man at all. Red Dog! This is the power of the three generals. Liu Zhong, who was able to defeat Moria just now, was not an enemy at all in front of the fighting power of the three major generals, and could be taken seriously. The scum will always be the scum. Hold down that woman for me, don't let her move. Akaji said this and turned around, lowering his head indifferently, looking at the man on the ground who was severely stepped on by his feet. At this moment, Red Dog and Liu Zhong were in a big pit emerging from the ground. This big hole was stepped out by a red dog abruptly. Liu Zhong gritted his teeth, he was still struggling, he gave up his life at the moment just now, but after Nami fought hard and saved herself instinctively, the man understood that he was living reasons above this world. I don't allow anyone bullying her. Liu Zhong said like this. Nami was caught directly, caught by a group of navy. Nami kept struggling, and walked forward with great anger, gritted her teeth and said, Liu Zhong, find a chance to run and leave here quickly, you are not their opponent. After hearing this, the red dog stepped on it again with a cold look, is the force you just used is too small? I think I can just slam your head, forget it, this time you use a bit more force. Liu Zhong's eyes were full of wild brilliance, he could feel Nami being caught by the group of navy, so he was extremely angry. You give it to me. Give it to me. Nami. Liu Zhong's voice was suppressed. The red dog sneered, what did you say? Let me go. Nami. You group of pirates must accept absolute justice sanctions. You are so is the man named Nami, die obediently. Liu Zhong. Right, I remember your name, you should feel proud. At this moment, when the red dog suddenly exerted force, Liu Zhong's hands protruded like ghost hands, and suddenly grabbed the leg that the red dog had stepped on. I say. A purple light slowly appeared on Liu Zhong's body. Liu Zhong's eyes were also occupied by the purple light on the man's unusually swollen belly and slowly fell until the man returned to his original slim figure. The red dog was stunned, he didn't dare to be confident, because his legs were raised up by the man in front of him who couldn't beat him at all. Flamenco's scalp numb. What? Akaho couldn't believe it. Liu Zhong yelled, and with a sudden force, a black breath rushed to the sky. Go to hell! Red dog! The sturdy body of the red dog flew out into the sky in an instant. The red dog screamed, screaming in disbelief. What happened? Liu Zhong changed from lying on the ground to standing on the ground. He leaped forward and rushed forward, punching and kicking the group of navy directly. Nami looked at Liu Zhong, and stared at the man close at hand. The aura exuding from Liu Zhong's body was so dangerous. What's wrong with you? Liu Zhong? Nami said with a flustered expression. Red dog! I want your life! Liu Zhong leaped to the sky, his body was full of purple light. He raised his fist, and two purple lights came out from the inside of his sleeve like an earthworm like a hole, coming to him little by little. On the arm, the front end was just above the fist, and the fist lit up with two purple rays. Boom 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 boom. Liu Zhong and the red dog collided in the air, and his fists madly fell on the red dog's body. How can this kind of speed and this kind of power be possible? Is this the power that humans can achieve? It is absolutely impossible. The red dog was beaten up to the sky and rushed to the farthest place. With each punch, Chi dog rushed towards the higher sky, and Liu Zhong quickly followed. The flames and magma on the red dog enveloped the man, turning the man into a meteor in the sky. The magma splashed out in all directions. Liu Zhong punched the magma summoned by the red dog. It would collapse, and the red dog said angrily, "Smelly boy, you are so proud." At this moment, a flaming magma meteor with a dark purple tail appeared in the sky, rushing straight into the sky. Chapter 45, The True Power of Thulhu. The Night of Slaughter begins. Asshole thing! Big fire, said Akainu like this, suddenly raised his hands, countless lava gushing out of the palms of both hands, hot magma suddenly rushed forward, and instantly enveloped Liu Zhong. Go to hell! The red dog suddenly slapped his hands together, making a slap, and the man's expression is terrifying. Shrink! The red dog slapped his hands again, and the flame ball that wrapped the man in front of him shrank suddenly. Shrink! The red dog yelled, and the flame ball shrank again and tightly clung to something. This time the contraction was not wide. The last time it was huge, but the red dog showed a grinning smile on his face. Shrink again! The red dog yelled again, and boiling bubbles appeared on the magma covering the whole body. The magma sprayed in all directions. The man looked forward firmly with a pair of eyes, and he was like a one. An eagle soaring on the sea generally uses its own justice to wash the people in front of it and smooth out all instability. There was a burst of creaking sound of broken bones and creases. The red dog's face showed a wonderful color, and his face was ecstatic. In order to avoid the attack of the person in front of him, Flamenco chose to jump up and ran in one direction for about 500 meters, and stopped on the other side of the cloud, looking ahead. Flamenco's eyes were full of surprise, and his body tremblingly said, "Sure enough, this is the power of the three generals. With my current power, I can't compete with this guy at all." After saying this, Flamenco exclaimed again and shook his head silently, and the young man in front of him was only defeated, the strengthened Mariah, and he couldn't fight that tough red dog at all. Ruined. Liu Zhong. This guy will be torn apart in the hot lava. At this moment, he has no other possibility besides this. Akinu also looked forward and breathed a sigh of relief. Is it over? Everything is over. This guy is quite tricky. The man felt the evil breath emanating from the boy's body at that moment, and at a certain moment the man felt that he might not be able to beat this guy. I didn't expect that as long as I tried my best, I could get rid of this product. But, at this critical moment, The magma ball swelled again and slowly, until the sharp blade formed by a few black materials slid out of the magma ball. A look of doubt appeared on the red dog's face, and then the color of doubt turned into surprise. The man kept stepping back in disbelief, and said with a cold snort with a numb scalp, "Really? Isn't it dead yet?" "Survival, he hasn't died under my attack." When Akinu said this, the expression on his face looked like no one, but from the sweat flowing out of his face, you could tell that this guy was really scared. Pew 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 pew. These swords were poked out of the magma one by one. Those swords all exuded a sharp color. The red dog that was watching closely, all had a tingling scalp, and the man's eyes flashed a touch of firmness. With a look, he raised his fist again and rushed forward. "Liu Zhong. Right, I want to get rid of you guy. If your scourge grows up, it will definitely add some more trouble to this extremely evil era and die for me," the red dog said with his fist. In front of the fierce man, on top of the hot magma ball formed by his own ability, there was a bang, and the magma ball trembled for a while, and then everything was quiet, and the whole world followed the punch. The red dog looked straight ahead quietly, and Flamingo, who was on the cloud next to him, also watched this scene silently, with a bewildered look on his face. He didn't know what happened. So he wanted to see what was about to happen even more. It was the flame ball that collapsed in an instant. If the red dog wins, there will be other changes, but in the end, this man with the strength of the three generals will win. But at this critical moment, boom 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 boom, the flame ball burst into power, suddenly raised his head. There was a look of horror on his face. He understood everything in an instant. He knew he was in danger at this moment. He wanted to leave here, his legs were in the air, and he used the moon step in the Navy 6 form. He wanted to rush directly to the direction of 200 meters behind him. His instinct told him to be within 200 meters. There will definitely be a change that puts him in a dangerous situation. Thinking of this, the body of the red dog suddenly leans toward the back. With a bang, it was like a bullet rushing past. But in the next second, the fiery fireball trembles suddenly. Countless black substances suddenly pierced out of the flame fireball, and these black substances rushed in all directions. He rushed towards the space between heaven and earth, about 40 to 50 meters, very fast. Almost instantly, he rushed in the direction of about 40 to 50 meters, which formed like a jellyfish. After seeing this scene in the state of begging again and again, take a few steps back in surprise. Although he knew that he was not within the attack range of this ball, but he still felt a trace of trepidation. When he knew he was absolutely safe, he breathed a sigh of relief, with a firm look on his face. He wanted to look forward, so he saw a scene that surprised him. He saw the man with flames on his body, being inserted as a hedgehog among the black swords. The red dog's body was pierced by dense black sword blades, and he did not escape the attack range at all, and in a short moment, he could not escape the shooting range. Bang 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 bang. Those swords were retracted again, only the sword stuck to the neck of the red dog was not retracted. Liu Zhong swiped a fist fiercely and directly exploded the fireball in front of him. The fireball shattered in an instant, and the fragments rushed out in all directions. The man's other hand silently lifted 5 fingers, and 5 black substances were secreted from them. These black substances formed swords, and 5 swords were enough. Quietly holding the red dog in the air, Liu Zhong's hand trembled, and the 5 black material swords suddenly returned. The blood-filled red dog suddenly fell toward the ground. Red dog failed. It was the man who won. Flamenco can't be sure whether the red dog is still alive. After all, the heart of the red dog was worn. Liu Zhong seemed to feel some aura. He raised his head and looked at it for 4 weeks. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and his gaze shifted to Flamenco. "I want to kill you. Kill everyone on this island." Chapter 46, Fulhu is suppressed? Nami walks outside the island. Flamenco felt as if he was being stared at by a beast. He slapped a clever slap, his legs were empty, and his body rushed upwards. Flamenco wanted to escape from here. Don't run. Liu Zhong raised his left hand. To be precise, he threw out his left hand. Suddenly countless black matter appeared on Liu Zhong's left hand, and he threw it forward. The black matter formed a kind of ghost hand. Flamenco's left leg was instantly grabbed, and Flamenco's face was extremely surprised, and he snorted. He just came back to his senses at this moment. He was indeed a bit too tall, looking at the opponent in front of him. He can resist. Although he can't beat the person in front of him, at least he can resist. Line. A long thin line suddenly appeared in the void. Cut. The line rushed towards Liu Zhong suddenly. Liu Zhong turned around and stretched out his hand. Choose to block me directly. The expression on Flamenco's face changed from fear and hideousness to pride. My line is very thin, but very sharp. Liu Zhong. Your fingers will be cut directly. Broken. At the time. After cutting off your fingers, you are cutting off your neck. Flamenco is so proud, he seems to be very confident in his thin line. Next second. Liu Zhong's outstretched palm straightened up, and countless black ghost hands appeared, and they suddenly stretched out to grab the thin line in the void. My thread cuts the black matter. Flamenco said, his hands suddenly pulled. The thread in Liu Zhong's black ghost hand kept growing, making a creaking sound, but it didn't move. Liu Zhong really grasped the thin thread produced in Flamenco's body. Come here. Liu Zhong's hand suddenly tugged back. Flamenco rushed towards the direction of the landing in an instant. No, no, no. Flamenco let out an earth-shattering roar, his lips trembled crazily, and Flamenco was almost scared to death, because he knew he was close to death, in front of him. This guy is a meat grinder, he will definitely kill himself. Liu Zhong raised his fist and slammed it forward. Flamenco's eyes widened, shrank suddenly, and turned white. Liu Zhong's fist wrapped in black material on Flamenco's chest directly, penetrated. Flamenco closed his eyes in pain, his body leaned downward and banged, and fell toward the ground. Flamenco. Killed? How could it be? Absolutely impossible, how could this guy be killed? The group of Navy on the ground watched in shock as the pink figure fell downward. It's over, everything is over. Liu Zhong rushed straight to the ground, wrapped in black power, afraid of falling on the ground. With a bang, a big pit appeared instantly, swallowing all the forest and vegetation for 4 weeks, until there was no trace. Liu Zhong stood in this flowing dark energy, gritted his teeth and looked around. The people who were standing on the ground were swallowed by the darkness, and those people slowly floated up from the darkness. They are the Navy on the ground. All dead, all dead. Liu Zhong looked up like a mad dog and looked around for 4 weeks, then suddenly raised his hands, on which there were 2 dark purple beads. The luster on the round beads was constantly circulating, and there was a burst of weird sounds. The Navy suddenly opened their eyes. In the darkness directly below them, suddenly stretched out countless tentacles, those each of the tentacles stretched out toward the front. They were pierced by the Navy floating in the sky one by one. They opened their eyes wide, and unwillingly moved toward the sky, stretched out their hands, raised their heads to look at the sky, and let out an unwilling sound. Roar, they don't want to die here, but the tentacles. But they were not allowed to exist in this world, so they were drawn into the darkness, into the endless void, and they all disappeared in this forest. A big pit appeared silently. Liu Zhong landed in the middle of the big hole, looked at the vegetation that had been flattened by himself for 4 weeks, felt the breath of the forest for 4 weeks, and let out a roar. There are living people. There are on this island. Liu Zhong said like this, walking forward step by step. Nami stood by the big hole with a look of disgust on the face of the woman. Looking at the big hole, her scalp became numb, and her open mouth said, "What's going on?" Liu Zhong. Liu Zhong suddenly rushed forward, broke through the bushes, slammed out a fist, and directly pressed Nami to a tree with a bang. Liu Zhong grabbed the woman in front of her by the neck and pressed it against it. On the tree, Liu Zhong walked forward out of control, staring at Nami coldly. Nami kept struggling to look at the stranger Liu Zhong in front of her. "What's wrong with you? Wake up soon! Liu Zhong!" Nami yelled with tears in the corners of her eyes and her mouth wide open. Suddenly, the air is stagnant. Liu Zhong's pupils were full of flowing purple matter. At this moment, in those weird pupils, there was a glimmer of human eyes that was pure and clear. The purple substance no longer flows. Liu Zhong stood there blankly, without saying a word. Nami said in surprise, "Stop it." "Is it?" A gust of wind blew by. Liu Zhong fell to the ground with a plop. Nami stretched out her hand, and her body tilted forward and hugged Liu Zhong's loss of strength and soft body. Liu Zhong's eyes and ears, nose, and mouth were bleeding red blood. Nami looked at Liu Zhong, a little anxious, her face showed a confused look. "What's the matter with you, Liu Zhong?" Nami watched Liu Chang's mouth still dripping with blood. Nami directly put Liu Zhong on her back, her legs staggered, but she kept walking forward, trying her best to use her fastest speed. Nami's eyes were full of panic. "I will take you away now and see a doctor. Liu Zhong, don't die." Nami fell directly to the ground with a bang, and fell to the ground before he could finish speaking. Liu Zhong's body is too heavy, and Nami's physique is not too strong, so Nami is struggling to carry it. "Why are you so heavy?" Nami slowly stood up from the ground again with her hands propped on the ground, her legs pressed hard and her body stood straight on the spot. This time the woman no longer panicked, but walked forward step by step with her feet down to earth. "I will take you out," Nami said, raising her head, her nose, tears and mud muddy her face, frowning and stiffening her scalp. She kept walking, and walked forward. "I want to take you away." Chapter 47, The Eagle Eye Strikes Mysteriously. Go forward one step at a time. At this moment, a black figure suddenly stopped Nami. Nami raised her head and looked forward. A huge man with a book lowered his head coldly and stared at Nami. There was a shadow on his face, and he said coldly, "Miss Nami, right?" Nami's face was pale and gritted her teeth. "Ah? How did you come here, tyrant bear? What do you want to do?" The tyrant lowered his head, his body seemed to lean slightly in the direction of Nami, and saw that the man's entire body was shrouded in a black shadow, and the man shrouded in darkness was like a standing in the sky, facing the powerless man in front of him. "Nami, you can't escape. There is no need to struggle," said the tyrant. Nami only saw the tyrant in front of her, covering all her eyes with her huge hand. When her eyes went dark, she passed out instantly. The sky was dark and gloomy. On the grey sandy beach lay a navy wearing a red shirt. Akadog opened his eyes and slowly stood up from the ground. The embarrassed man vomited out a few more mouthfuls of blood. "How could I just fall down? That guy is too strong. I don't have the power to fight back in front of him. If the guy in front of me grows, then the good days of the navy will come to an end. I think it is definitely a bad thing not to get rid of Liu Zhong." Thought of this, Akaji heads to the forest ahead alone. Walking in the middle of the forest, he came to a clearing. He saw Moria lying on the ground with white eyes and an unidentified black substance liquid from his mouth. "This guy just fought with that kid, right? What kind of battle did they go through? I remember this guy is just a pirate of the level that went to Wuhei. Why can he fight that boy for so long? According to that boy's strength, this guy's strength should not be able to withstand that boy's tricks." At this moment, the red dog was thinking about it, and the sound of footsteps floated from the jungle. The red dog raised his head and looked in the direction of the jungle, and saw a man holding a common man walking forward step by step, approaching the red dog. Aquino's eyes widened slightly, looking at the man in front of him with the sword in his hand, and exhaling a sullen breath. "Hawkeye, my hawk, why are you here? It's strange that so many Wuhai gathered on this small island. You still have Flamengo, and this Moria and that notice, I'll come tyrant here." As the red dog said this, the red dog suddenly felt something wrong, his eyes widened slightly, and in the next second, the eagle eye that came out of the jungle suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were full of purple divine light. Full of murderous hands, seeing that they were beheaded to the front, only hearing a brush, the man turned into a light that rushed forward. The red dog stretched out his hands, and his hands suddenly burst into countless flames, engulfing the man's whole body, brushing the two knives and slashing fiercely on the flames of the man's whole body. The flames were burning and he was being cut when, there was shaking, one bright and one dark. The whole body that Aquino looked at staggered a step to the left. Akaji couldn't believe what happened at this moment. Why did the guy in front of him attack him? In his own file, the 7 house in front of him was the most obedient among the 7 Wuhai. He wouldn't attack the navy. Think about it this way. The murderous intent on the red dog's body also slowly erupted from his body. The man gritted his teeth. Not any guy can on his red dog's head. The guy actually attacked him. If you attack him, then he can kill this guy. It was originally a pirate, so how can we talk about loyalty to the navy? No matter how loyal a pirate is, in front of the navy camp, it only needs some benefits to be bought directly. This guy will inevitably be removed, in the pledge. On the list, everyone who will kill is every one of the 7 Wuhai. You all must die. The red dog generally said that flames ignited above his hands, bang bang bang, the flames boiled, the magma burst, and countless magma splashed on the grass, corroding the grass, and the man punched hard. He pushed forward and slammed into the eagle eye in front of him. He knew the strength of eagle eye was very powerful, and he knew that the guy in front of him was the world's #1 swordsman. So the guy in front of him, when facing his own punch, would definitely avoid his fist, but in the next second, the eagle eye raised his eyes and shouted. The eagle eye's sword directly a weird angle suddenly leaned towards the front. In front of the fist that was bombarded with magma, the fist hit the sword in Hawkeye's hand with a bang, and the ground under the feet of the two people trembled, and numerous spider web-like cracks appeared on it. Countless stones were collapsed and flew to the sky. Akaji couldn't believe that the guy in front of him dared to take him. If you want to die, come on. In Hawkeye's heart, thinking about the fist and violently attacking the person in front of him, he has no reservations at all. It is necessary to press the guy in front of him at this moment, it can be killed in 3 moves. There was a boom. When he opened his eyes suddenly lit up, with sharp eagle-like eyes, swinging out the strongest moves. He suddenly shook his arrow forward, and in the next second, a purple figure appeared on his body and turned to the right again. Fang waved his tenacity, and another figure appeared on his body. He leaped towards the head of the enemy in front of him, and shook his head and face with his sword. Countless purple figures appeared in the red dog attacking his strong and indestructible places up and down, and also attacked his most vulnerable places. Profound meaning. Endless yan return. Swipe it. The sharp blade hit the red dog's body suddenly, causing the magma on the man's body to boil. The red dog gritted his teeth. At this moment, he couldn't back up. He knew that he had fallen into the wind, but he absolutely couldn't back up. He pushed his heavy fist and slammed forward. Just listen to the bang. The red dog withstood the storm-like attack and hit the eagle eye's true body in front of him. With a punch, the eagle eye was directly blown out, and countless smoke and dust, the eagle eye's body slammed away. One after another, trees and stones fell fiercely on the ground. Hawkeye slowly stood up in the smoke, the arrow in his hand blinked forward, and his figure was exposed in front of the red dog again. The red dog's eyes were extremely sharp, but the corners of his mouth kept trembling. Damn it! What a monster this is! I saw Hawkeye, the original red eyes turned black at this moment. A gust of wind blew his forehead, and on his forehead, there appeared one after another irregular and complicated patterns. Chapter 48, Resurrected Moria. But one wave has not settled, another wave has risen. With a bang, heavy steps stepped on the ground. The red dog was stunned for an instant when he raised his head, his forehead was covered with cold sweat. What is this sound? There were only two people in this forest, he and Hawkeye. He stared at Hawkeye in front of him, and he watched that Hawkeye didn't move at all. So who is making this sound? Kill you, kill you. The red dog turned his head and looked at the jungle, his big hands pushed aside the bushes, and a white and purple face appeared in front of the red dog. The pupils of the red dog dilated. Moria! Didn't this guy die just now? Why is he resurrected again? Said the red dog in shock. Moria raised his head, his eyes had turned red, a horrified smile appeared on his face suddenly, his body was instantly wrapped in black matter, but the red of his eyes was still in the black matter. With a shining red light, he suddenly stretched out his hands and grabbed the neck of the red dog. You two guys! Akaji opened his mouth and let out a roar. Moria's eyes flashed suddenly. Hawkeye raised the knife in his hand. The red dog also raised his fists, and flames ignited above them. With two bangs, the surrounding light was dimmed, only the light of the flame appeared so shiny, and the fist of the red dog hit on Moria's left cheek, deforming the guy's left cheek. You fellow dare to fight with me, don't you know the power gap between you and me? The red dog let out a hoarse roar. Moria slowly raised his head. The red dog's pupils shrank instantly, and said shockedly, You. Moria raised his head slowly, and the flame in his eyes slowly burned. This guy absorbed the power contained in the punch that the red dog had just hit his face. A flame ignited above the left hand, and countless magma attached to it. Roar! Moria punched out. The red dog leaned back in an instant, his neck squeaked and creaked, and almost all his arteries were interrupted. But misfortunes never come singly. With a flutter, a sharp blade pierced the red dog's abdomen directly. It turned out to be the eagle eye behind it. Take advantage of the fire at this moment. The red dog was struggling like a madman. But it's no use. Moria grabbed Inu's neck with both hands and gripped tighter and tighter. If this guy keeps grabbing my neck, I will suffocate. I will die by then. I must not die here. The abnormal changes in these two guys will definitely affect the whole world afterwards. If this power is obtained by those who hate the Navy and the world government, then the entire Navy and the entire world will be greatly affected. The red dog kept struggling. Before the man was dying, he was still thinking about the whole world and the world government, but he had no way at this moment to cause any harm to these two guys, so can I just die obediently now? But at this moment a yellow light flashed suddenly. The red brilliance immediately filled Akinu's eyes. With a bang, a burst of explosive shock waves rose into the sky and rushed in all directions. The red dog was carried by a yellow figure and rushed towards the aeroship in the distance. With a bang, the yellow figure fell on the deck. Slowly raised his head, a group of Navy in white uniforms around came to the side of the yellow figure. How about Lord Red Dog? Lord Yellow Ape? A Navy held the dying red dog in his arms and placed it beside the deck. Numerous doctors and nurses in white clothes rushed forward and used various methods. Such equipment began to treat the red dog lying on the deck. Huang Yuan stared at the front. It's terrible, the two men almost defeated the red dog. Terrible, terrible. Hearing this, all the Navy on the ship and the group of nurses were taken aback. What, did Akina-sama lose? Go and inform King Z. Let him come too, today's enemy seems terrible. If he doesn't come together, then today's battle will be difficult. Huang Yuan shook his head and said silently. What shocked everyone? As the three big generals, Huang Yuan said this at this moment, so how powerful are the enemies waiting for them? Nami opened her eyes slowly, and at the moment he was in a dark place. You're awake, a woman's voice came. Nami looked forward. In the dark space, he saw the silhouette of a woman. A huge figure was sitting next to the woman. She couldn't see who it was, but it might be the tyrant who stunned them. I thought you would kill us, and then leave here. I didn't expect that you didn't kill us. Nami said this and she lowered her head and saw Liu Zhong who was sleeping next to her. Seeing that Liu Zhong was safe and sound, Nami's hanging heart finally landed. I won't kill him, he has a lot of research value. He has an energy that still remains in him. Bao Zhongxiang said as he slowly stood up from the ground. So he is the best experiment. The tyrant Xiang turned his head and his eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, the man looked strange, not like a person at all, but like a machine driven by energy. The woman next to Tia shook her head helplessly. Sure enough, they really did that experiment on you, otherwise you wouldn't be what you are now. Although Nami didn't know what the two men were talking about, the woman felt that she was in a dangerous environment now. Boom boom boom, heavy footsteps suddenly came over, and a pink figure came directly outside the hole. It turned out that this space was in a hole. Tyrant Xiang turned his head and looked at the pink figure outside the entrance of the cave. Damn bastard! Flamengo covered his chest. There was a creepy blood hole on his chest. This blood hole pierced his chest, and he shed countless blood, but he is not dead. According to the truth, his heart is there, he is pierced there, he should be dead. At this moment, only blood was flowing from his wound, and countless blood-stained threads were constantly squirming, recovering his injury. At this moment, Flamengo also appeared very weak. He did not die in that battle. In order to avoid the powerful Liu Zhong, he chose the same escape method as Akadog. That is suspended animation. At this moment, he arrived in front of Liu Zhong, who was already in a coma. What on earth is he going to do? Chapter 49, Liu Zhong wakes up. Tyrant Bear Crisis. What on earth do you want to do? Nami stepped back, her mouth trembling, and she stretched out her hand to grab Liu Zhong's shoulder. Flamenco gritted his teeth, walked forward, walking staggering, like a lone lamp, standing under the bright moon, and saw him take a deep breath. Woman! Get out of there! I killed him! We can live! If he lives, we all have to die! Nami's body trembled. Flamenco walked a few steps forward, and fell to the ground with a plop. The man had no strength. I was hurt too badly. Flamenco spilled some blood and dripped on the ground. Tia looked at this scene, subconsciously looking at the big bear. This is the only backbone of a woman at this moment. The tyrant lowered his head to look at Flamenco. That woman is stupid. Are you stupid? Tyrant! You should know that if this guy wakes up again, in the way he was just now, he will kill us all. He is crazy, he will kill indiscriminately, everyone. Flamengo said in a noisy voice despite the blood spit out of his mouth. When the tyrant heard this, he turned his head and looked at Liu Zhong coldly. For a long time, the tyrant gave a cold snort, walked forward, and raised his left hand. Nami watched this scene in horror. At this moment, the woman already knew that this tyrant was definitely here, but how could a woman just watch this sturdy man killed Liu Zhong? Nami plucked up the courage to go forward. Don't you? Just when the two parties are about to start a conflict. Boom 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 boom. There were bursts of noise and tremors, causing everyone in the cave to twist and bump against the rock wall. What's the matter? The tyrant stood up from the ground, with a boom in the next second. The tyrant raised his head, and a huge rock pressed towards him. The tyrant stretched out his sturdy hands to withstand the boulder, his legs plunged into the ground, and saw the tyrant gritted his teeth with a grim expression. The whole mountain has collapsed. Let's get out of here. After saying this, the tyrant applied fiercely, and the boulder he carried on his shoulders was crushed in an instant. He covered the soil, stretched out his hand to grab Tia directly, and rushed outside. Flamenco's eyes were full of horror, and his pupils shrank slightly. At this moment, he didn't care about killing Liu Zhong, the source of all evil. He raised his arm, and 2 thin spider silks spouted from his fingers, wrapped around the waist of the tyrant. Flamenco was dragged and rushed outside. Only Liu Zhong and Nami were left here. Nami trembled and her eyes were full of fear. With a bang, a stone suddenly blocked the road in front of Nami. There was a boom. Nami squatted down, and a stone hit the stone directly, and Nami was slammed under the stone. Fortunately, the shape of the 2 stones created a space between the 2 stones. Nami shivered in this small space. I also forgot to save Liu Zhong. Being able to survive alone at this moment is already all that Nami can do. Liu Zhong was still asleep, closed his eyes tightly, half of his body was pressed under the stone. Nami was crying, her nerves were tense at this moment, and she couldn't take care of anything anymore. At this moment, the only woman in her heart who could save a life and survive was the greatest luck. Nami cried, how much suffering he has suffered since childhood, and now it is the closest to death in every suffering he has experienced since childhood. After about 10 minutes, Nami came back to her senses, and the woman's eyes were already crying red. At this moment, a hand slowly rested on Nami's shoulder. Liu Zhong. Nami woke up instantly like an electric shock, and suddenly looked at Liu Zhong. At this moment, half of Liu Zhong's body was pressed under the stone. He had already woke up from the pain. The moment Liu Zhong woke up, he would call Nami. The terrible pain made Liu Zhong almost subconsciously, but when he saw Nami cry so miserably, Liu Zhong was stunned suddenly, and then he didn't say anything, just watched Nami crying quietly. The pain still existed. Liu Zhongqiang endured the pain. He knew that this was a woman. After experiencing so many things, he chose to vent it for the first time. Such a strong catharsis must not be interrupted. The corners of Nami's mouth trembled. You are under the rock. When did you wake up? Why didn't you tell me? Nami knew that she had just cried for a long time. Liu Zhong smiled slightly. You have been with me for your hard work, Nami. Nami's eyes widened slightly, and she cried and pulled the stone with her hands. Nami exploded with a powerful force at this moment. Nami dug out a hole in the ground under the rock with her hands, and Liu Zhong was rescued. Nami is holding Liu Zhong. Rumble, the ground was shaking again. The stone on top of Nami's head slowly cracked, and a ray of sunlight shone in the dim environment and hit Nami's face. Nami hugged Liu Zhong, stood up directly from the ruins, and looked around. The mountain has been razed to the ground, and it was in ruins for 4 weeks. What happened? Boom 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 boom. A figure wearing a black shirt was shot directly to the sky in the forest by 2 figures with purple scents on their bodies. A knife pierced the black figure suddenly. The black figure is a tyrant, and the 2 purple figures are Eagle Eyes, and there are 2 others, Moria. Liu Zhong looked at this scene weakly, and looked at the tyrant who had been beaten violently, with a look of surprise in his eyes. This. At this moment, a pink figure and a woman came to Liu Zhong and Nami beside them. You are still alive. Tia ran forward while wiping tears from the corner of her eyes, with the seriously injured Flamenco on her back. Flamenco raised his head, his eyes were full of horror, and the corners of his mouth trembled and said, the Navy is killed, this guy will definitely die. Tia frowned. Liu Zhong looked at Tia silently. Now you are not here to kill us, Nami said with a trembling corner of her mouth. After Tia heard this, his face was full of sadness, and he clenched his fists tightly. My legs were healed by the last tyrant bear. But he was caught by those 2 people because he was wasting time. He fought with those 2 people to cover us. Good night, everything is over, and there is no boat on the beach. There are 2 terrible guys searching on the island. Living people. I can't live, why should I kill you? We are now considered hard brothers. Tia said with tears in his eyes, that tyrant bear, he just said to teleport us out of the island, but he hasn't done so yet. He was caught by those guys. Bastard, why am I? I can't do it. Liu Zhong and Nami looked at Tia silently. Suddenly, Liu Zhong raised his head and said, Tia, I can save the tyrant bear. You can even kill the two guys in the sky, but only if your navy will protect me and Nami from this island. Can you? Chapter 50, Sniper Hawkeye. Got it. Above the blue sky, two maroon silhouettes, with swift and fierce whines, slammed into the black silhouette with one knife and one punch. Tyrant Xiong's pale pupils were slightly enlarged, and milky white saliva was exhaled from his mouth, and his body continued to rush towards the higher sky. Go to die, die to die. There were only 2 points in the sky, chasing a place, and when a point higher in the sky was chased up, that point continued to rush towards the sky, towards the higher sky. Flamenco gritted his teeth and stood on the ground, with a look of despair on his face and shook his head. Why are there more people with that power, Moria, and that bastard? Why do they have this power? After that, everything was over. Originally, the man thought that only Liu Zhong had this power on this island, but now he has made 2 more out of thin air. What do you use to save those 2 people so strong, and you are so weak you can't beat those 2 people at all, and even your strength just now can't beat the 2 guys above the sky at this moment, right? Flamenco let out a roar. Liu Zhong listened to the chaotic hustle and bustle of the guy in front of him, frowned tightly, shook his head calmly and said, You are like a dog now. Otherwise, Flamenco was stunned, and then a touch of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head, stretched out his hands, covered his face, and said angrily, Then what can you do with me? If I have a little bit way, I won't be so surrendered. There was a calm look on Liu Zhong's face, and he smiled and shook his head. If I say I can send all of our personnel off the island and be unharmed, would you like to use it? I just need you now. Such a strong man. Flamenco was stunned. At this moment, his eyes really looked like a pool of water, with a thoughtful look on his face, and he narrowed his eyes. Everyone on the scene looked at Flamenco, waiting for this guy's decision, and now their hearts were hanging together. Liu Zhong is the only person who is close to that power, and he definitely understands that power better than these people. He said that to defeat them, he must believe, even if not necessarily defeated. But this is only the only hope now available. Flamenco's eyes turned red, and he raised his head and said hoarsely, You bastard! Liu Zhong stared at Flamenco earnestly. Flamenco gritted his teeth, slowly relaxed, sighed heavily, and let out a sigh. Okay. I will cooperate with you. Moria stared at the tyrant bear in the sky, his mouth was full of saliva from his mouth, and he shook his face. The saliva was thrown in all directions, wild. Moria stepped in the air as if using a Navy 6. The moon steps in the world are average. The body slammed into the black figure like a meteor. The broken tyrant bear lowered his head in despair in the air, looked straight at the out-of-control Moria who rushed towards him, and closed his eyes in despair. That's it. He will die. M.O. Lee. Yay. With a loud roar, it rang above the clear sky. Moria was stunned for a second. The tyrant bear's body went down, and Molia turned her head and looked directly at the valley in front of him. Molia's flustered eyes subconsciously leaped on his face and looked into the valley with solemnity. A figure flashed past. Moria didn't see the figure's true face at that moment, and could only judge that this was a person in a pink dress. He seemed to be holding a person in his arms, and that person was full of expression in his arms. With the mouth open, the mouth is exposed. All eyes were cast there, so that Moria could see the blue veins in that person's mouth. The huge figure of the black bear that fell in the next second covered Mariah's sight. Mowgli raised his hand eagerly and in anger and pushed forward. The black bear's body passed by his hand. The black bear was not pushed, and Mowgli saw the hillside again. Bring him back to see the truth. This person. Isn't this person the boy who just defeated him and brought him despair? Liu Zhong. Why is he here? For a moment, this was all from the subconscious. Molia trembled like a sieve, and the cold sweat came down in an instant. The eagle eyes floating in the sky, regardless of the falling bear, lowered their heads to look at Moria in the sky directly below the body. Then he looked at Liu Zhong suddenly. His eyes widened slightly, his pupils contracted slightly, and he rushed forward suddenly, raising the big knife in his left hand. Moria seemed to be controlled by that guy. The powerful energy in her body couldn't control the movement of Moria's body shape at all. It was probably that her body was stressed after seeing Liu Zhong. So at this moment, Hawkeye was going to kill this guy who was numbing his companion, killing this guy instantly. I don't know why, but there is also a look of anger in Hawkeye's eyes. This is also from Hawkeye's original consciousness. Now it has an impact on the body. Hawkeye's steady sword power is actually chaotic. Liu Zhong raised his head, Flamengo trembled all over, facing the guy in front of him who was wrapped in the powerful black aura that made him afraid. Liu Zhong gritted his teeth and pointed to the sky, facing the eagle eye rushing here, and shouted angrily, Flamengo! Use your silk thread! Flamengo raised his hand in an instant, and a thin thread spurted out of both hands, and it pierced through Hawkeye's left hand. Somewhere in his left hand was instantly covered by that thin thread. Cut off, there will be chaos in the busy schedule. This time Flamenco finally aimed at the flawless swordsman in front of him, a flaw. They were invulnerable before they saw you. Why would they show such a look after seeing you? You are not very strong, you are now very weak. Flamenco was shocked in his heart. He said it in his heart. Flamenco's hands staggered for a while, and two black threads instantly entangled Hawkeye's hands and feet. Entangling his ankles and ankles allowed the shadow to open all his flaws. Liu Zhong stretched out a finger to point forward, aiming at Hawkeye's head, and saw that there was a black substance stuck to the tip of his finger on his finger. There was black aura beside this black substance, these black auras. Into this thing becomes slowly swelling. Cohesion. 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 Liu Zhong's face was savage, and he roared, the black aura on his fingers suddenly flew forward. Flop! Hawkeye's head, forehead, was penetrated by a black substance instantly. Liu Zhong's pupils contracted, and the corners of his mouth curled up in the next second. Flamenco also watched this scene in surprise. Chapter 51, Negotiation. Thulhu appeared. Hawkeye's eyelids trembled suddenly. Flamenco felt that something was wrong in an instant, almost subconsciously. Flamenco's hands were stretched out toward the surroundings like lightning, and two thin threads were suddenly thrown out. Hawkeye raised the knife in his hand. Liu Zhong was stunned, looking at the eagle eye in front of him in surprise. He was not dead, and at this moment, the shadows of the eyes burned with the flames of abnormal fighting spirit, the killing intent in the eagle eye's heart. I can't bear it anymore. Hawkeye wanted to kill Liu Zhong in front of him, and raised his hand, holding a sword in his hand, looking ahead. So he rushed forward suddenly, the sword in his hand showed an unparalleled brilliance. This smooth road is like an eagle hitting the sky, so sharp, the light of the bright moon, so bright. Hawkeye's strongest cut in his life. It's launched. Always use your strongest cut to kill the most hated person in your life, the enemy of your own destiny. It's just a sigh between breaths. The flamenco mountain disappeared in an instant, and appeared 100 meters away. He held a silk thread in his hand. It was this silk thread. He just dragged it out 100 meters, and he avoided the cut. Flamenco lowered his hair and let out a roar. His left leg was instantly cut off from the technique of the left leg and ankle. His left foot was abruptly broken by this brilliance, and a drop of blood spurted from the wound. Rumble, rumbling, rumbling, rumbling. A smooth white cloud rushed forward in an instant, about 50 meters high. Slashing the ground and seeing a mountain in front of him, there was no wiper rushing away at all. The mountain was cut into 2 parts. After cutting the mountain, he didn't even think of stopping. Continue to rush forward. With a bang, he rushed directly from one end of the island to the other end of the island. Ho ho ho! The drifting white mist slowly descended and landed on the ground. In the middle of the island, there was a sound of turbulent running water, and the surging water flowed into a canal that was instantly cut off by the knife. No one thought of it. This sword spirit cut off an island instantly. Flamenco screamed in pain and said loudly, "Liu Zhong, didn't you say that you can kill that guy?" After Liu Zhong heard this, he shook his head helplessly and said, "I underestimated the healing power of the dark energy in their bodies. He was almost stabbed through the head by me. The dark energy filled his scars, so that he was saved by the dark energy in the instant of death." Flamenco trembled and fell to the ground with a plop. Liu Zhong, Flamenco's body was driven by inertia, rolling on the sandy ground, and finally stopped next to a pile of sand. Flamenco propped up his body with both hands and raised his head. "Liu Zhong, tell me the truth, they were killed by you. In an instant you have determined that they are dead, and then they were resurrected. Well, that means they have the power to come back from the dead." Liu Zhong's eyes were a little big and his head lowered. The light in a pair of eyes slowly became deeper. His thoughts were brought to the memory of what he saw and heard in the dream. "Are you awake, Liu Zhong?" The voice of a middle-aged man reached Liu Zhong's ears. The heavy eyelids were filled with lead, and Liu Zhong opened his eyes with difficulty. "Who are you?" In the faint blue space, there are only 2 figures standing alone in this void. One is the naked Liu Zhong. The other is a man shrouded in black mist. The man couldn't see his appearance. He just kept calling Liu Zhong, and now that Liu Zhong came in, the man looked at Liu Zhong with all his attention. Liu Zhong frowned and looked at the silent guy in front of him. "Who are you?" "It's amazing," the man said. Liu Zhong was stunned. What magic? How could it be possible in this world, to have someone so similar to me? The figure deep in the darkness waved, and the black breath slowly dissipated, revealing a face full of vicissitudes. A middle-aged man, wearing a tuxedo, full of scum. There was a scar on his face, except that it was almost exactly the same as Liu Zhong. It just looks a little older. Liu Zhong was also stunned, his scalp numb. "I'm going, who are you? Why do you look so like me? Is there any relationship between us?" "Hee, boy, think about whether your father was very romantic when he was young." The middle-aged man touched his chin. Liu Zhong was stunned for an instant, and then said with embarrassment and angrily, "You bastard, you are probably over 40 years old. You are older than my dad. It is my grandfather who is going to die." "Oh, no, I was taken by you." "It's crooked, my grandfather can't be romantic. What kind of guy are you?" The middle-aged man laughed jokingly. He seemed very happy. Today he is quite happy, as can be seen from his outfit at the moment. This guy is definitely an unsmiling person on weekdays, but he smiled so happily today. "It's really abnormal. You look so similar to me, it proves that I can escape from this island, right?" The middle-aged man was extremely excited. It turned out that he was excited because of this. "To tell you the truth, boy, I am the force on this island." "That's right, I just took possession of you, and then killed the quartet, making it stronger than you. It should be about 100 times stronger than you." Middle-aged man and another mad and disrespectful child. "It's like a pig, that power." The corner of Liu Zhong's mouth trembled. This guy was clearly talking about Red Dog and Flamenco. What just happened? You probably don't know what happened just now, but it doesn't matter. Now there are these 2 guys on this island who are possessed by my power. If you meet after you wake up, those 2 guys, you won't be killed for a while, but with these two guys, who do you think will sail to pick you up? They just have to get close to this island, then these two guys will desperately destroy everything that is close to the island. Now I can't resurrect your body. I don't have this power at all. I confess, but as long as you nod your head, you can accept all my power. In the future, if I am in your body, you can become the strongest person in the world right now. And you can save your life and escape from this island. But if you refuse me, you are likely to be killed by those two guys on the island. The power I gave you on you has experienced the darkness of your body, and the impact of power just now has become weak for 10 minutes, this power will slowly disappear in half a day. At that time you will be killed by them, so you choose to become stronger and live. I chose to die here and be killed by those two out of control guys. Chapter 52, Hunt Down. Moria in the form of a Thulhu. Liu Zhong listened to the constant chatter. Although he didn't catch a cold, he didn't fall asleep, but at this moment, Liu Zhong still frowned, and looked at the black figure indifferently in front of him. So you are the mysterious power evil on this island, right? Liu Zhong said. Oh, do you want to know my origin? Yes, anyway, we will have a long-term cooperation in the future. I'll tell you my name. That's right. I am, that mysterious thing on this island. Power is also above this world. One of the legendary gods. One of the evil gods, the evil said. The power in you just now was bestowed by me. When you came to this island, you suddenly liberated all the dark power on this island, so I was released from the loose seal. But I desperately need a body to be a medium, so that I can leave this island. It looks like this. Liu Zhong looked at the evil who was confessing to him, and said coldly, you just said that if I don't accept you, I can't leave this island. You mean you are threatening me? Thulhu nodded, you can think that, after all, I have the intention to threaten you, but you have to admit that if you don't accept my power, you won't even have the ability to escape. Liu Zhong snorted coldly, even if I accept you, you will occupy my body, right? Thulhu suddenly stunned. If you occupy my body, am I still me? Do you think I will let out my body? Absolutely impossible, I would rather die. Liu Zhong hummed and waved his hand. Do you value your body so much? Well, let me take a step back. The Thulhu is still so honest. He seems to disdain to lie to the creature in front of him that is countless times weaker than himself. He directly said, I am taking possession of yours. After the body, you still use your name and your habits, your memory, and I was you at that time in life. I will live with your mind. Don't worry. Thulhu was even discussing. Liu Zhong raised his head angrily, what do you think of me? Do you think you said this? Will I agree? Don't talk about it. Hearing this, the Thulhu silently lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. At last he only put down a sentence, I will not force you, I will ask you to agree to let me attach your body. Don't worry, there is only one relationship between me and you, and that is a cooperative relationship. We can gain mutual benefits. Since you don't want to cooperate with me, then you can return to reality and see if you are in danger. In the middle, would you think so? Thulhu raised his hands, his fists suddenly clenched. A burst of creaking sounds rang throughout the entire space. Countless cracks appeared in the middle. The back completely collapsed, and countless space fragments fell towards the endless void below. Liu Zhong's eyes became more and more hazy, and in the end, his consciousness gradually returned to reality. Liu Zhong opened his eyes in reality, slowly stood up from the ground, and exhaled, Flamingo, you first hold on and calm down. At the moment on a piece of sand, the seriously injured Liu Zhong and Flamingo were covered with scars. Lying here, Liu Zhong was a little better. It had just recovered some strength and was able to barely stand up. Flamenco is miserable. His left leg was severed by that powerful sword chi, and countless blood was flowing on the sand. Flamenco's blood was bleeding, and he looked very miserable and embarrassed. Flamenco's face was pressed to the ground, and he was gasping, blowing the dust off his mouth while breathing. "What's the use of you saying such things there? Didn't you say that you can beat those two guys? Why now that my legs are broken, you still can't beat them?" After Liu Zhong heard this, the corners of his mouth trembled. He shook his head helplessly and said, "I can't help it. I didn't kill the guy just now. I overestimated the guy's recovery ability. Next time, if that guy is attacked to the point, he will definitely die, I promise." Flamenco lowered his head, angrily speechless. Moria and Hawkeye appeared on Flamenco, and on a huge rock in front of Liu Zhong, the two of them stood there like gods. Moria no longer had the color of fear in his eyes, raised his hands, and two flames of hatred lit up in his eyes. These two flames were indeed burning in his eye sockets, and the man emitted bursts of flames. Scream! Liu Zhong's scalp went numb, and he took a step back and said, "Moria, is this guy immune to fear of me?" Flamenco frowned, gritted his teeth and raised his head. He knew that he had to make a choice at this moment. If he didn't make a choice, he might have to explain it here. He thought of coming here. With a roar, raised his arm, 2 beads of silk spurted out of the palm of his hand, and he rushed forward. A scream of spider silk was directly entangled on the rock wall, and the man's body was also covered by the spider silk. He dragged and rushed forward. Flamenco roared. Liu Zhong turned his head and watched in surprise at the man with the broken leg rushing into the distance, leaving him behind. In the same place, the man's face showed firmness, and he rushed forward angrily, gritted his teeth and rushed. Said, "Flamenco, stop for me, do you want to abandon me?" Flamenco turned his head angrily, his eyes widened and angrily stared at the guy in front of him. This guy even said such things outright and confidently. It really made the man extremely angry. Thinking of this, Flamenco speeded up even more. It's fast, but no matter how fast it is. Liu Zhong only stirred the ground a little, and quickly rushed forward. The sudden advance and the strength of this instant caused the man to be fired like a cannonball. Liu Zhong stretched his hands forward, and suddenly grabbed Flamenco's left leg. Flamenco turned his head in surprise, looked at this guy in disbelief, grabbed his left leg. His face was extremely savage, his angry face was violent, and he kept shaking his leg. "You guy grabbed my leg. Don't you know that my leg was cut off because of you? You bastard, get out of here." After Liu Zhong heard this, he shook his head confidently and said, "Why, your leg is broken, it belongs to you, too slow to hide. It has nothing to do with me, let's get out of here, don't it takes too much time. If you and I are entangled here now, both of us will die here." Chapter 53, The Heroes Gather. Promise. Moria stepped on the ground, opened his mouth, and uttered a violent roar. This wild roar echoed in this wilderness, reverberating endlessly. It shook the sky and the earth, shaking everything around it, shaking the mountain and the entire island, shaking it all the time. This is the accomplishment brought to them by the powerful force that Trip gave them. At this moment, they can destroy the island as long as they are moving. I saw Moria screaming at this violent noise, his legs suddenly kicked on the ground, his fat body was like a cannonball, and he shot straight forward. In the air, Moria swung his hands back fiercely. With a bang, his hands seemed to hit a stone, and his body rushed forward again. This time the speed has become even faster. Moria is speeding. Seeing Moria, the distance between Liu Zhong and the two was getting closer and closer. Liu Zhong hugged his thigh and turned around, opened his big mouth, and let out a roar in disbelief, "Go away, don't you come." Moria was drooling and stretched out his big hand forward. Liu Zhong watched these big hands getting closer and closer to him. Would he be planted here soon? "I will die here." When Liu Zhong thought this way, he closed his eyes with a soft sigh, but at this critical moment, with a bang, a fist slammed against Moria's forehead, and the black figure blocked Liu Zhong. This black figure is Tyrant Bear. Tyrant Bear turned his head, and a pair of eyes lit up with a white light. This white light was white and pale. Tyrant Bear seemed to have turned on some switch without authorization, turning his body into a crazy machine. That's why he could come here in just an instant and use this powerful force. What did you do to yourself? Liu Zhong said heavily. The Tyrant Bear didn't turn his head back, his huge body blocked the bursting attack. Moria's fist was mercilessly raised, cruelly raised, and smashed down, hitting the Tyrant Bear's body. The bear's body shook for a while. Get out of here, I will block them. Tyrant Xiong just said this sentence, and no longer made a sound. He probably wanted to use all his power to delay as long as he could. Hold Moria, Hawkeye. These two guys. Only to save Liu Zhong and Flamenco. Hurry up. Flamenco pulled the silk thread in his hand fiercely, like a flamingo hovering in the sky, his cherry blossom-colored clothes dancing with the wind. Liu Zhong's eyes were full of complex colors, but his body was getting farther and farther away from Tyrant Bear. He watched Tyrant Bear's body unable to stop Moria, who was bigger than his body, and then he rushed over with a big hand, the eagle eye of the sword. Liu Zhong couldn't bear to look again, closed his eyes, and turned his head back. Flamingo. Let's find a place to hide. I'll find a way. Flamenco's scalp was numb and knotted. You better think of a way, otherwise we will both die. Flamenco and Liu Zhong rushed towards the valley and disappeared here. Beyond this island, the three generals, the red dog, the yellow ape, and the young boy, gathered on a ship. King Zi just came to look at the small island in the distance, with a puzzled expression on his face, tilted his head and said, "You two can't solve it? How powerful is this person?" Huang Yuan sighed and shook his head, "It's so terrible, so terrible. Akinu is not as cheerful as the two people in front of him, and he can still joke at this critical moment. Akinu has experienced that hell-like experience on Earth, so he understands how terrible that guy is." At this moment, the red dog trembled all over, because he had sensed that the island seemed to start a battle. It should be Liu Zhong who started the battle with those two guys. That guy Liu Zhong also has that powerful energy in his body. He is now a little more alert, so he will fight with those two guys, right? Aka Inu thought so in his heart. But he didn't know that the sky-opening energy made the surrounding sea and the people with the ability of devil fruit on the islands beyond the sea sensitively turned their sights in the direction of that mysterious island. First, the ships closest to here came here. Bucky the Clown and the pirates of the East Sea. Then in all parts of the world. New World Cake Island. The huge body was sitting on the throne carved out of cake, and the aunt of one of the four emperors opened her eyes, drooling in her mouth, dripping on the caramel floor. Kaido in the ghost island of the country of Wano has just drunk a lot of alcohol and has been dozing off. Suddenly, his huge snore stopped abruptly, and he raised his head and stared forward. The four emperors silently looked at the island, then opened their mouths and uttered the same sentence. "Start at full speed. Follow that direction. Let's go." The location of the two people is far away from the location of the mysterious sea in the East China Sea. It will take at least 2 months for them to get there. But they still want to go there. What drove them to find the extremely powerful force there? You must know that these two people are already the top combat power in this world. Both are the heroes of one side, but they still want to pursue that power and want to obtain that thing. Maybe that mysterious evil power can really change the pattern of the entire world. The countless warships in the entire pirate world all set off in that direction, like a pilgrimage. Not only the pirates, but all the people in the world who possess devil fruits were attracted by that power and rushed towards there like a demon. A large number of people will be welcomed there. Brush and brush. The body of the tyrant bear was instantly cut into countless segments, and countless blood spewed out of his severed body, but only a glance can see that there is no flesh and bone in the body of the tyrant bear. In his body is a machine organization. These machine organizations, these gears have just been operating continuously, but now, they have slowly stopped, and the white eyes of the tyrant bear have slowly lost their light. This robotic tyrant bear was chopped into several sections, and fell towards the island with bang 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 piece by piece on the island, and was severely shattered. The tyrant bear seems to be dead. Tyrant bear's head looked at the sky, and the light in his eyes slowly disappeared, just at this moment. Don't die. I will find a way to rescue everyone from this island. So don't die. Wait for me. Big Bear. Liu Zhong's roar resounded throughout the island. The tyrant bear's eyes slowly lost their light, unable to stop them, and finally turned black. Above the sky, Moria and Hawkeye looked coldly at the tyrant bear on the ground, and turned around silently. They focused their attention on the entire island. They wanted to breathe everything in the island. Get rid of everything. This is like their instinct. Flamenco sewed his wound with his own needle and thread, raised his head and gritted his teeth, Liu Zhong screaming constantly. Don't shout, that iron bump is probably dead. Flamenco shook his head speechlessly. After Liu Zhong heard this, he lowered his head silently, his face was very sad, he gritted his teeth, and then let out a deep breath. Okay. Life and death, but when he officially escapes from the island, I will check if that guy is dead. At least his body should be taken out of this island, because he just saved us. Flamenco curled his lips and couldn't understand this guy's behavior. Are you risking to a corpse? It's still a pile of iron bumps. Hehe, I really don't understand what you are thinking. Among the parts that covered the entire ground, Tyrant Bear suddenly moved his left arm and the front fingers. A faint light slowly lit up in the left eye. Turn on sleep mode. Time, after the energy has completely disappeared. Code of action plan, promise. Tyrant Bear opened his mouth and made a whispering electronic sound. Then the world restored, the original calm. Chapter 54, Plans take shape. Training in the hunting space. Speaking of whether we can win. Can I still trust you? Flamingo said weakly, lying on a rock. Liu Zhong frowned and exhaled, trust me, you have to trust me. Because no one on this island can hurt those two guys, only I can. Liu Zhong's eyes flashed with inexplicable confidence. Flamenco feels that this guy is absolutely untrustworthy, but after thinking about it again and again, there is no truster at all. After that, it was a fierce battle. Flamenco felt that he would inevitably die by his own strength. But when it's really desperate, Flamenco will choose to stand up and make the final resistance, try to splash his blood all over the enemy's body, and disgust the opponent as much as possible. And after desperate, he can be qualified to fight side by side with himself and face the last dead person. Only Liu Zhong is left. Therefore, Flamenco had to trust Liu Zhong. Liu Zhong's eyes were like torches, burning like flames, and said, Flamingo, you give me 15 days. 15 days. During this period of time, you will bring me in a coma in this little girl. On the island, try to avoid the pursuit of those two people. 15 days. Later, I will bring the power to defeat those two guys. Back here. I promise you at that time, I can kill both of them. Liu Zhong trembled, he knew at this moment when he said such a thing, Flamengo felt desperate in his heart. Liu Zhong was also desperate. What a joke, we can't even last a day. Flamengo said grimly, shouting presumptuously, this was his last catharsis. Liu Zhong had a louder voice than him, stomped his feet fiercely, and said word by word, this is our last hope. Only you who can protect my body within 15 days, I will use my whole body the solution to improve my own strength, and find the flaws in those two guys. I can kill those two guys in 15 days. You can do it, and within 15 days you can guarantee that I still have my love, and will I live." Flamenco looked directly at the boy in front of him, his eyes twitching constantly, and the fragments of the broken pink glasses were about to fall on the ground. Liu Zhong stretched his head and said in a deep voice, "Flamingo. Is that okay?" Liu Zhong suddenly knelt on the ground, silently looking up at the person in front of him who was an opponent with him, "But now he is a hard fellow, Flamengo. As long as you can survive, you must never give up any hope. For yourself. For your dreams." Liu Zhong looked at Flamenco. Flamenco was silent, his glasses concealed his eyes and his thoughts. "Please. Protect me within 15 days. Please." Liu Zhong knocked on the ground. "Dream?" Flamenco has deep eyes. "My dream. My dream. Okay." Flamenco smiled slightly. "Liu Zhong. Since you begged me that way, then it will be no fun if I refuse you, and it won't be fun if I die. I can't die? Well, I promise you. I don't care whether you tell the truth or what, I will never die. No matter how long I can't die, I want to keep myself, and then my second goal is to protect you, but after those two people chase me down at the end of the road. If I have to abandon you, I will abandon you directly, because you are not as important to me as my life, understand?" "Haha. Understood," Liu Zhong said with a bitter smile. "They have no retreat. So they are ready to fight back." Liu Zhong waved his hand, his body limp on the ground. Flamenco walked forward and came to Liu Zhong's side, looked at Liu Zhong who was lying on the ground, and said, "I really don't know what you will think of to defeat these two guys." Liu Zhong's consciousness entered the hunting space. Standing in this forest, Liu Zhong exhaled a suffocating breath. It's been a long time since the system. A blue light screen instantly popped up in front of Liu Zhong, and a blue glow shone on Liu Zhong's face that rekindled his fighting spirit. "Host, welcome back. A copy has been prepared for you, Alien Battlefield. Purpose, kill the Zerg Queen. After completing the task, you can get Chain of End." Liu Zhong saw the golden gleaming Zerg words in his eyes, shook his head, a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, and said, "Oh, fight bugs, can I get the props I need just by hitting bugs?" Now the hunting space has become more and more simple. The lush forest, turned into countless space fragments, began to collapse, flying in all directions, like a layer of wallpaper standing on the wall. Only after it was torn off, it revealed its appearance. This is an orange-yellow desert, with pale yellow sand all over the sky, and a dark figure standing in this desolate land. Liu Zhong looked towards the front of the infinite extension, and it was easy to see the skyline of this desert. And at the edge of this skyline, figures that have been crawling forward like hermit crabs. Their speed is extremely fast, but their species are uniform. They are all hermit crabs with orange scales on their bodies. They came to Liu Zhong one by one, and opened their big mouths in an instant. Some sprayed out turbid white liquid, some sprayed out sky blue liquid, and the turbid white liquid instantly solidified in the air, turning into a transparent layer. The colored silk thread shot forward. And those sky blue liquids suddenly splashed on the yellowish rock walls or the ground, with powerful corrosive liquids, which quickly corroded the rock walls and the ground. Large and small pits appeared, and the pits it was full of blue liquid that day. Suddenly, this battlefield was filled with colorful smoke. These smokes mixed together, making people look at the scalp numb. No matter who it is, anyone can tell that this thing is poisonous. If you enter this place, maybe it is very likely that it will mutate into something like a biochemical monster. Anyway, it's terrible. Liu Zhong dropped his chin in surprise, and almost fell on the ground in disbelief. What the hell? These things don't seem to be a worm clan. The worm clan in your eyes is different from the worm in my eyes. Although Liu Zhong was amazed, he did not forget his job today. He saw the man jumped into the blue sky. Countless black liquids came from the void in all directions and rushed onto Liu Zhong's legs. Liu Zhong's legs became huge, like a boulder. Go to hell! Liu Zhong pressed one leg towards the group of zergs below. Chapter 55, Bet on the Future. Last Stand. With a bang, Liu Zhong's legs fell on the sand, and the sandstorm filled the sky in an instant, and countless sands were raised above the sky, and countless insects were stepped on by the huge feet. The group of worms that fell on the ground and made a smashing sound did not make that sound. Liu Zhong looked down, then his eyes widened slightly, and he quickly pulled back his leg. Looking at the bite marks on his leg, Liu Zhong took a breath, and on top of his left leg, slowly it turned purple, which was caused by venom invading his body. Liu Zhong took a breath, shook his head and said, "Damn, the poison of those guys is so strong, and their bodies are so hard." Liu Zhong lowered his head and looked at the sand. The group of hermit crab-like insects on the orange sand were still there. He raised his head to look at Liu Zhong, and made a wow sound. Liu Zhong wiped a cold sweat, so he could only consume them with long-range attacks, and definitely not contact them. As Liu Zhong said this, he stretched out his hands and stretched out in both hands. Two black substances gather on two fingers, and some black substances are constantly condensing and accumulating power. Then there came two bangs. Two black substances shot out from the two fingers. These black substances were pulled out a long line in the air, rushed towards the group of bugs on the ground, and fell on the group banging. Above the body of the bug. Crackling, 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 there was a sound of frying beans. With such a terrifying violent sound from these insects, their bodies were slowly corroded by the black substance. Liu Zhong smiled indifferently. This is his dark fruit skill, absorbing the characteristics of other people's fruits, and then applying them to other people's bodies. Your shell is very hard, but no matter how hard you are, can you harden your own venom? Liu Zhong looked at the group of insects. Because of the corrosion of the venom, the scales on his body slowly festered, and then fell on the sand, revealing the tender flesh behind the scales. The tender flesh gave off a luster, which was obviously the muscle tissue of the group of insects. Liu Zhong smiled slightly. It's this time to take a shot. Thinking of this, his left leg slowly swelled up again, and he kicked towards the ground. Now you don't have the defense of the shell. Attacking you at this time, you should not be able to resist it. Liu Zhong thought this way and stepped on the ground, only to hear a sandstorm in the air, and countless sands were flying in the sky. Liu Zhong raised his head among the countless sands and looked forward. He saw that his legs fell on the sandy ground, and on the sandy ground, the group of insects that had been crawling ceaselessly disappeared, leaving the rest. It's just a wide and endless sandy land. Liu Zhong was stunned, and looked around for 4 weeks, and found no trace of the group of insects. The group of insects disappeared. Could it be that they had just crawled into the sand and left here? It's impossible, even if they got in. Crawling in the sand will leave some traces. But now there is no trace of it here, and he just slapped in the next second. Liu Zhong's chest was pierced by a sharp needle. The man was stunned. He turned his head silently, his eyes widened and looked at it in surprise. Suddenly a bug with wings, no scales, only muscle tissue appeared behind him. These insects are flying above the sky with wings, covering the sky and obscuring the sun. Before they can react, they have already come behind them. They have evolved the ability to fly in an instant. Liu Zhong, a symbol of incomparable shock, made a pounce in the next second, and the needle was pulled out of his chest again, and countless blood overflowed from his chest. Liu Zhong's eyes went black for a second, and he disappeared in the same place for a second, returning to the original forest. Liu Zhong looked around and looked at this initial forest with a puzzled expression on his face. What is going on? Why did you come back here? Liu Zhong was puzzled, and he appeared in front of the man as soon as he reached the Blu-ray screen in the next second. Host, you were already dead just now, and you lost your life when attacked by that spider. That's why you came here. This proves that you failed to challenge that dungeon. You still have 3 chances to challenge that dungeon to challenge it. The center of gravity is beating wildly, and the eyes are slightly widened. What the is it? 3 chances, is there still a chance to challenge that instance? Why don't you need a chance when you challenge a low-level dungeon? Liu Zhong issued such a question, but the man already had an answer in his heart, because it was a low-level dungeon, and the difficulty must be lowered, while the difficulty of a high-level dungeon was just it is higher, so there are only 3 chances. Liu Zhong's scalp was numb, and he kept shaking his head. 3 chances. If he loses 3 times, he won't be able to get the chain of end. In this way, the system will also randomly draw your abilities from you. As a punishment for failure of the challenge, if you fail 3 consecutive dungeon challenges. That is to say, if you fail 9 times in a row, you will be permanently unable to use this system, and any abilities acquired in this system will be directly withdrawn from you by the system. Liu Kongru fell into the ice cellar. He lowered his head in despair when he heard this. How can he play this? He suddenly discovered that he was a little afraid of challenging this copy. Although he would not die, if he failed, he would really be like the system said. Therefore, every time you challenge a copy, you will bet on your own life and fight. Liu Zhong calmed down in an instant. He was not in a hurry. There was an exchange rate between the time in the hunting space of the system and the time in the real world. It only took a short time in the real world to spend a day in the system. So he has a lot of time to think about it. What should he do next? Liu Zhong plopped and sat on the moist mud ground, lost in thought. And in the outside world, in that mysterious island, Moria and Hawkeye roared loudly as they kept walking through the forest. He is right in front of them, in a certain forest. Flamenco was gasping for breath. Flamenco's haggardness is already healed, so he is running wildly, rushing forward at his fastest speed, with a figure behind his back, and that figure is already asleep. Liu Zhong. Damn it! These 2 guys are chasing me. If I stay on this island, I will definitely be done. Can I fight for it? Flamenco said, looking to his side here. It looked at the boundless sea and a clear sky beyond the island. If I use moonwalk, I should be able to leave this island. Chapter 56, Failure? Training in the hunting space. Flamenco's legs stepped into the void, bang bang bang, and Flamenco leaped up like a staircase, flying higher and higher. His bare legs kept stepping in the air. There were waves of fluctuations in the air, and the crackling sound burst. Flamingo. Moria flew above the sky and saw Flamenco. After hearing this, the eagle eye next to him also raised his head, quickly drew out the knife from his waist, held the knife in his hand, stared coldly at the front, and then drew the knife to cut off the water. The knife in his hand is raised. A sword gas. Charge to the front. Brushing sound. Flamenco had his legs cut off in the air. Flamenco let out a roar and fell down, his scalp numb, shaking his head in the air non-stop. No, if you fly up, you will be seen by those 2 guys, and even the speed of the 2 guys, I guess not yet. When I leave this island, I will be killed by them directly. This exposes myself to the air. This wide area happens to be a good place for them to perform a wide range of attacks. Flamenco fell to the ground with a plop, and slowly stood up, gritted his teeth. Flamenco quickly retrieved his legs, holding a silk thread in his hand to sew them together with his body, and he stood up again. Flamenco patted the dust on his body. No, the plan just now didn't work at all, and he couldn't fly out of this island at all. Within the hunting space, Liu Zhong faced the problem, and suddenly his eyes lit up, thinking that he was facing a bunch of bugs and there was a way. Liu Zhong nodded firmly, and said to the system, "System, you have a system mall, right? You systems should all have something like a system mall." "That's right, host. What do you want to get in the system mall? Just use the points you just earned to buy it. You can directly specify a general direction, so that I can find it for you the props you want. Thoughts unfolded. What are these insects most afraid of? According to the truth, these insects are afraid of almost everything. As long as they are larger than their body size, they are afraid, but this group of insects is not reasonable. Then drown them with water. Thinking of this, the man's thoughts start to expand. You can drown them with water, or bury them to death with fire or soil. These methods are almost all feasible. The man exhales deeply and his points should be exchanged. These abilities are now, right? Thinking of this, he raised his head and said directly to the system, "The system, I want to change the water attribute, fire attribute, and soil attribute abilities." When the system heard this, the system answered directly, "Sorry host. You don't have that many points. So you can't redeem your points for 0. Please keep working hard." Liu Zhong covered his head, squatted in the space, and looked angrily at the forest for 4 weeks. Where are the local dogs in the forest? He was talking about the pack of wolves. "Sorry host, you are now challenging the alien dungeon. Can't go back to the original dungeon. Please kill the recombined queen. Go back to the original dungeon." Liu Zhong got it. "I am now in a dilemma. Can't move forward, can't go back, only 3 chances. After the 3 chances are used up, the one who welcomes himself is death." Liu Zhong encountered his most serious survival challenge when he traversed the pirate world. Finally, Liu Zhong sighed in relief, as if putting down a mountain on his back. Liu Zhong was very calm, but at this moment, he had a determination to die. "Let's start. System, start the second instance challenge." Liu Zhong's eyes flashed with a blue luster, and he said solemnly, "Turn on. Dungeon challenge." The surrounding space collapsed in an instant. Before the collapsed fragments fell to the ground, a piece of yellow sand covered the surrounding void. At this moment, Liu Zhong was in the boundless desert, where the horizon could be easily seen. Liu Zhong looked into the distance, black figures climbing on top of the sand dunes. "Approach yourself quickly." Liu Zhong rushed forward. None of these insects moved forward leaning on each other. They were at a distance from their companions, and they had to be destroyed one by one to kill them all. Liu Zhong must be within the first time at this time, so that he can crush these bugs, is the last hope. The scenery in front of Liu Zhong continued to recede, stepping on the yellow sand. Liu Zhong saw that the insect in front of him was only 5 meters away from him, and he could even see the sun above the insect's body refracting on it. The luster on him. Liu Zhong watched the bug suddenly lifted his fist, countless black substances wrapped around the fist. The man slammed forward with a fierce punch, and with a designated bang, the fist slammed directly in front of him. On top of this insect's body, finally swish swish. A powerful shock wave rushed in all directions, and the yellow sand was rushed in all directions. The ground in Liu Zhong's place collapsed instantly, forming a pothole. Only the bug in front of Liu's Hongaya was left in this hollow. Liu Zhong closed his head and looked at the scales, with a look of doubt on his face. He has already used all his strength, why hasn't this thing broken? In the next second, the heavens gave him an answer, and the hard scales on the body of the Zerg like a gathering crab were torn bit by bit. Not only that, but the flesh under the scales of his body slowly appeared cracks, and countless blood spattered out, and the blood was sprinkled on the yellow sand. Only the yellow sand was left lying on the ground. The corpse of the Zerg-like hermit crab. It succeeded, it really succeeded. Liu Zhong showed excitement on his face, his whole body was trembling watching this scene, not to mention how happy he was. He laughed like a child, and he was able to succeed. As long as you use your best, you can definitely defeat the Zerg one by one. Misfortunes never come singly, nor will happy events. There were bursts of clear reminders in Liu Zhong's ear. Congratulations to the host for defeating the worms in the space and gaining points from the Zerg. 20. Hope the host will continue to work hard. After Liu Zhong heard this, he got 12 points. This sentence is not only an encouragement to himself, but also a beacon, illuminating the road ahead, because he can only feel it after he has gained the benefit. Only when I have a future can I have more energy to face another enemy. Liu Zhong jumped out of the pit and watched coldly for 4 weeks, slowly moving towards the Zerg who had gathered on his side. These Zerg seemed to want to surround him, and then killed him. Layers, it looks terrible. Chapter 57, The Zerg Queen Appears. Just began. Although one insect was killed, there seemed to be more insects in front of me. Liu Zhong let out a cut, disdainfully said. After saying this, he walked forward and passed over his hands. The black substance was originally liquid, but now it burns like a burning black flame on his hands, fluttering in the wind. The next second stepped on his feet, and Liu Zhong's body instantly rushed forward like a locomotive to Jueshan away. Countless dust rose, some dust followed the man, and Liu Zhong locked a bug. Seeing that he raised his fist and came to the worm, he coldly lowered his head to look at the worm, and at this moment, all his afterglow was worms, and he saw no bounds. Liu Zhong aimed at the bug, punched it hard, and hit the bug's armor directly. The armor shattered and countless blood burst out. A smile appeared on Liu Zhong's face, and in the next second, the legs of the 3 insects suddenly rushed towards him, like a sickle to harvest wheat. Liu Zhong disappeared instantly, jumped into the air, and looked down in the air, only to see the legs of the 3 sickle-like insects, plunged into the mud. After seeing this scene, Liu Zhong hurriedly raised his hands, and 2 lights lit up in the palms of his hands. This time it was not dark matter in the palms of his hands. The dark matter just now was in the process of Liu Zhong's struggle. The inside has been burned out, and what is in his hand at this moment is 2 rays of various colors. A red dazzling, a yellow dazzling. Suddenly blazing away, the 2 rays of light suddenly rushed down. A breath fell on the legs of the 3 bugs that fell on the ground. With the power of fire and the power of the land, a heavy weight suddenly fell, causing the 4 weeks of land to collapse infinitely, rumbling, countless yellow sands and countless Zergs retreating at this moment. They all have no feelings and no pain. The creatures will not back down when they charge. They were just swept by the yellow sand like a huge wave and had to retreat. Liu Zhong raised his head and looked forward. He saw the few bugs that he had hit, and cracks appeared on his body. Liu Zhong smiled at the moment he was between the 3 insects. The next second he jumped, banging bangs on the cracks on the worms' bodies, extending inch by inch and then bursting open, countless yellow liquids facing towards soar in all directions. These bugs were broken. Congratulations to the host for getting 20 points. This sound rang in Liu Zhong's ear 3 times, it means that Liu Zhong has won 20 points 3 times. Liu nodded his head, with a calm smile on his face. At this moment, there was a rustling sound, and the man looked in all directions. The insects were besieging them again. They were flaring their teeth and dancing. The man they surrounded was torn apart. Liu Zhong jumped into the air, suspended in the air. The man looked down in the wind, watching the group of insects for a long time. The waves are rough. He raised his fist. As long as he can kill 1 insect, then it can kill countless ones. This is Liu Zhong's confidence in himself. Liu Zhong roared a flame on his body and rushed towards the bug below. A fierce battle was inevitable. Blood pours on the vast yellow sand land, on the sand dunes, on the landslide, on the flat ground. Each body is covered with bugs, countless yellow disgusting liquid flowing on the ground. Indicate what has just happened here? The sun was about to kill people. Liu Zhong had forgotten where he was. He only knew that he was holding a bug's leg in his hand. There was still countless liquid on this leg falling onto the sand below. Make a flapping sound. Looking forward, Liu Zhong suddenly showed a nervous smile on his face. He finally got rid of the bugs. After more than 4 hours of tempering, the man used all his power to get rid of the bugs. You must know that men are the users of the fruits of dark power. At this moment, the energy in his body has already been squeezed out and there is not a drop left. It can be seen how tenacious the vitality of these insects is, and how powerful their fighting power is, even if a man can kill them all. Do your best. Thinking like this, Liu Zhong lifted his head silently. He looked forward and left here first. My enemy is not just these bugs, although I killed all these bugs, I got a lot of strengthening energy. But he still didn't get through this copy, and still didn't get what he wanted. There are the footprints of his true opponent in the depths of the Yellow Desert. The Zerg Queen is his true opponent, and if the Queen is not killed, countless bugs will flow to him. Walking on the sand, the man limped and rustled, and the sound of footsteps suddenly struck. Liu Zhong's face showed a faint sound of doubt before he started to look forward and saw that he was heavily clothed. Armor bugs, these bugs are different from the original bugs. There is a beetle on their head, their feet are very sharp, as powerful and sharp as a tank in modern weapons. The heavy armor on their bodies seems to be incapable of piercing a hard spear, and it will be broken. Liu Zhong was facing the bugs that flowed over to him. Why are there so many bugs, and they seem to have increased? He has exhausted all his strength, facing the bugs that are like a mountain going out to the sea. It seems 10 minutes insignificant. And in the deepest part of the desert, a large ball of red flesh grows on top of the sea buckthorn. It is constantly squirming, as if it is working hard, with a strong pull and a second flutter. His body, the round flesh, suddenly opened his mouth, and there were teeth in these mouths. From his mouth, his tongue spit out one after another, beetles wearing armor and sticking to white unknown liquid. Analyzing, the enemy's weakness created the second wave of Zerg. The meatball made a sound, but did not open its mouth. The sound spread to the surroundings, and countless insects spread out in all directions using it as a starting point. Boundless, there is enough sand on this sea of sand, but the worms born by the Zerg Queens are more than these sands, densely packed and constantly wriggling. All rushed in all directions. Sweep this entire desert, every corner will be patronized. Liu Zhong can't get out. Liu Zhong couldn't resist without the strength. If he couldn't resist, he could only wait for the dead man to close his eyes in despair. The next second he brushed his body with countless sharp blades, and a beetle was in countless fate. In the middle, he lifted half of the man's body to the sky, under the sunlight. Liu Zhong's blood-stained body was picked up by the beetle, and under the sun's exposure, Liu Zhong's divine eyes slowly dissipated. Liu Zhong's second life is over. Was brutally cut at the waist. Chapter 58, Rush to the Queen again. End of the game. What just happened? Liu Zhong opened his eyes wide in the dark space, looked down at his knees in doubt and shock, and said with his head shaking in disbelief. Host, you have just been killed by the second wave of the Zerg Queen's multiplying attack. Whether to enter the last dungeon challenge, if the dungeon challenge fails, the system will take back all the things the host has obtained from the system, and will be exiled to the pirate world forever. Sweat flashed from his forehead and Liu Zhong's horrified eyes with a hint of thinking. You must not lose your mind because of this sentence. He exhaled a deep breath, trying to dispel the lingering pressure in his heart. But the pressure still existed in his heart, making him breathless, and the dull feeling made him feel irritable. I can't think about it now. System. Liu Zhong lowered his head. This is the first time he hesitated in this world. Because this time he is so close to death, he once looked so brilliant under the power of the dark fruit, and now he definitely understands that one thing is in this world, except for his own life. The things have nothing to do with him at all. Those are all things outside of the body, and they will all be taken away. Liu Zhong squatted on the ground and said in pain, I give up. The system is silent. Maybe he has been silent like this all the time. Liu Zhong didn't hear the three-character system at all, and didn't respond. For Monday was the cold and scary forest. Liu Zhong's eyes were full of tears, and he collapsed and said, "I can't beat those Zerg races. They are endless. They have endless lives. They multiply very fast. I can't beat the Zerg Queen at all." Liu Zhong suddenly raised his head when he finished speaking the last word, "System. Can you send me back to my world? I don't want to take risks in this world. I want to go home. I want to be an ordinary person." "Sorry host, it can't be done." Liu Zhong's eyes widened, which meant that he would never think about leaving this world and returning to the original world in his life. "Is there no way out?" Liu Zhong was sad, he felt that everything was so heavy, he squatted on the ground. The surrounding leaves were still floating, slowly falling towards the ground with a sound of sand. Liu Zhong wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and exhaled a sullen breath. "Just take it for Nami. She is in this world. My only family. Just to protect her. I also want to leave from this system space." Liu Zhong cheered for himself, but the pressure in his heart was not relieved. Life is more than just saying beautiful things. We'll get better. Liu Zhong decided to practice. He found a branch in the jungle. On the muddy ground, it squatted down and stretched out the branch, drawing symbols after another on the ground. These symbols form a floor plan at the end. A thing similar to a map. Liu Zhong said, "All of this is clear at a glance. This queen is in the most center. I will wait a while after my strength recovers, and rush into the desert space. Don't just tear a hole directly into the queen's face, and then attack him. Although the queen will react within a period of time, no matter how the queen is that kind of monster, it will also take a while to incubate. I have to take advantage of this gap to come to the queen and launch a crazy attack on him. If I am fatal, a wave will pass directly. If I am not fatal, Flamingo, Nami, this is God's will, maybe I'm destined to die here." Liu Zhong was in desperation, but at this moment there was only one man thought about, and that was to use his last chance to fight. "Work hard for yourself, your own sky." Liu Zhong raised his head, his eyes still cowardly, suppressing the fear in his heart, he said to the system in a deep voice, "System. Wait a while after I recover to 100% full state, let me enter the desert space again." It has been restored to 100% full state for the host, and the system automatically transmits it. The scenery in front of Liu Zhong suddenly changed, from lush green to a desert full of loess. Liu Zhong was stunned, and didn't respond at once. "His system has long waited for me to say this," Liu Zhong said angrily, but after saying this, he was facing the desert. "No way. Can't delay more than a moment." Liu Zhong stepped forward and rushed towards the desert. "Come on. I'm not afraid of you." In the backward scenery, Liu Zhong was flying in the sky, his legs were in the air, and there was a burst of violent bangs. Below, the dense Zergs raised their heads and kept their mouths closing together. At last, they jumped. All flew to the sky. Dense black spots appeared in the sky. Liu Zhong was suspended in the air, and the dense black spots above the sky blocked his distance, and the air condensed in this instant. Subsequently, puff 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 puff. On his brown face and dark purple mouth, he spit out pale yellow mucus and shot forward. This arc above the sky is like a murderous knife. This kind of slime, this is highly corrosive slime. But there is so little, even if only a little, will make the whole body fester. For the first time in this space, Liu Zhong was forced by this slime to have no retreat. In the end, on the corroded and hard carapace, he died without a whole body. Liu Zhong looked at the slime rushing towards him all over the sky. "Do you want to attack me with such a downpour of offensive?" A strange smile suddenly appeared on Liu Zhong's face. Just right. Liu Zhong raised his left arm, opened his palm, and released the tightly held things in his palm. This was a pitch-black slime, like a huge mouth in the abyss, suddenly opened his mouth. Countless yellow slime rushed into the huge mouth of this abyss. Oh no, it didn't rush up. There was an inexplicable sharpness all around, so that the group of temporarily suspended zergs above the sky shifted in one direction. That direction was Liu Zhong's left hand raised. Liu Zhong didn't evade, so he used his left hand to absorb the yellow high-strength corrosive slime. After absorbing it, Liu Zhong added a pitch-black ball in his hand. The ball seemed to be filled with water, generally like a balloon filled with water. Liu Zhong held it in his hand and swayed for a while, put it directly on his waist, leaped forward, and rushed out of the encirclement of these insects. The huge meatball kept squirming. Entering the line of Lu's attention, "This is the Empress." Liu Zhong stepped on the void behind his legs, and suddenly pushed it forward with a strong force. He was like a meteor, charged in the direction of the Empress. Chapter 59, The Ultimate Form of the Zerg Queen. With a scream, Liu Zhong held a silk thread in his hands. The silk thread net, which stretched indefinitely behind it, penetrated the flesh ball on the back, which was the body of the Empress. Liu Zhong's body was covered with scars, raised his head, and looked back exhaustedly. "Have you won?" Puff 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 puff. The Empress's body festered bit by bit. A look of surprise appeared on Liu Zhong's face. Just in the next second. Puff 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 puff. The one with blue-purple skin, with hard, sharp nails, peeked out from the pile of rotten meat, and a foul smell filled the air. Liu Zhong walked forward a few steps embarrassedly, then turned around and squatted. On the ground, one hand supports the ground, and the other hand is on the left thigh and knee. Gasping non-stop, I saw the purple-skinned arms crawl out. It turned out to be just an arm, and this arm was jumping around on the sandy ground constantly. As if it were a stranded fish, Liu Zhong saw this arm and thumped his chest fiercely and walked forward step by step. "Shave my head, I killed the Zerg Queen. Why is there no copy this time?" Liu Zhong asked suspiciously. "Sorry, the host didn't completely kill the Zerg Queen, but destroyed its reproduction system. At this moment, he has revealed his original appearance, which is the lively arm in front of you," the system's voice replied. Liu Zhong covered his head, his scalp numb, and shook his head. "You? How come this thing is so vital? Heavy Clan is the most vital race in the world. They fought against the Celestial Clan and the Human Clan in the ancient times. At the beginning, they were left behind by the Tiancheng clan on the development level together with humans. Finally, after the development of the Celestial Clan was complete, it began hunting mankind aggressively, trying to unify the entire world. Mankind was hunted and killed, and when this man was fighting with the gods, his clan entered his younger brother because he was exposed to radiation. Their body has achieved the effect of mutation. In the end it became what it is now. They have become the strongest creatures in the universe. Stronger than the Protoss. In the late Chaos Age, they beat the Protoss. If they weren't for the Protoss, they activated the Wisdom mode. In the end, the gods from the two races were all killed by each other. Killed. Then, your universe. It's not ruled by the human race." After Liu Zhong heard this, he let out a cold air behind him. What is this guy talking about? It means that besides his own universe, there are other universes, and this guy said that there is always a kind of universe that he comes from more advanced than Liu Zhong. Can it be said that the system was invented by this Haiqiang civilization of which universe? Things that invade their universe. Liu Zhong thought carefully. He was terrified. He didn't dare to investigate which universe the system came from. He couldn't even use it. Liu Zhong turned his head back with a numb scalp. He now cares more about himself, whether he can survive this catastrophe. Frowning tightly, looking at the arm in front of him that kept fluttering on the ground, like a fish, this arm lay directly on the sand in the end and stopped fluttering. Then suddenly raised his middle finger. Liu Zhong frowned. What does this guy want to do? The of this arm suddenly became longer, and it pierced forward with a chuckle. Liu Zhong's left shoulder was stabbed in an instant. The man looked at his left shoulder in surprise, knelt on the ground with a bang, lowered his head, his whole body weak. This is poisonous. The moment this finger pierced his left shoulder, he poured venom into his arm. It's vicious. The poisonous blood penetrated into Liu Zhong's blood vessels. Liu Zhong's blood vessels swelled and tightened in an instant, and they protruded directly. I saw that his originally blue blood vessels had become purple, and the purple ones. The blood vessels slowly passed from his pierced shoulder, extending to all parts of his body. A feeling of dizziness made Liu Zhong contribute to his fascination, and he was about to fall on the ground in the workplace in the next second. Liu Zhong spit out a mouthful of blood and slowly stood up from the ground. He must not hesitate at this moment. He must cut the mess with a sharp knife, and his left hand suddenly stretched out in the next second. Countless black substances shot out from the fingers, and these black substances instantly formed the shape of a knife. On top of the shape of the knife, there was even a sharp luster. Liu Zhong suddenly drew his knife to cut off the water, and severely cut off the that extended the arm in front of it. Liu Zhong came back to his senses again, looked at his left shoulder, and suddenly his right wing swung the knife in his hand. He only heard a pounce, his left shoulder broke instantly, and the man let out a violent roar, which made the man's eyes red. With tears in his eyes, Liu Zhong was almost jumping around in anger, but he couldn't stay here any longer. He wanted to leave here. Liu Zhong thought of this and turned and went out into the distance, rushing towards the sand dunes on the other side. Liu Zhong's eyelids jumped wildly. He couldn't take care of the hand behind his back, the wound of the broken middle finger. There was a thumping sound, and the tentacles protruding from the layers of rotten flesh pulled his severed arm into him. On the of the wound suddenly grew fangs and suddenly turned into the mouth. Swallow that own arm that Liu Zhong severed cruelly. Liu Zhong hid behind a certain stone, slowly stood up, and looked forward tremblingly. On the sand dune, his hand was still recovering his original vitality. Shaking constantly, I saw that the of the hand was slowly growing new flesh. Liu Zhong looked at the and suddenly noticed the palm of the hand. There seemed to be something different on the palm of the hand. Hey! Liu Zhong frowned. The man watched the slowly grow out and finally grew the same as the original one. The texture was exactly the same. Liu Zhong could tell that it was the newly grown middle finger. Because the thing is lighter in color, it's true purple. The whole arm was blue-purple color, and the piece of flesh that Liu Zhong noticed had some purple-red skin. Liu Zhong found this thing. It was hard to be found. Why did this Zerg hide this piece of flesh so deeply? It was hidden in the palm of his hand. The meat in that place kept squirming, as if the heart was beating, thumping. Liu Zhong's eyes lit up suddenly. That thing should be the weakness of that arm. It should be the heart. There was a touch of firmness on Liu Zhong's face. He definitely thought of this. He wanted to take back the world. He was thinking about how to face this arm and how to hit the heart, but in the next second, Liu Zhong watched as the purplish-red skin moved away from the center of the palm. Could it be that the Zerg race evolved not only to turn its own weakness into a protective color, but also the ability to move the heart freely on the body? This is too abnormal. Liu Zhong, the hands that grasped the stone in front of him all clenched fiercely and crushed the stone. Chapter 60, Dover gave up his life? Motivation Li. Although I found this weakness, it is really difficult to reach this weakness. Liu Zhong shuddered as he thought of the moving heart. What a terrifying monster he was facing. It seems that I am in that world then myself. Shrew, the ultimate creature in the Dragon Ball that I have seen, must be tough. This kind of creature is simply hierarchical. Oh, no, it's genetic suppression. It crushes you to death. Liu Zhong thought that he had to prepare a one-size-fits-all solution. In case he encountered any accidents under the action of waiting for a while, he had to win the action under the action of waiting for a while. This was his only way to survive. Liu Zhong became serious and looked at his left arm. If he can leave this space alive, the system will automatically heal his left arm, so there is no need to worry at all, but he has already felt it. This is his last chance. Either it is over or everyone is happy. Liu Zhong, you should do it for yourself. Outside world. Mysterious island. Outside the island, on the Navy ship. It's horrible, it's horrible. Huang Yuan sat on a chair and looked at the small island in the distance with Erlang's legs tilted. The expression on his face was the same, but he said this verbal language. King Zi yawned and said, "So when do you plan to attack the guy on that island?" After hearing this, the red dog coldly snorted and said, "Look at the injury I just received, and look at the yellow ape. You have never encountered that kind of monster. If you do, you will not be so reckless. I will at least find that monster's slack moment and attack him, with the energy of the three of us. You can kill that monster." What did King Zi want to say, but in the end he didn't want to say it anymore, sighed softly. The man had seen a ghost, with the power of these three people. In this world, it is impossible to block the full blow of the three of them. The Akinu guy seems to have too little confidence in himself. Flamenco ran wildly on the island, and the two purple figures behind them were chasing after him. This has almost become a beautiful landscape on the island. Flamenco said, "Horses by leather. Damn it, they are catching up." Flamenco has already raised his quality to the highest level, but he still hasn't got rid of the two purple figures. He can't support it anymore. Only 3 passes around the sky, he was exhausted. Hawkeye looked in his eyes, raised his arm, holding the iron sword in his hand, and slashed down fiercely, only hearing a brush. This light fell. Flamenco was stunned, turned his head and looked at this light. With a bang, he collided with this light, and an exploding cloud appeared on the island. Extremely dazzling. I don't have any strength anymore. I don't run anymore. I still choose to die. At least it won't be so tortured. Flamenco lay directly on the ground, and he had a direct showdown. Lie on the ground and stopped talking, quietly closed his eyes, enjoying the last piece. At least the man wanted to sleep for a few seconds before he died. Flamenco hasn't closed his eyes for a few days. Exhausted. Go deep into the bone. It's time to end it all. Hawkeye held a big sword and aimed at the hillside. Flamenco, who closed his eyes, rushed forward suddenly. This sword was slashed horizontally. Once it hits, Liu Zhong and Flamenco in Flamenco's arms, both of them, will be cut off in the middle of the way. Even the mountain on which Flamenco leaned back might collapse under this beheading. Stepping on the white smoke, holding a black giant sword in his hand, his eyes are burning with incomparable purple light. At this moment, half of the eagle eye is in the white smoke. The white smoke is like auspicious clouds, covering the half of the eagle eye, and there are countless images. Fragments of foamy white smoke drifted forward along with the eagle eye around the eagle eye. That black giant sword dragged a long blue-purple sword aura in the air. Seeing that Liu Zhong was about to die on the spot. At this moment, everything was silent. The legs wearing high-heeled sandals stepped on a rock on the red-yellow hillside, and the blue stick was suddenly lifted. Both the front and the back of the stick had 2 blue spheres. At this moment, as if making waves, an arc after another appeared on the 2 spheres. Flamingo. If I am not mistaken, you are holding Liu Zhong in your arms. Right. This person is Nami. Flamenco, who has been hiding in the island and dare not come out. Flamenco opened his eyes suddenly, and when he heard Nami's voice, Flamenco was struck by lightning because it sounded in his ears at the same time. It was Liu Zhong's instructions before he was about to fall into a coma. Flamenco. Protect Nami. And my body. I am your only hope. You are also my only hope. Flamenco's scalp was numb, and he suddenly raised his head to see Nami suddenly appearing on the edge of the cliff. Is this woman looking for death? Appear at this time. He will be killed by Moria and Hawkeye in a few seconds. Flamenco closed his eyes again, his face appeared a wild smile. This is his trademark smile. But it's okay. I'm dead anyway. Pulling a woman back is not a bad thing for me, right? Haha. Flamenco thought in his heart. Flamenco is the real Flamenco. Selfishness. No mercy, no sense of responsibility. Hawkeye was very focusing on Flamenco alone and rushing forward, so he didn't notice Nami at all. I also didn't notice that the black blade that I was holding was flashing one after another on the black blade. Dark clouds appeared in the sky. Nami stood on the edge of the cliff, raised her head and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Her chattering forehead was full of cold sweat. At this moment, the woman seemed to be in pain, as if she was calculating something. In the end, she suddenly lifted herself up. His head looked at himself, the top of the mountain range behind. There was a dark stone on the top of the mountain. The dark stone was covered by earth and rocks, but it was obvious that there was definitely something in this thing. According to Nami's experience, it should be a piece of ore. A naturally occurring ore, this ore is likely to be iron ore. What Nami has been doing just now is to use the weather stick in her hand to summon the dark clouds around. Flamenco. If you don't want to die, then lead that fellow Hawkeye to the top of the mountain. I can save you. Don't give up. Don't give up living.